Something you'll notice when looking at the gaming landscape throughout the years is that as time's gone on, where both new technology and certain gaming conventions become standard, you notice a steady trend where more video games aim for less restrictive, more open-ended experiences. You can somewhat understand why this trend has occurred when looking at it from a game developer's perspective, as in terms of the video game format itself, you arguably see the most amount of experimentation due to the sheer number of possibilities you can implement, and different types of games that can be created. If I'm being honest, most of the biggest gaming franchises are really bad examples of this, and I'm talking about the ones that everyone knows, not just gamers. Games like Call of Duty or FIFA, they know they're going to attract a large market at this point, so instead of trying to innovate, and I mean truly change up the gameplay from what we've become used to with the past games, they stick to their usual routine. By replicating the same kind of experience they always have, they've managed to bring in the same large market every single time, usually being helped along with some great marketing as well. But of course, this never leads to the most satisfying experience either, which is what you're starting to see right now was the biggest criticism of these types of games. With no innovation, players will become disinterested. There's got to be something fresh and new at some point, but this idea leads to a slightly bigger point which links to that predictability. No matter what stadiums you're playing in with FIFA, or how big the Warzone is with Call of Duty, they're still conventional and linear games. This is what we primarily see in earlier titles, with the largest reason for this mainly being the lack of technology that would adhere to larger experiences. Arcadey types of games which follow set concepts like Streets of Rage or Mega Man. Funny enough, the two biggest mascots of the PS1, those being Crash and Spyro, are very good examples of this. While Crash was always slightly more restrictive than Spyro in terms of level design, they both still work off levels themselves. Fast forward to games like GTA 5 or Death Stranding, and you wouldn't say there's any levels here, just different areas of one big connected world, being used for both independent exploration and for usage during the missions. And it's the independent exploration which is arguably the largest component of what we'll be talking about today. While older games had noticeably less hand-holding, just look to games like the first Resident Evils and you'll likely see what I mean. There was also a very blatant restriction there. You might have confusion on how to progress, but it's not like you can truly wander off in the middle of nowhere and get yourself lost. Still staying with Resi is the prime example here. Because of how the levels are laid out, you'll almost inevitably be railroaded to your objective after enough running around. But enough skirting around the edges. The reason I mention all this stuff is because the game we're going to be talking about today is what I see as not just the single biggest gaming IP ever created, but also easily one of the most influential. Yes, today we're going to be talking about Minecraft, a game that was released early enough to have a substantial impact on some of the most well-known games we have today, but late enough so that across the game's development stages we clearly see some influences from games like Zelda, and namely a certain game referred to as Infiniminer, being arguably the biggest inspiration Minecraft would see in terms of its core foundation. So let's take everything right back to the conception of the idea, all stemming from a Swedish man called Marcus, who in 2009 was a worker at the game developer Midas Player, later to be known as King. That's right, before the idea of Minecraft had even been conceived, its creator, Marcus Persson, or as he'd later be known, Notch, was working for the guys who'd go on to make Candy Crush. Marcus himself had aspired to be a video game developer since he was a kid, so upon becoming an adult, he started looking for jobs in game development, in which he ended up working for a few companies which required him for things more related to web design, which for Marcus wasn't satisfying that game development passion which he'd felt for years at this point. It was when he went to go work at Game Federation, however, that we saw a big leap in terms of Marcus's game output, initially creating a game called Worm Online with work colleague Rolf Jansen, and then in the subsequent years following his switch to Midas Player, we saw the creation of numerous Flash games, which surely would have further reinforced his development capabilities. And with constant creativity occurring in his work life, mixed with an obvious passion towards gaming and game development to begin with, you can naturally assume that Marcus was also experimenting around with certain game concepts in his personal time, and he most definitely was, with several personal projects being created during this period before, during, and after his work with Midas Player, most of which were being posted about on the forums known as TigSource. This forum was predominantly for independent developers, who much like Marcus, were either posting their latest game projects, or perhaps also looking to see if there was anyone who could help them out. Some of Marcus's projects have been lost for time, but the most vital one which was created, albeit never actually released, was a project referred to as Ruby Dunge, or Ruby Dung, I don't actually know the pronunciation. The name descending from the phrases Dungeon and Ruby Lands. Dungeon referring to the areas you'll be exploring throughout the game, and Ruby Lands being in reference to the world that you'll be playing in. There's no gameplay to be seen of this project, only a select few screenshots. These, however, being very interesting in terms of how we'll later observe Minecraft's development. The game was purposely supposed to be an emulation of another game known as Dwarf Fortress, but already here, due to what's been disclosed about this project, we see Marcus's emphasis on more simplistic and understandable video game functionality City, with Ruby Dungeon aiming to be a more accessible version of Dwarf Fortress, which judging from these screenshots you can assume was quite hard to get into. The most vital things we can see in the limited screenshots we have are less to do with the gameplay comparisons between this and Minecraft, but more visual ones. First off, we can see the game would have most likely been played from a third-person perspective, with the camera system appearing very similar to strategy games like Age of Empires or Populous. The textures are rather limited, but we already see an emphasis on green grass, trees, cobblestone and mountains here. The visual comparisons run even deeper when you realise that when looking to the earliest Minecraft builds, we actually see the return of these cobblestone and grass textures one for one, although due to the camera system and also the lack of any sloped or raised surfaces. That's about as far as the comparisons go, considering we don't actually have access to Ruby Dungeon. This is where things get interesting, however. Notch had a plan to make Ruby Dungeon not just an isometric game, but one that also contained a first-person viewing system. This proved difficult to implement. When going into this first-person mode, the textures were supposedly too blurry and distorted to be a viable option. It just so happens though, that while Marcus was at work on Ruby Dungeon, he'd end up discovering a game known as Infiniminer. This game was made by Zachtronics, or rather Zach Barth, and was a competitive multiplayer sandbox game which all revolved around mining. In terms of the game itself, all you need to do is go underground using the 4 different roles which are on offer, and then bring whatever loot you find beneath back to the surface. Thing is though, as the project gained popularity, you could start to see a pattern which would in turn lay the foundations to Minecraft's success. Although the game was supposed to be competitive, after a short while players became more interested with the block building aspects of the game, where I presume due to how simplistic the placement of these blocks are, and how easy the blocks themselves are to piece together, being able to not just place them on the ground, but also stack them on top of each other, players became fascinated with the idea of building their own structures. It's incredible how much the comparisons run deep to Minecraft, which I'll of course inevitably end up repeating when actually getting into the game itself. But just remember that the process to build while playing Infiniminer requires you to dig up the ores which are embedded in the dirt, either underground or above the surface, use a separate device requiring a separate button push to place these things down, in which we're also given a small variety of other things we can build, like ladders and force fields, all the while having terrain which was and still is incredibly similar to both Ruby Dungeon and Minecraft, and also procedurally generated levels, which is yet another extremely important key to Minecraft's success. Marcus was clearly inspired immensely by this game, deciding from this point on that a first-person camera angle was the best way of presenting this idea, and also putting more focus on the block building aspects from Infiniminer. But there was also one key distinction in where he wanted to take this Ruby Dungeon project, and that meant going away from the more competitive aspects of Infiniminer, and instead introducing RPG elements. Marcus had left King by this time, leaving around March of 2009, but surprisingly, only 2 months later, Marcus had developed the very first version of what would soon become Minecraft. Initially though, it was being referred to as Cave Game, and in a tech test video that was released on Notch's YouTube channel back in 2010, we can see it's pretty much identical to what we see in some of the first builds on the Minecraft launcher. This means that I personally can now start experiencing what would end up becoming Minecraft myself, with Mojang clearly understanding the importance and significance of this game's development, allowing any and all players to access almost every individual build of the game throughout its almost 15-year-long run. The installations in the Minecraft launcher nowadays are very intuitive, meaning that we can literally select a new installation of the game and head all the way down to the first build available. This being Old Alpha RD132211. The RD in the name of this one, of course, being a reference to the previous Ruby Dungeon project. Interestingly, during the time Marcus, who I'll now be referring to as Notch, started working on this, they weren't actually being released. There's several named stages to Minecraft's development, with this one being known as Pre-Classic, with the first Pre-Classic build not actually being accessible on the Minecraft launcher, with this first one actually being the third build of the game, with the first 2 being unreleased. This version was developed on the 13th of May 2009, and the phrase Pre-Classic really lives up to its name here. This is as bare bones as you can get, yet I'm sure if this was a standalone game released for free on the internet, it'd still end up garnering at least some attention. The gameplay in this version, and to be honest all versions up until the in-dev stage of development, relies solely on the idea of building and destroying. The environment we've got to explore is quite literally a flat block of land, where upon walking to one of the edges you can jump right off, in which you'll fall into an infinite void. Same goes for when you dig straight down. Digging far enough doesn't lead to any preventative, you just fall into the void again. Interestingly though, even in this version you can already see certain ideas layers being developed, which might sound simple on the surface, but is still incredibly important to how Minecraft will turn out. As I just said, building isn't the only thing you can do here. Just like in Finaminer, you're also given the ability to remove blocks too, and upon digging down, we can see the grass blocks on the surface end up being replaced with cobblestone blocks. Of course, the idea of cobblestone being underground instead of just pure rock doesn't make much sense, but we're giving a lot of this stuff a hard pass, considering, well, it's not even really a game yet, just a tester of an idea. But obviously, this is already great, as it establishes a kind of progression to the player's experience, one that in this moment seems rather minor, with the only difference being the switch between a grassy environment to a rocky environment. But as the survival elements and new kinds of blocks get introduced, becomes vital to the game's success. Sound-wise, we've quite literally got nothing, and it's something that will stay absent for a lot of these earlier builds, even in ones that give us the option to turn sound on and off. Outside of the building and removing of blocks though, you ain't got much to be honest. The most you can see at this point is the potential this game has if things were to get further expanded. More blocks, a bigger area, sound effects and the like. All things that would flesh this initial experience out into an actual game and not a tech demo. I'd say for most of these early builds, the main thing they're missing is a motivation, a reason to keep playing. Yes, the building can be satisfying on its own. Believe me, I've seen people spend days, weeks, and even months working on building projects alone. But if Minecraft stayed as solely this building game, I don't think it would have come anywhere near as close to being as big and successful as it has. I will say though, even at this stage, you can see how creativity on the player's part will always be the most vital asset. It's very player dependent, and I think it always has been, which is why, once again, I feel like giving even a small amount of guidance or an ultimate objective the player can work towards, of course excluding their own personal objective, further encourages players to keep coming back and pushing towards this goal. It's a very standard practice. You can equate it to finishing a game's campaign or reaching the highest rank or something, and it's one that, while not seemingly necessary with the base concept of Minecraft, will end up greatly improving the experience. Onto some of the later builds of this pre-classic period, we first see the introduction of character models. Everything in this second build's exactly the same. Destroying blocks still has them straight up disappear, and replacing these blocks still works automatically. So for example, if you're placing a block on the same level as all the other grass blocks, the block you place down will also be a grass block. Everything above or below this level will be a cobblestone block, however, limiting the variety of possible builds once again. Building up to get an overview of these character models, which I assume were put in to both test out animation and movement. We also see that you can't build that high up into the sky at this point. A strange but ultimately predictable outcome. I don't know why there was this kind of restriction at this point due to our ability to fall out into the void of nothingness, but it is what it is. We'll end up seeing the height of this space increase substantially as the builds go on. An interesting point about these characters which are running around, which most people familiar with Minecraft will know as Steve, is that these guys are yet another asset taken from one of Notch's previous projects. This one being a game called Zombie Town, a game which was heavily inspired by Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars. And as you can see in this screenshot, we also see these Steves are present, which is also why they're referred to as zombies in the game's code at this point. The next update sees an even bigger leap forward, and starts introducing even more things which we'll eventually see still remain in the game to this day, completely untouched. First would be in relation to the destruction of blocks, now not just disappearing out of thin air, but instead leaving some rubble behind, depending on the type of block you smash, which I should mention has now been increased to 4, with the additions of a smooth stone and wooden planks. The rubble will also appear different, not in terms of the particle effect, but simply the colour and texture of the rubble itself. These different blocks which I mentioned can now be selected on the fly whenever using the 1, 2, 3 and 4 keys, meaning that on top of having more blocks to choose from, we're also not restricted in terms of which blocks we can place down in certain places. For example, removing a block on the ground which is now made out of stone doesn't mean the block we place down for its replacement also has to be stone. It could be any of the blocks we can now select. Other additions to this build would be the fact the number of Steves has now been reduced, presumably because their initial function of testing out the player models has now been served. You've also got more intricacies in terms of blocks like dirt, which as you can see has now replaced the grass texture. This doesn't mean grass is completely absent of course, but instead follows a more realistic type of presentation. Dirt that's exposed to light from the surface will eventually have a grassy texture on top of it, not reverting back to the stock grass block we saw in the first couple builds, but also having the dirt texture now replace all of the grass block sides outside of the top. Remove the sunlight however, which basically means building underground or covering it with a shadow, and it will resort back to a dirt block. That's something important to acknowledge from the very first build we have access to. Despite being refined over time, there were always things like shadows present whenever you built structures, aside from being a nice addition, which once again brings a certain realism and dynamic liveliness to the game. We also have to acknowledge there's no way to counteract that darkness at this point either. Building a house, for example, will always result in the inside becoming incredibly dark, unless you poke some holes in the structure, of course. And finally, the last new additions we see are changes to the interface and player, with there now being a crosshair in the center of our screen so we can more precisely place and destroy our objects, while also having our character be able to jump slightly higher and move a bit faster. Overall, a quite significant update, which foreshadows just how intricate this game will eventually be. The next update didn't have any noticeable changes to me, outside of the fact the crosshairs now got much smaller for whatever reason. The particle effects don't look as good, they look like flat 2D slices compared to what looked like actual rubble previously. And we also see the addition of full screen, with all the previous versions only being playable in a small window. It looks like this version is more of a regression compared to anything else, which I assume may have come from this primarily being a test to get full screen working properly, as that's ultimately the most substantial addition we see here. However, in terms of the game's title, this build was a landmark moment. As you're aware, despite being labelled with RD in reference to Ruby Dunge, the project itself had actually been referred to as Cave Game. In the previous build though, we saw the game's name be changed to Minecraft Order of the Stone, and then, as we'll ultimately see, the title became finalised in this version to just Minecraft, a seemingly pivotal name switch in a not so pivotal game build. Same goes for the next version, to be honest, which the Minecraft launcher made me slightly confused about. Luckily, using the wikis, I've understood that although I was missing out on a new aspect which actually got introduced all the way back in the third build, it doesn't have a huge amount of elaboration until this point anyway, and that's the world building. I was missing out on this initially due to the same level DAT file being reloaded in the newer builds, but taking a look at these new non-flat worlds shows an impressive step forward, broadening the variety and explorative aspects even more. By using the same kinds of procedural generation techniques we mentioned earlier when looking at Infiniminer, we were now being given new worlds to explore that didn't have to be manufactured by us. Realistically, what you're looking at here might be possible for an actual player to create, but judging from the fact that this game's starting to go more and more into the direction of not being solely a building game, it's entirely appropriate the game does some world generation on its own. This becomes even more impressive when the procedurally generated worlds are laid out more clearly and made more accessible within these next few updates. The one we were actually looking at to begin with adds saplings, and also reintroduces the more refined particle system we saw in the previous builds in the game. One thing I think this exposes, unless I'm being mistaken of course, is the slight pitfalls in terms of how these builds have been categorized in the launcher. In this build, for example, the sapling effects look pretty much identical to the sapling texture we've been used to for the entire game's run. However, heading over into the next build, the sapling texture looks far worse for whatever reason, although I think I can speculate why. Looking at the Minecraft wiki, which have fantastically recorded essentially everything there is to know about Minecraft and its development, there's certain builds of this game which have apparently been mislabeled in the Minecraft launcher. For example, the build which initially introduced these procedurally generated worlds in terms of the launcher was build 2009-05-15, but taking a look at the wiki tells us that despite this build actually existing, it's not the build we actually play on the launcher, this instead being a copy of build 16-13-48. Why this is a thing, I don't really know, but it's definitely confusing, and I think that's what led to these slight inconsistencies in terms of things like the saplings I just mentioned. The wiki confirms my beliefs that this far downgraded version of the sapling texture was actually the first version to be used, which hilariously is also the reason why it was only able to be selected with the 6 key. Notch was supposedly not happy with the texture, so tried to hide it by putting it on 6, with 5 simply having nothing in its place. Back to the worlds though, however, what we see here is another big step in a more exploratory direction. There was not only the addition of water, which despite being completely stagnant in terms of any kind of movement or splashes, presented some unique obstacles in terms of the player's movement. Even in the first build it was introduced, the water was pretty much as it is today, aside from the visual side of things. Stepping into water will make your movement far slower, and if you don't hold down the spacebar to keep yourself afloat, you'll end up sinking. It's one of the stranger things I saw carried over throughout the ages, as I've always felt our movement through water has been fairly clunky. Well, up until they seemingly acknowledged that in the aquatic update far into the game's future, where they also revamp and significantly add to a lot of the ocean. That was released in 2018 though, and you've got to realise for a large part of Minecraft's history, swimming was either bobbing yourself up by holding the jump button, if you wanted to stay on the surface, or slowly letting yourself sink and then moving incredibly slowly underwater. Still a good addition at this point of course, I just feel that looking ahead to future updates, it's something that should have likely been improved much sooner than it actually was. To recap, we're now looking at the alpha builds of this game, which is the point where Minecraft became firmly Minecraft, not an expansion of Ruby Dunge. Just a side note, I purely mean alpha builds in terms of how the builds are actually properly labelled. The true alpha phase of development is the 5th phase and will occur later on, having far more mechanics than what we see here. You would have noticed in the top left of the screen that RD is now missing from the build title, while presenting some additional information like how many frames per second the game's running at, and also how many chunk updates are being made as you play. Technical jargon basically, nothing that most players will actually want to see, but interesting to witness regardless. Much like tons of other builds so far, we don't have access to a lot of them, with there being a noticeable gap from when this classic period began, that being with version 0.0.2a, and the version that's actually available on the launcher, that being 0.0.11a. That's actually okay though. You eventually realise when looking at the timeframes of when these updates were released, that these weren't huge updates that were coming out weeks from each other. Multiple updates were being released per day sometimes, primarily including things like bug fixes and new additions like the HUD elements in the top left. However, a key addition that we witness in this first classic version of Minecraft that we can access is a change to the building and mining. Despite seeming like initially a step forward, we eventually see the game take a back step from the approach they implement here. Not really being a game changer, but simply making it so that right-clicking no longer builds blocks, but instead changes between a building mode and destruction mode. I'll be honest, I saw no benefit in this approach. It seemed to convolute a process that was already intuitive, and despite the seemingly nice addition of now having a faded overlay of whichever blocks we're going to place down, it's just unnecessary. Perhaps not right now, as the blocks seem to be noticeably missing the black outline which eventually gets introduced, to make it clearer which blocks are going to be destroyed or added to, but it seemed like something which wasn't going to stick around for long. Just a final couple tidbits about this build is that 1, the screen layout was very strange for whatever reason. It's the only build that fully crashed on me when trying to enlarge it, simply to try get rid of this big chunk of blue on the right hand side. And also looking ahead to the future, there's a very cute reference to this build at the beginning of Minecraft's celebration of the community video, almost being an acknowledgement that this is where Minecraft really began. To avoid any overlap with things I've previously mentioned when talking about the brand new non-flat worlds, I'll just say the next build we have is the one that introduces things like water, lava, and bedrock. Water we've talked about, but lava of course has slightly different properties, despite still being quite similar. Their functions at this stage in terms of being obstacles are negligible, as the player's still invincible, meaning you can't drown in water or get burnt in lava. When going underwater, there's quite a strong shadowy effect put on screen, where most things become tinted blue, and objects in the distance are now far more obscured. Although I wasn't able to achieve the same effect with lava in these earlier builds, the effects are apparently very similar, but in the lava's case, having everything coloured with an orange tint. The lava itself works the same as water, you can bob around in it to your heart's content. A nice aspect of this water and lava, although once again not really being noticeable for the lava itself, is the momentum we can witness when jumping into it. Falling from a greater height will in turn plummet us further into the depths, just something nice that quite literally puts more weight into your actions. These liquids themselves can be merged for a far greater purpose later on, but currently, putting water on lava will simply extinguish it, leaving a block of stone in each tile of the lava's place. Bedrock though is a great new addition, now removing the possibility of falling out of the map into the void, due to it being a completely unbreakable block. We'll see however that this not only presents an improvement in terms of not breaking the game, but also ends up presenting a very strong structure which will be very useful to capitalise on as new resources get added to the game. This, along with the infinite ocean which surrounds the island you get spawned on, ensures there's no chance for you to fall out of the world now. The rest of these additions are mainly important in a technical sense, or are only minor changes, where the F key now toggles between 4 different render distances, which we'll see the game refers to as fog, primarily being a function that I assume helps older pieces of hardware run the game properly if you find yourself getting low frame rates. And there's also the ability to press the N key now to auto-generate a new level. Much like every other function, this is of course never explained to you, so only upon doing research did I discover these functions were actually introduced in this build. Or well, I guess the build before this, but we don't actually have access to that one. The final notable change would be the thick black outline to the blocks which I mentioned earlier, still having the overlaid textures from before, which I still find to be unnecessary here, but ultimately being a step in the right direction by highlighting which blocks you're focusing on in a subtler and less intrusive way. Remember, this version is 0.013a. The next update we get in terms of the launcher is 0.30, seeing numerous innovations and being the final version of what's referred to as classic Minecraft. Okay, so starting off, the first thing I want to mention is that we've still got no sound, even despite now having the options to turn music and sound on or off. I'm unsure if this is simply an issue in relation to my hardware, or if there was still genuinely no sound at this point, but let's just say that in between the time of this build and the final alpha, sound gets added somewhere along the way. I have researched this quite heavily because it does seem strange to have these options if there's no sound, and from what I understand with the information on the Minecraft wikis, it seems like there was genuinely sound in these builds. It's just the fact that when playing the builds we have access to, they're still absent, likely due to a bug of some kind. On top of these sound options, we've also got plenty more things to configure here. Things like showing the FPS counter on screen, controlling the render distance, even a 3D anaglyph mode, which is more of a novelty compared to anything else. We even get the chance to inspect and change our control options here, which is great for accessibility. But like the sound, there's also the option of chat here, which doesn't seem to activate anything at this time. It's important to note that despite being the next version we're touching on, you can naturally assume there was some genuinely important innovation between 13A and 30. And you'd be right. This gap in between is where we saw the survival mode be implemented for the first time. It's just something that's been completely removed from the launcher, with you not even being able to tell its absence in 0.30 because a large amount of its elements were stripped back or removed. We'll get into the elements that were added in between that time more later on, but we'll look at the features which are still present within the classic release as well. This means we're ignoring a large amount of the survival test additions, as the main innovations we saw were primarily in relation to either weaponry or mobs. But there's also things like the multiple new blocks that were introduced into survival test 0.26 and 0.28. This also being the case for some even earlier updates, which added blocks like glass and sand. And coming back to 0.30, we can see the game is starting to form into exactly that, an actual game, not just a tech demo. There's two things that caught my eye immediately in terms of what's shown on screen, and that would be the block that's in the bottom right corner of the screen and the selection of blocks that are at the bottom. Starting with the HUD, I am a very big fan of this one. It's small, compact, shows very clearly every block that you're holding in the 9 slots you can hold them in. It's just great. I can see why they've never really changed it that much. As you can see, there's plenty more blocks to choose from here compared to previous builds, because as I mentioned, this one basically stockpiles numerous additions from several smaller builds in the past. Pressing B allows you to bring up the build menu, in which you can replace any of the blocks you're currently holding with a new block, with what's shown on this screen being every block and asset within Minecraft at this point, bar things like bedrock, water and lava. If you know anything about how expansive Minecraft eventually becomes, this initial list looks like a joke in comparison. Although as someone who'd consider themselves an old school player, playing Minecraft for the first time during its beta stages, I would argue the more convoluted certain processes became, the less invested I was in the game itself. We'll save that for much later on though. What mainly matters here is a few things: the variety of blocks, the structure of these procedurally generated worlds, and how a lot of these elements come together to prime the survival mode for success. Firstly, the build mode has now been removed, now reverting back to what I perceive as the more intuitive left click to build and right click to destroy. As you can see, the surrounding environment is now filled with all kinds of peaks and troughs in the terrain, making your world feel even more unique and individualized off the bat without even touching it, which of course with the random generation of these worlds is genuinely the case. No two worlds are going to be the exact same here. You would have also seen when doing things like building and destroying things, there's some actual movement in our character now, which is why there's the object in the bottom right of the screen. This is supposed to be reflecting the item you've got held in your hand, despite the fact our hands can never actually be seen in this build. A nice reminder to the player, along with the thick white outline which can be seen surrounding whatever blocks equipped in the HUD. More than anything, I feel this is the first step in making the character we're playing as feel more like a genuine character. Before, it pretty much felt like we were a floating entity, but now since we're not only shown to be holding the block, but also have new animations, like having a swipe when clicking the destroy button, and having the block be temporarily removed and replaced with another one when placing it down. It now feels like these are actions which are being made by both us and the character in this world. Taking a look at the blocks, the variation we see here is actually more important in terms of the switch to the survival mode. The main addition here would be the different colours of wool, which I assume due to its relative uselessness in terms of when the first survival builds are released, was more of a test in terms of the block's colours. We also have things like brick for a different style of house, blocks which are made solely out of iron and gold, bookshelves, leaves, glass which is now see-through compared to previous builds where it wasn't transparent. But the most important blocks here, which you'll see are now actually sporadically scattered underground, would be the new ores. These blocks and how they're randomly placed under the surface is one of the most vital innovations we see here. We'll of course get into it more when they have actual effectiveness. As it is, they're like everything else currently, simply another variation of block to this increasing list of blocks. But just witness what happens when we dig underground. We start seeing coal, iron and gold blocks randomly start presenting themselves, typically with not just one being present, but a whole collection of them. Yet again, the world is starting to now feel more alive, which might not seem vital at this point, considering the whole game is being based around your own creativity and what you can build, but as I said, is important for later builds. Finally, we have things like TNT and Obsidian, the first of which is genuinely able to be exploded, but from what I've seen and actually tried, was not possible in this build. I'm not going to stick firmly with that belief, as I was unable to submerge the TNT in any flames, which we'll see is one of the primary ways of actually activating it to explode. But as there's many other mechanics which seem undeveloped in this version, I'm not sure if the ability to explode it was simply taken out. I mention this because of the final few blocks we have here. Obsidian is a block that you may know can only be created when flowing water hits stationary lava, although I was actually able to test this out here, and it resulted in the same thing every time, that being the creation of another stone block, just like last time. It's interesting that at this point, you can genuinely start to see the experimentation of these more physics-based ideas, however, taking us to the sand and gravel blocks. They initially seem much like everything else when placing them on the ground, but you'll see that when trying to place them on an elevated surface with nothing beneath them, they'll end up still being placed on the ground. This is unlike most of the other blocks here, which are able to be placed without anything beneath them and still be elevated. We'll see later that this is the first test of blocks which more closely adhere to realistic physics. If you're thinking it doesn't make that much sense, you're absolutely right. There's no real reason that a wood block should be able to stay in the air with nothing attached to it and a sand block can't. But I think it's fine really. In the grand scheme of things, this will introduce further dangers when digging underground in the future, and the physics themselves are quite an impressive addition, despite not actually being here yet. If we're being honest though, these new additions and constant refinements haven't actually changed the core gameplay that much. Looking away from the survival tests which were happening, these classic builds, which remember are the only ones we have access to through the launcher now, are all still reliant on the player's creativity in relation to the building. The innovations to the world are ultimately more important for the survival mode, a noticeable progression being implemented, which we can't yet see due to the fact we can't pick up items. The ores are the clearest example of this fact, but also things like the flowers and mushrooms which are now scattered around, and also how saplings now grow into full-on trees after a short amount of time. The flowers matter more in survival because they can be destroyed and picked up, so that instead of being placed randomly on the ground, you can place them wherever you want, perhaps to create a garden of some kind. You can obviously do that here, but it's also completely missing the sense of progression that personally kept me coming back to future versions of Minecraft. All these things are just handed to you. We'll find that despite presenting more of a challenge in the player's experience, working towards an ultimate goal that might seem insurmountable actually ends up making everything even more satisfying when you do eventually reach it. I'm not saying that in relation to the flowers of course, but other elements which we'll see also get elaborated on. Same goes for the mushrooms. The idea of food items are obviously totally absent at this point, but when they do get introduced with items like the mushroom stew for example, you aren't able to just spawn in these mushrooms and use them to create a healing item. Instead, you need to find them yourself, and also build a bowl for them to be eaten out of, which as we'll see with the crafting elements, does genuinely present far more reliance on the player's actions to learn what works and what doesn't. And coming to the end of Minecraft Classic, it's impressive the sheer amount of innovation we see occur in such a short amount of time. Notch was throwing out incredibly substantial updates constantly, which all pretty much remain staples of the Minecraft experience people are familiar with today, although it would become far more common compared to when Minecraft came out, mainly due to new additions to the game client Steam. This is a clear example of an early access game. The game was initially being given away for free on the TIG source forum, but Notch started charging people for the experience fairly early on, at $13 a copy. With the numerous game-changing updates we see, it was clear that people were paying for an experience that quite literally wasn't finished yet, but it shouldn't be mistaken for a con in that regard. There was no impression given out that it was a finished experience, and much like countless other game developers which use this early access process, the money which was being paid for these early versions was likely being put towards even more intensive development towards the game in the future. But as it stands, classic Minecraft could easily be a game in itself. It might sound strange saying that at this point considering how much stuff they eventually add, but this is a point in the game's development where I see it truly can stand alone as an enjoyable experience. Although it is still a fairly limited number, the amount of blocks at this point bring enough variation for numerous builds a player might want to take on. The underground exploration through caves and mine shafts that you can create yourself, despite having no actual incentive like getting materials for your progression, still present intrigue and will have players exploring them regardless, purely based off the idea of going on a small adventure. However, the next substantial build comes in the form of two stages which ultimately achieve the same goal. It's just the fact the first of these stages isn't playable on the Minecraft launcher. These are referred to as the in-dev and inf-dev stages, the names being shortened versions of the phrases in development and infinite development. The two titles are also important in terms of a change to the procedurally generated worlds. Starting with in dev, this was when Notch started charging money for Minecraft, beginning at the incredibly low price tag of $5. This was when the classic mode of Minecraft, which would go on to be known as creative mode, was phased out for the survival mode, which was also being tested. From what I observed with the previous builds of this game, despite this being a big transitionary moment for the direction of Minecraft in retrospect, it seems like it would have still been unclear at this time if this is the primary mode the game would be focusing on. Onto the additions here though, there's a drastic amount to be seen here, some of which are more simplistic, and others which surprisingly give us access to the more complex aspects of Minecraft, which we see today have been used to create some incredibly impressive constructions. Although we're on InfDev now, pretty much all the innovations from InDev were carried over. So let's begin with what we can personally do when starting off in Minecraft this time round. This starts with the menu screen we're now presented with when launching the game, presenting the options single player, multiplayer, and tutorial level. Single player, of course, is self-explanatory, and is the only mode which is actually accessible in this build. The other two are more aspirations of modes which will be complete in the future. However, unlike multiplayer, which would eventually be fully complete and spawn one of the largest gaming communities of all time, the strange tutorial mode option was never complete, and by the time the beta stages rolled around was fully abandoned. The reason for this seems unclear. It was literally just stripped out without any notice and replaced with a mods and texture pack menu. But if I had to take a guess, it was likely removed for a number of reasons. The game was being constantly updated at this point, so having a tutorial level which clearly lays out the foundations of this game, it would likely waste a lot of time updating this level as well to adhere to these new changes that were constantly happening. And to be honest, with a game like Minecraft which heavily encourages discovering things on your own and having an experience that feels individualized solely to you, having a tutorial somewhat dampens that aspect. Overall, although we never saw this tutorial level, I don't think we're missing out on much, and realistically we do actually end up seeing tutorial levels in the future, like in the Xbox 360 release of the game. Jumping back to the single player though, we're given the option to pick one of 5 empty slots, which serve as our world selection. As you could assume, it doesn't matter what slot you pick. Each world which gets created here is totally random. I just think it's a very intuitive addition, on top of the main menu screen to begin with. We were given the option to generate new worlds before when the pause menu was introduced, and also we're able to save and load different levels too. But not only does it make more sense to have it on a main menu to begin with, so that you don't have to automatically be spawned into a world you don't actually want to be in, but for some reason, when attempting to save or load in these builds, it crashed my game every single time. I'm not sure if this is an issue with the actual build itself, or something on my end, but needless to say, I like the selection screen a lot more. Hopping into the actual game, we see the wild difference between the classic versions and this. As we can see with our HUD, we no longer have the variety of blocks to choose from anymore, which as you can assume means we've also lost access to the build menu too. Above our inventory bar is our health, 10 hearts, which can either be lost or gained depending on if you take damage or heal. There's a variety of ways to take damage, which will lead into some of the bigger changes we see here, ranging from falling off a great height to drowning underwater, to getting injured from the several new enemies which are here. It should be noted that fall damage doesn't apply to every surface, however. For example, jumping from the top of a tree down to the grass below will definitely lead to some damage, but falling into some water will negate any fall damage, the only result being that we get thrown deeper into the water. So if we take damage, how can we get our health back? Well, there's a variety of ways to do this, in this version being all revolved around the food items. These can be acquired through a combination of mushroom items which I mentioned earlier, being able to create a mushroom stew to get some health back. You've also got the new pig mobs which wander around, the design of these being simple but great, fitting in line with the overall style here, which is now starting to become very distinct and unique. You can kill these to acquire some raw pork, which can be eaten as is, but can also be cooked, resulting in even more health being gained. Whatever way you decide to heal, it's important to realise that health doesn't regenerate automatically, which I personally enjoyed. It puts a lot of weight on your actions to either fight well against the enemies you come up against, or to simply navigate your environment with more consideration. Looking away from the health for now, let's get into how the blocks have been handled this time round. As in many ways, this is what defines the mine part of Minecraft. It's at this point where the fundamentals of Minecraft are introduced. You're put into the world with absolutely nothing, and have to quickly discover what to do before it reaches nighttime. That's right, something you may not have realised up to this point is that night has never been a thing. Not only do things get darker as you keep playing, but you'll find we now have a fully functioning day-night system. A great addition to begin with, but also being a dangerous hazard, as we'll eventually find. You may not initially know this when starting off, which serves as a great learning curve for the player, and led to a huge amount of guides, tips and tricks being created by other players to explain how you can effectively survive your first night. One whole day takes around 20 minutes, meaning an hour is around 1 minute in real time. So the first thing you'll find yourself doing if you're looking to make some shelter over ground, or perhaps mine underground and wait until daytime, is getting some wood. All this kind kind of stuff is not told to the player at all, which is why I assume at the time a tutorial level might have been appropriate. Coming off the classic phase where you could destroy any block with one swipe, we now find that different blocks now take varying amounts of time to be destroyed, also being dependent on what equipment you have. Dirt is the first thing an uninformed player will likely acquire. It's quick to break, and upon even hitting it once, you can start to see debris being created, and cracks forming on the surface of the block. If the player discovers this, they'll likely be inclined to try this out with other blocks, and with trees being an incredibly common thing to be surrounded by, mining either the wood or leaves would be the next logical step. What you'll find when destroying all of these items is that they don't just disappear compared to classic mode, but instead float gently to the ground until you pick them up. Something to note here is the much improved shadow system at this point, still not having shadows drawn in relation to your player character, but as you can see, different strengths of shadows with other objects. Items on the ground have strong, dark shadows, considering they're almost touching the ground. But then looking at the trees, we can see on the outer peripherals of the tree, the shadows are slightly lighter, but then getting closer to the wood part of the tree, we see the shadows become darker, having more shade from the sun with the increasing amount of leaves that are covering it. This is mainly because we've now had the addition of dynamic lighting, where before there was only 2 light levels in the pre-classic and classic stages. There's now 16 degrees of brightness, which play into aspects like these shadows we're seeing. Daylight's at a light value of 15, and as things start getting darker when night rolls around, we're actually able to see the brightness gradually decrease until it reaches a value of 4, not being a straight 0 of course, to reflect the light which is shining from the moon. Acquiring these things like wood and dirt, you'll find that when picking them up, they don't take up one slot each. Mining a tree, for example, requires you to break several blocks to get all the wood from it, in which you'll see all these blocks get stacked in your inventory. The max amount you can stack blocks goes up to 64, in which after that point, collecting another item of the same kind will be moved to a separate slot, being able to create a brand new stack. This is a fantastic addition in many ways. Not only is it just effective to not have your entire inventory clogged up with the same item, giving us more opportunity to collect blocks of a separate kind, we also see that it makes building easier. Much like classic, it means we don't have to switch out blocks constantly, but instead place down as many as we have in our stack, and then when we run out, move on to the next one. The amount of blocks we acquire is also vital to how the crafting system's been implemented, an addition to the game that leads to a wide range of possibilities in how we want to tackle our adventure. That's where the progression of Minecraft becomes set in stone, and is one of the key reasons why after the alpha and beta stages, I'll simply talk about Minecraft as one collective package, regardless of the huge updates which are released after the full release comes out. No matter how you look at it, this is the only way you'll be able to start a prosperous attempt at survival mode, hitting trees, getting wood, crafting gear, and possibly building shelter. It should be mentioned that when I say hitting trees, this doesn't mean continually clicking on them over and over. It's yet another aspect that I've seen players who are unfamiliar with Minecraft get confused over, that being the fact you have to actually hold left click down to mine things. It's not something I imagine will be the biggest obstacle in the world, but it definitely has the potential to stump players who aren't observing the cracks that are formed on the surfaces. The more you hold left click down, the more cracks you'll see emerge on the surface until the block eventually breaks, giving you the block itself in return, or in some cases not giving you anything at all. This takes us to the crafting, which also means we should talk about the inventory system. In this build, the inventory tab is defaulted to the I key, where upon pressing it, you'll be let into numerous discoveries. First would be the fact our inventory isn't just limited to the 9 slots in our inventory bar, but actually having a total of 27 other storage slots which can hold the different blocks we'll be mining. This means that when we want to use certain items that are located in our storage inventory, we have to click them, which in turn selects them, and then either place or replace another item on our inventory bar. We can also do things like right click a stack to half the amount of blocks contained within it, and put them in another slot. We can also select an item and then click outside of the inventory tab to throw them onto the ground. This also being possible to do with items found in our inventory bar by pressing Q, although unlike the previous process, this only throws out one block at a time. And it's also in here where we can do some stacking of our own. One possible example of this being a stack of wood that you may be placing down from your inventory tab, only holding around 10 to 15 blocks, which you can then top up by selecting another stack and placing it on top. A wide range of functionalities already, but above this storage, we can now see our player character, which as you could have already assumed is the Steve model which we saw in the early builds of Minecraft, and also 4 other squares which are labelled as crafting. Having the Steve model here might initially seem unnecessary, considering we're playing in first person, but that's actually not the case. Firstly, as you can see, the final slots which I failed to mention are the ones to the left of Steve, this being our armor slots. Interestingly, the armor is yet another collection of items that were ported over from one of Notch's previous numerous projects, this time being a game called Legend of the Chambered, with both that and the sequel to that game featuring the leather, iron, and chainmail sets of armor. We'll get into the armor more when exploring some of the ores, however. As for Steve, this armor is not only reflected on his person when a matching piece is put in one of the 4 slots, those being headgear, breastplate, leggings, and boots, but by pressing F5, we can now see a third person mode's been added. Ultimately, it doesn't get changed that much from what we see here, with only a few new additions in the future, like a new camera angle. I've never really been a fan, to be honest. It takes us further away from what we're doing and actively obscures certain elements like what blocks are in front of us, presenting more of a challenge if we wanted to precisely build or mine certain blocks. But I'll be honest, InfDev might be my favourite third person inclusion for one reason, and that's the fact Steve still has his incredibly goofy run, which eventually ends up getting replaced for a more pared down and appropriate animation. Onto the crafting though, this is where Minecraft really starts to go above and beyond in terms of its intricacies, as even in this incredibly early version, there's a lot of outcomes that you'll be able to find. This is another one of those aspects which will surely stump a lot of players when playing for the first time, as there's quite literally no information given to aspects like what this actually crafts, what blocks you'll need to craft things, and what combination they need to be placed in to craft them. Dirt does nothing, saplings do nothing, and meat doesn't do anything either, but attempting to put the wood and logs into the crafting menu results in a different type of wood being created, one that more reflects planks of wood compared to the logs. This is where things start to become far more complex, with the introduction of the crafting table. This can be made by putting 4 of these wood blocks into our initial crafting menu, and the table itself presents even more crafting options, broadening the amount of crafting slots to 9, giving us the ability to craft a vast amount more items than the one we've got on our person. This is where the next step of our progression comes in, all being revolved around the crafting table. Since Minecraft is such an open game, quite literally being a game that lets you play exactly how you want, and letting you do everything at your own pace, you may not even find the need to take this step forward yet. You might want to spend time getting accustomed to the world, perhaps finding an area that you feel would be a better place to set up shelter. But it's undeniable that if you take this approach, or simply just stay around the area you spawned for a bit longer, just exploring, you will eventually have some issues. The equipment is the most vital piece of progression at this point, which we're now able to build using our newly acquired crafting table. Now, as a kid, when I played Minecraft for the first time, I had somewhat of a clue on how to build certain things, because of the countless YouTubers I watched. But I imagine for a lot of players, they're not going to have any idea on what to craft here, and the game doesn't explain this aspect in the slightest. It's a win and lose situation in my opinion. On one hand, I really admire the approach of just giving you this mechanic and having you find out what works and what doesn't. I also feel this may have been a concerted effort to get more traction to Minecraft as a whole. It might sound a bit extreme considering this is just one element of the game, but it's a vital one, and one that in the internet age will have people uploading videos and guides focused around how to build certain objects, in which other players will search up and possibly share to their friends. Overall, the lack of information led to a cost-effective marketing scheme by getting pre-existing players to share content from the game online to help out the community. But there's also the substantial drawbacks in regards to the frustration which might spawn from not being able to craft anything. One thing I appreciate most in games is when they slowly teach the players the mechanics without explicitly throwing things like tutorials or tips on the screen. Portal is a great example of this, slowly introducing elements to the player and increasing their complexity over time as the player gets more to grips with the base foundation. And although that sentiment does also apply to Minecraft in terms of how complex some of these item constructions can get, it's the teaching side of things that gets completely left out. So really what I'm trying to say is that it's a great mechanic that could have ultimately been more user-friendly to newer players and less gatekeepy, although I'm more indecisive in relation to the negatives, to be honest, because of what I mentioned previously. The funniest part about the gatekeeping aspect which I mentioned is that when you eventually discover some of these crafting recipes yourself, you'll see that for a large amount of the most vital items, you're ultimately just mirroring the item with the individual crafting parts. So for example, with the crafting table, we created that by putting 4 blocks of wood in the crafting menu. Basically one big block, which despite there being no size difference, is exactly what the crafting table is. Then looking to things like equipment, we first need to create sticks for their handles, which simply consists of 2 wood blocks being placed in a vertical position. And then once you have them, literally copy the equipment you want to build. It's not like you can build everything. You can't build a pitchfork or a machine gun or anything obviously, but instead tools like the pickaxe, which requires 3 wood blocks at the top and 2 sticks beneath them, resembling the pickaxe itself, albeit in a very spaced out form. Or the shovel, which requires 1 wood at the top and 2 sticks at the bottom. It's simple when you understand this concept, but once again, there's no inclination that this is how crafting would actually work in the first place. Talking of the equipment though, let's talk about all of their purposes, as each one has been given unique properties that can't be replicated by any other piece of equipment. There's 5 tools in total at this point, and starting with the pickaxe, this is mainly used for mining mining blocks like stone and ores. It's an item that's used in the same way as how we'd mine wood or dirt, but you'll find that when trying to mine things like stone with our hands, it not only takes a very long amount of time, but also ends up not producing a block for us. That would hopefully serve as a key indication to the player they're approaching the destruction of these blocks in the wrong manner, which is where the pickaxe comes in. It's an item that I see as arguably having the most significant progressions in the different tiers we see, where much like all the other tools, starts with a wooden pickaxe, and eventually through our efforts of mining underground, hopefully can result in us building a diamond pickaxe. The progression goes like this: you mine stone with the wood pickaxe, create a stone pickaxe with the new stone that you've acquired. The process to create this being exactly the same, but just replacing the 3 wood blocks at the top with stone. Use the stone pickaxe to mine iron, and then use the iron one to get diamond. Sounds simple, but due to how the blocks have been randomly scattered underground, this can be a much harder task than expected. As we're talking about the pickaxe now, I only think it's appropriate that we talk about the caves and mine shafts it will primarily be used in. We see the layer system of the world has now been fully fleshed out. At least that's what I perceived when playing this version of the game. Dirt will be the main thing you're digging through on the surface. That's unless you've made your way up to a high mountain area, which compared to the ground level will oftentimes be replaced with stone. At this time, the altitude of Minecraft was at 256 blocks, which meant that you could do things like build much higher into the sky, and mine much further into the ground than previous versions. This led way to a full-on progression with the mining, as you'll find that on the surface of the world, you typically won't be finding things like coal or iron, at least not until you make a minor descent either into a cave or your own personal mine shaft. It's been structured in a way where the closer you get to the bottom of the map, meaning bedrock, the higher the chances to get the best resources in the game. It's a risk-reward system in many ways. The further you go down not only means you're putting in even more effort if you're mining down yourself, but if you're making your way down through cave shafts, the chance for mobs to spawn in is incredibly likely, even on the fairly upper layers of the world. And there's also the fact this entire process brings a sort of grindy nature to the game, but one that I've got to be honest has never felt like a grind. To me, it's all felt like one big journey towards an ultimate goal. I can assume this will turn off a lot of players who just want to experience everything the game has to offer off the bat, because I won't lie, attempting to find diamonds here has and always will be a fairly difficult and possibly arduous process for some, as the resources are scattered around randomly, being yet another part of the procedural world generation. You never have any idea of where to go to actually find these things. As I said, iron and coal was a fairly common resource, coal being used for things like torches which illuminate the underground areas, which have now become much darker than previous builds to adhere to things like the torch's actual functionality, and iron's primarily used for tools once again, only being able to be destroyed and collected when using a stone pickaxe. Much like the stone from earlier, attempting to mine this with a wooden pickaxe or your hand will just destroy the block outright, so you can see how there's a natural order with things now. I say you can destroy things with your hand, but up until InfDev we still can't actually see our hands, by the way. But compared to the previous resources we collected, attempting to build an iron pickaxe by placing 3 iron ore blocks in the crafting menu doesn't lead to anything. This is where the furnace comes in, an item that will be able to be built without any bother if you've already been doing some mining beforehand, only requiring stone. You can't just place these iron ores in the furnace and expect it to produce iron bars though. Instead, you need to place a fuel source at the bottom, which will then begin the smelting process. Coal was the most effective resource for this, as compared to using wood, coal makes the fire last much longer, meaning that you'll ultimately be wasting less resources overall. You can see when the fire's starting to burn out from the symbol that's beside the resource slots, slowly dwindling away before it eventually shuts off. That's where things like the stacking system works very effectively though, as you don't have to place in fuel sources individually, but instead you can put a whole stack inside and just wait till it's done without any bother. So once we've got the iron bars and built the iron pickaxe, it's now time to get some diamond. Let's not forget there is also gold to be found here, but in terms of its usage with the tools, it's always been a strange in-between. That's never quite fit in line with the smooth progression we've been seeing so far. Unlike the iron pickaxe, the gold one can't even mine diamonds. But there is an actual trade-off, albeit one that seems fairly worthless in my eyes. I haven't mentioned so far that all these tools have a durability system, which will usually decrease when a player uses them for their set functions, but also when performing other actions too. Say you use a sword to break a block of any kind. The sword will still see a degradation despite not being used to hit enemies. The reason I mention this in relation to the gold tools is the fact they have the worst durability out of any other piece of equipment. But they do also have a positive, that being the fact that with things like the pickaxe or shovel, they actually end up mining things even faster than diamond gear. That's really a negligible aspect in my eyes though, when you realise these gold tools break even faster than wooden ones. I have seen conflicting information on that though, so let's just say they're either less than or equal to the durability of a wood pickaxe. That's looking away from the fact these are still genuinely the only set of tools to not get the eventual durability increase that we see in the beta versions. You'll see that constantly going through the process of slowly smelting these gold bars and crafting the equipment just isn't worth it. Let's just say, you'll get rid of them much faster than you got them. I found the durability system is quite harsh in this version of the game, and it's all based around how many times you perform whatever action it is these tools are being used for. Wooden and gold tools have 33 uses, stone has 65, iron has 127, and diamond has 257. To be honest, even saying that doesn't make any of these things sound worth it, especially things like diamonds. Trust me, chances are it will take far more than 257 blocks to find diamond. Maybe double, even triple that number if you're having especially bad luck. This means that while there is now a progression here, it's one that seems to be drawn back by the durability system. Acquiring these items might feel satisfying in the moment, but with how quick they degrade, it will make you question why we're even acquiring these things if they break so quickly. But that's the pickaxes. I know we went into a deep dive in relation to how things work underground, something we'll actually be talking even more about in regards to stuff that's away from solely mining. But onto the other tools for now. The shovel is quite a basic piece of equipment, being most effective for mining items like dirt, gravel, and sand. Because these blocks are fairly easy to break off the bat, the biggest positive with the shovel is simply the speed in which you can destroy these, having a 400% increase compared to breaking these by hand, with the different tiers of shovel of course further increasing the speed. The axe is fairly similar, being much more effective in mining wooden blocks. A nice little change that some people may be unfamiliar with, being the fact the axe actually had the most substantial visual change compared to all other tools. During these early in-dev stages, it actually appeared more like a battle axe, until they eventually removed the second half of the axe head. Whereas the axe would eventually go on to be an effective offensive item too, that occurs far later on, taking us nicely to the sword, which as you can presume has the primary function of attacking enemies, focusing on the enemies themselves, much like every other entity in the game. It's actually referred to under the encompassing term mob. So much like a zombie or skeleton is a mob, so's a pig or sheep, the term itself being yet another shortened version of an actual phrase, this time being a mobile entity. The first mobs we saw were of course the humans, or rather Steve in the pre-classic builds. Then during the survival test we saw several staple mobs be added, those being creepers, skeletons, zombies, spiders, sheep and pigs. So let's go over all of their unique behaviours right now. Starting with the creepers, one of the most distinct mobs for Minecraft in particular. The first thing you'll likely notice about this guy is its appearance. Not only is it a bizarre looking creature with no arms and two sets of legs on the front and back, we also see its skin colour is green. The most obvious reason for this design choice would be a form of camouflage, obviously not applying to the underground areas it can spawn in, considering when paired up with the grey stone it arguably stands out more than any other enemy. But when on the surface, you can imagine it will be able to blend into the green foliage which is presented by the leaves on trees and the grass on the ground. That aspect makes these creepers even more dangerous, added to the fact that unlike a lot of these mobs, they also don't burn up in the sunlight. This is the reason why surviving the first night is seen as such an achievement for a newer player. As for those who don't act quickly, they'll discover that when nighttime comes, these mobs start spawning in at a rapid rate. You won't be able to journey too far in any direction without stumbling across one of them. The transition to night also affecting the majority of passive mobs in the game, despawning at night and then respawning at daytime. Back to the creeper, its only way of attacking is to get close enough to you until it self-destructs. The amount of damage you take varying depending on aspects like what difficulty setting you're on and also how far away you are from it. The reason the distance actually matters is because if you play carefully, you can either kill it before it gets the chance to explode, or perhaps if there's other mobs surrounding it, you might actually want to bait it to explode, so that it can also deal damage to them without you even having to swipe at them. The reason you can bait it in the first place is because the creeper doesn't just outright explode when it's in close enough proximity to you, but much like a fuse getting lit, will have a short period before it explodes where you can either run away or attempt to push it back. Baiting might not be as easy as it sounds though, as unlike that fuse example I mentioned, if you end up putting enough distance between you and the creeper while it's getting ready to explode, it'll actually cool down, not explode, and continue to follow you. It's just a great enemy. The design is incredibly unique and is one of the main figures which defines Minecraft style for a lot of people. Its functionality is dangerous and requires the player to both pay attention to their surroundings, due to the possibility of one of these things sneaking up on you, and also to play even more carefully when fighting them, presenting presenting this great back and forth where you're constantly having to push the creeper back before it explodes. And of course, the explosive effect it presents is great, letting out a cloud of smoke and creating a fairly large amount of destruction to the surrounding environment. The zombies, on the other hand, are slightly more basic, with their only function being to get close enough to hit you. Their design's fine, reflecting a zombified version of Steve, but the most iconic part of them is arguably not in the game yet, and that's the sounds they make. We'll touch on that more later on though, when looking at the addition of sound overall. One of the things we can witness when comparing these initial two mobs though is their levels of detection. Minecraft doesn't take the approach of having these mobs automatically know where you are and track you down, sort of like how the zombies act in Call of Duty, but instead they all have detection meters which vary from mob to mob, all being dependent on the amount of blocks you're distanced away from them. The creeper, for example, can detect you when you're at a max of 16 blocks away from it, whereas the zombies can spot you from 32 blocks away, where they'll then start pursuing you. Much like their name implies, these guys really are brain dead. Just like the creeper, they've got no motivation outside of running straight at you to attack you. An element which isn't actually attributed to the next mob, the skeleton. Unlike the creeper or zombie, which need to be at a close range to deal damage, the skeleton's main way of attacking is with their bow and arrow, an offensive item which can also be crafted by us, arguably being the most effective way to deal with enemies by keeping them at a distance. Skeletons are debatably the smartest enemy here, which in many ways can make them even more dangerous than mobs like the creeper, when looking away from their sheer damage output. When shooting arrows at you, you'll notice these are actually dished out quite sloppily at some points, with you being able to fairly easily maneuver around their shots, so long as you're paying attention to where the skeleton's actually aiming. Their damage outputs are slightly more varying compared to the zombie, which further varies depending on your difficulty once again. Zombies, for example, make you lose 3 health segments on normal difficulty, the segments simply being 2 individual halves which the 10 hearts get split into, actually making your total health be equivalent to 20 health points. Skeletons, on the other hand, can strip away around 3 to 4 health points on normal. The best stuff comes from their more strategic approach to your encounters with them, however. Firstly, they can spot you within 16 blocks, and within 15 they'll actually start firing at you, meaning that if you're spotted by one of them, chances are they'll likely start opening fire shortly after. Much like when you use a bow and arrow, they actually need to charge up their shots, which leads to short intervals during their attacks where you can either try and escape or counter their attacks. My favourite part is how these guys constantly strafe around when firing their shots, and also back up when you're within 4 blocks of them, both effectively using their range to their advantage, while also having the strafing give you a harder time if you're trying to shoot them with arrows. Something which might be a more effective approach with these guys, considering things like how they back up and can pick you off from a distance. Even though these are one of the few enemies to use actual equipment, you'll also find their bow has infinite durability, with infinite arrows to boot. This means that you won't be able to wait out any battle with these guys, as they'll be able to keep firing at you, regardless of how long it takes. And finally, the spiders, which are quite basic in their functionality, but have more intricacies in relation to where they can spawn, and how they act in relation to that. Spiders, as you could expect, only deal damage by coming directly up to you and presumably biting you. But unlike previous mobs, they're more agile, where especially in these earlier builds which don't have features like sprinting, they can pretty much always outpace you. They also have the ability to climb up objects, which means you're going to have an even harder time getting away from them if you attempt to either scale upwards or build up with some blocks. These positives do come with drawbacks, however, that being the fact their damage is reduced, so they can only take away 2 health points per hit. And also the most interesting inclusion, which I suppose can be seen as a drawback, but also just part of its fundamental behaviour, which is the fact that when exposed to sunlight during the daytime, they become passive and no longer try to attack you. Hearing this, you can also realise that unlike other hostile mobs, they don't start burning up in the sunlight, but instead can just roam around. Attacking spiders when they're passive still causes them to aggro, but unless you're looking to get some string for items like the bow, it's okay to just leave these guys alone. As for all these mobs, as I said, I enjoy the fact they're not only distinct in a visual sense, but also all have unique functionalities which gives everyone purpose. Yes, some of these like the spider and zombie may have the same kind of attack, that just being a straight up physical attack compared to the skeleton's arrows and the creeper's explosives. But regardless of that fact, all of them have certain abilities that can't be performed by any other type of mob, at least not yet. Lest we forget, we were actually talking about the equipment here, and the sword is arguably the swiftest way to deal with these foes, depending on what materials the sword is made out of. The final piece of equipment is the hoe, with its main usage not being as vital as the other ones, but can lead way to a nice mechanic which many players will find themselves investing time in. The hoe can till dirt so that it becomes farmland, which will turn the surface of either dirt or grass blocks and make them appear slightly different. You'll find though that tilling these blocks will only last a short amount of time if not surrounded by water, which is another thing that revolves around the farming mechanic, with there needing to be a water source so the crops don't dry out. Just a side note to put here being the fact the water here is now more lively, with us now being able to distinctly see the water glistening in the sunlight and moving around. You can make your own little greenhouse if you feel like it, using the furnace once again to turn sand into glass. But we then have to figure out how to actually plant these crops and appropriately give them a water source. This first requires us to find some seeds, which can be done pretty easily by destroying the countless grass entities which now sprout up from the ground. This being different to the grass that can be seen on the surface of dirt, instead being something that can always be destroyed with a single hit, livening up the scenery even more while also producing these seeds. Once you've got seeds, it's now time to set up your farm, holding off on the tilling for now and instead digging out a patch of dirt where water can hit the dirt blocks beside it. There's numerous ways you can lay out this farmland, but I always tended to work in rows, having one row of crops, then a row of water, and then another row of crops. The best and most convenient way I found to get water to the crops starts with getting the water itself, which requires us to build a bucket. You could hypothetically lead water in from the ocean, but it all depends on where you're actually building this farm to where that solution might not be practical. The bucket allows you to carry things like water and lava, and in turn place a brand new source down wherever you want. You'll oftentimes find though that when placing the liquid down, let's say beside these row of crops for example, as it's only coming from one source, the water level isn't equal. It spreads itself out, which is not only less effective for growing crops, but also not that satisfying visually. There's a nice little trick you can do to counteract this however. By mining 4 blocks into the ground and equalizing the water levels, you end up creating an infinitely generating water source. Much like we see when taking water from the ocean, the water this time doesn't just get scooped right out, but instead refilled with the other water sources surrounding it. Once you've done that, fill in the row of water until it's all at an equal level, in which you can then use your hoe to till the ground and place the seeds down. You'll know when the dirt has actually absorbed the water, as it actually ends up changing colour from the light coloured brown dirt to a darker colour. With the light and water source you've given the crops, you'll start to see them grow after a short amount of time. There's 7 stages to the growth in general, although to get any actual wheat from these things, you need to wait until the 7th stage. This point being distinguished by the crop's increased height and total lack of any green colour. You don't just get wheat from these though, but upon destroying them, you also have a chance to acquire around 1 to 4 new seeds, which you can then plant again, creating a constant cycle in which you hypothetically no longer have to go out and acquire any more seeds from grass. And the final step of course is to create the food from the wheat which you've gained. Of course, the food item being bread, being yet another useful resource if you're either going exploring or actually looking for fights. That's all for the tools, and much like the mobs which I've mentioned during this, I very much like how each of these tools have been implemented. All of them have specific functions, some admittedly being more vital than others. You can always mine blocks like dirt and gravel without a shovel for example, whereas you can't do the same with rock or coal, but their inclusion is just yet another fantastically crafted system, with the amount of resources it takes to build these being key to their success in my opinion, which goes for the game overall. If the tier system wasn't here, and a wooden pickaxe was just as effective and durable compared to a diamond one, it just wouldn't work. There'd be no point to mining anymore because getting items like iron and diamond no longer matter as much. But as items like diamonds are so rare, it makes your acquiring of them feel like a real achievement, which you can then put towards something which will help you out even more in the future. Working on a brilliant and addictive cycle, where you'll constantly be performing these actions and putting time into the game to acquire these rare resources. As it stands though, these are the most pivotal inclusions this build saw. Of course, I've not mentioned everything, but that's either because certain aspects I failed to mention get drastically changed or subsequently elaborated on, or they're just less important to the core experience. For example, during in-dev we saw innovations like a new tessellator, which made the game run better, updated pathfinding to the mobs, which meant they could more effectively move around and achieve whatever task it is they're assigned with, and more interestingly, we saw some bizarre inclusions in the mobs themselves, which didn't last too long admittedly, and from what I've seen, I assume it might be to do with how they don't really fit in with the overall style. They were all human characters, 2 of which were known as Steve and Black Steve, which despite looking different to our player character, is likely where the Steve name was garnered for the default skin. But then you also had Rana, which appeared like a girl with a frog hat on, and Beast Boy, who was inspired by and looks very similar to a character from the TV show Teen Titans, that character also being called Beast Boy. These additions, however, were obviously removed during the in-dev stage, and although they may have impacted the game's development in a technical sense, the behind-the-scenes improvements leave little to actually talk about, considering they simply make the game itself work more effectively, and that's it. Other removals include things like a quiver to hold your arrows in, a hell option in the level select which made the world significantly darker and replaced all the surface water with lava, and also water and lava spawner items, which would have been relatively useless with the addition of the more grounded bucket item. The other things we see were minor switches towards a numerous amount of elements, which for the most part are fairly unnecessary to go over, like how you could use fire to build chainmail armor, with the removal of this leaving chainmail in a somewhat permanent purgatory, with how it's the only armor which can't actually be crafted, or the fact that water and lava were now made a finite resource, meaning they'd stem their flow after a certain point. The only other addition I can really think to mention is appropriate, considering we're about to head over to the InfDev build, and that's the paintings, which came in the final InDev update. These can be created by using wool, known at the time as cloth, and also sticks, in which placing them down will present a variety of different paintings, with different sizes too, depending on how big the wall is that you're placing them on. Just even more personalization to your base building here, nothing more. But coming into InfDev, with this title as I mentioned earlier being a reference to how Notch rewrote the game's code to allow the world to be infinitely generating, although there is somewhat of a caveat to that here, with a legacy that's remained iconic for Minecraft throughout the years. Starting with the world generation itself, throughout this new infinitely generated world, at one point during the InfDev stages we could stumble across these huge brick pyramids. They didn't really have any purpose outside of being impressive landmarks, and were known for being considerably rare, but the most substantial change we saw to these throughout their inclusion were when caves were eventually able to carve within them, giving them slightly more purpose. But although they did look impressive, and were the only way to actually obtain brick at this time, they were eventually removed, a decision which I assume must have come from their relative uselessness to the world once again. Something else we saw generated was much less intentional than this though, that being what's referred to as the Farlands. Despite this world being infinite, there's a reason a lot of people would refer to the phrase infinite in quotation marks around this point, as upon journeying out far enough, you'd eventually run into something known as the Farlands. This wasn't something you typically find if you're playing the game normally, but the earliest version of this Farlands would generate when at 33,554,432 blocks. Yeah, that's a hell of a distance to travel, especially with how slow we still are in this version. Travelling that distance would simply greet us with a solid stone wall, but if we're talking realistically, you won't be able to travel here by normal means regardless, as the game would apparently suffer even more severe game-breaking bugs in between, making it essentially impossible to reach this place. In future versions of InfDev, the Farlands was then reduced to 12,500,000. I'm not going to read a ridiculous number again. Just know it's quite a bit less than previous. This cartograph shows nicely what happens to the world with the Farlands, before you then stumble across the edge or corner Farlands. Just to put into perspective how strenuous and difficult it was to get to this area legitimately, there's only been around 3 recorded instances of people walking to the Farlands without any cheating, one of which got a $10,000 donation from Notch himself for the achievement. But when reaching here, you can see it's no longer a solid wall anymore, but instead a wall which now has these large holes in, which you'll find are incredibly long. The corner Farlands are similar, but arguably even more bizarre, with how the generation of the world is slightly more in line with what we usually see, but having patches of land with trees and the like be stacked on top of each other, creating a very strange, blocky visual. Thing is though, that's not all. If you journey even further out, and I mean almost a billion more blocks further out, you then reach the Fatherlands. I can't even really describe what we see here, just bizarre horizontal rows of dirt and stone, which go on and on, looking away from the fact it's near impossible to reach either of these, not just for the immense task it already is, but also with how unstable the game eventually gets when reaching these points, with very high CPU usage and heavy frame rate drops being noted down. But compared to what we have in the main part of the world, there's no real benefits either. I imagine it's a stunning visual to see if you actually end up reaching this far, but let's be honest, you're not really going to. And considering the Farlands was entirely stripped out in the beta stages, and simply replaced with a world border, this is why despite being ultimately pointless, it's still remembered of fondly. InfDev was started on the 27th of February 2010, and lasted till around June of 2010, with the primary purpose of this development stage quite obviously being the infinite world. It was arguably the hardest task to be effectively achieved up to this point, with most of the development time not going towards new additions, but considering so many new things were added during InDev, the time was simply put towards fixing bugs, and trying to appropriately manage how the mechanics of the previous versions of Minecraft stacked up when introducing the infinite terrain. This phase could have ultimately been complete when ironing out these issues, but it was in the final month of development when new stuff started getting introduced, this being referred to as an extra phase, after the point where all of InDev's features were working accordingly in InfDev. This is the build that's playable on the launcher, a build which of course comes after the removal of things like the brick pyramids, but there is still some genuinely innovative stuff that we can witness here. Less substantial compared to the addition of huge game-changing things like tools and ores during InDev, but still notable things which shouldn't be ignored. Starting with the visuals and options. Clouds had the first big change since the classic stages. Before, these were simply 2D white patches which would move westward between layers 108 and 112, meaning that you can actually build above them if you wanted to. These still function the same, but have now been given more texture by making them 3D, also having a nice translucent effect to them as well. That plays somewhat into the new options we've got here, the most substantial of which, or at least that's how it initially appears, being the graphics options, those being fast and fancy. For a game as pixely as Minecraft, Minecraft, it's amazing that graphic options were even implemented. It's all got to do with the game's rendering processes, which can be most notably seen when looking at things like the clouds and leaves. The transparency I mentioned is the most notable difference between fast and fancy. When set to fast, the clouds return to the previous 2D textures, and the leaves become more clumped together, actually looking quite nice in their own right. Glass is also affected by the transparency changes here, in fast mode being unable to see any effects like rain or snow when looking through them. I haven't really mentioned any weather effects up to this point, and that's because they haven't really been implemented yet. Snow wasn't even entertained at this point, but rain was something we could actually see going all the way back to the classic stages, where by pressing F5 we can toggle it on and off. Despite not being a naturally occurring instance in the game world as of yet, the rain effects are near identical to what we eventually see when they're fully implemented, having nice coverage overall, which doesn't obscure the player's vision to any substantial degree, while at the same time featuring this nice effect when the rain hits the ground, seeing numerous water droplets shoot out as it collides. Overall though, at this stage, the graphic options don't do that much, and admittedly, even when more things get added to Minecraft with varying effects, the differences you see there are also very subtle, and some would say almost indistinguishable. It's nice to see the inclusion regardless though, as the possibility of it helping out players who might be having trouble running the game is definitely there, and surely much appreciated by them. Now, on to the additions and reworkings to the world. One of the first additions we saw were golden apples, which are known as one of the most effective healing items in the entire game, which only become more useful as certain updates get put out. When they were first introduced, there was one caveat which ended up becoming a joke during development, that being the fact that despite having golden apples, you couldn't yet acquire regular apples to actually craft this healing item. This led to some in-game jokes we could witness, where at one point it was thought that only Notch himself could drop regular apples when killed, and that's the reason why they're so rare. Of course, this wasn't actually true, but actually became a reality when it was made so that players called Notch would actually drop an apple upon dying, and ultimately this would remain as the only way apples could be obtained up until the beta stages, when they were eventually added to stronghold chests. Believe it or not, respawning was still not an actual thing before InfDev, instead having to generate a completely new world upon death, essentially being what would eventually be known as the hardcore mode. I think this would have dampened the experience back then for many players, as it not only removes all your progress, making every attempt pretty much meaningless upon death, but for some, this repercussion with the already threatening mobs and dangerous terrain that can be found might have been a major turnoff to a lot of players. There was never any kind of save state you can load back to if you die, and if you're personally struggling with the game already, continually retrying might be a pretty unsatisfying experience. Although as you could assume, due to there also being a large amount of people who enjoy the danger of the hardcore mode that we now have, this may have also been a draw to the game, putting more weight on your actions, not allowing you to make stupid mistakes, having to be constantly vigilant about your surroundings. Ultimately, I think it's a good idea the mechanic of respawning was implemented, but I'm also glad the hardcore mode was eventually added back to the game. It caters to both players who want to have a more forgiving experience, and those who want to go through the game with the constant threat of losing everything. Just ask any player of games like Escape from Tarkov or Rust if they change how the inventory systems work in those games. Minecraft obviously isn't as hardcore as those ones, but the loss of your world back then, and to be honest, even the loss of your equipment here promotes even more considered gameplay in the future, and also an incentive to pick yourself back up and keep trying so that you get better at the game. The reason I bring this up in relation to the apples is that with this new respawn feature which we're given upon death, this spawning us right back at the initial point we spawned into the world. It presented a renewable source of apples at this point for players called Notch. Not essential, we're not all that practical, but still possible, which also means multiple golden apples could be crafted without much hassle. Caves saw many multiple changes during InfDev, being removed and re-implemented numerous times, and the ores within these saw changes too. Ores at one point during InfDev were made to generate completely naturally, which meant that although they were still rare, you were actually able to find things like diamonds and gold above ground on cliffs and such. A very strange change, which was fairly swiftly moved on from, but interesting nonetheless. One of the biggest additions for the caves, however, was how they became far more complex. Before, caves were merely what most people nowadays would consider to be a dead end. They were randomly placed all over the map and singular, meaning that once you reach the end of whatever cave you're in, that's it. You're gonna have to head right back from where you came from. When caves were finally re-implemented permanently, they were now structured into clusters, where they were eventually referred to as Swiss cheese caves, due to how they would intercede with each other, with the multiple exit points that were now added. These exit points ranged from around 1 to 5, where you'd be able to find yourself with either more chances to make your way out of a cave, or instead enter another one and keep journeying forward to find ores and such. It was in these caves where you'd now find even more water and lava sources, which now not only were used to create the block we saw way back in Classic known as obsidian, by repeating the process I mentioned earlier about putting flowing water on a lava source, but also introduces even more possible dangers like drowning or burning burning alive. The structural changes are the most substantial thing here. Having caves interlink introduces so many more possibilities for your adventures underground, by having them not just stop at the first cave. Gravel and dirt were also added to these caves, which pop up occasionally, regardless of how far down you are, with the gravel in particular being another threat which you may stumble across when mining, due to its physics-based nature opening up the opportunity for you to be crushed and suffocated. And with the variety of caves that can be witnessed here, and the varying degrees of thickness they can present, Minecraft would see quite literally zero substantial changes to the caves for years to come, up until they somewhat ruin them in patch 1.7.2, but they redeem themselves in a big way, as we'll eventually see. Signs, doors, and ladders were all added together in one patch on June 7th, signs being something that were possible to see during the survival test, but merely being a sign which would display a test message. There was no way to actually input anything yourself with these initially. During InfDev, they were properly implemented to some degree. Signs were now able to be placed in which a text box would then come up on screen, where you can write whatever message you want. The only thing with the signs in this version is that they're absolutely massive. For whatever reason, I'm not really sure, but also because you're unable to place these on things like walls. Their purpose will be very specific to the players themselves, as opposed to how they're commonly used in the future to label things like chests. I should mention that chests are yet another new addition which we actually saw the introduction of during InDev, and overall they're great. They only really have minor changes from the point they get added, being able to place a chest by itself, and also two chests beside each other to create a large one. When doing this, they appear to be conjoined, with the latch in the middle of it moving along, so this bigger chest looks like one solid structure. You can never create these large ones by themselves, instead always being a result of placing two chests beside each other. As you could assume, the main function of these is to store the items that you're carrying, and with the 27 slots of a regular chest being identical to our inventory, compared to the 54 slots of a large chest, it's more often than not that building a large chest is overall more effective for storing items. It's more compact than spreading out several smaller chests, and doesn't really require a considerable amount more resources, especially considering these are constructed out of the incredibly common wood blocks. It's these chests which can be used for specific purposes if the player chooses. For example, having a chest solely filled up with dirt, wood, or stone, and that's where the signs can be effective, purely for labeling purposes. Of course, these can also be placed down for navigation, perhaps letting you reacquaint yourself with a certain location, or guide you in a certain direction that you've explored before. But for a lot of players, and me personally, I didn't find that much usage with these before they were able to be placed in a wider variety of ways. The addition of doors was arguably the last item that was required to complete a fully formed structure that could actually be thought of as homey, I guess, or at least substantially safer. There's not much to really say about these. It's more of a surprise it's taken so long for these to be added to begin with. You can only craft wooden doors for now, which don't take up any amount of substantial resources, and to use them, you can simply place them down wherever you want there to be an opening in your structure, and that's it. They take up one block horizontally and two vertically, so as long as you have those height requirements, there won't be an issue. I've always liked how the doors aren't completely solid, but instead have several openings at the top that you can see through, perhaps to check what the weather's looking like, or more vitally, if there's any mobs outside that are waiting to get the jump on you. Finally, the ladders, a self-explanatory item that's also crafted from wood, which upon being sequentially placed up or down a structure, will give you the ability to safely and automatically scale it. Notch stated during an interview that he never wanted to add ladders because he never found them fun, which I already kind of understand, but I get even more with Minecraft in particular. As long as the terrain's right, ladders allow the player to pretty much negate any kind of considered traversal in relation to the block building, and I'm sure that if fans weren't so adamant to have ladders at the time, Notch likely would have left them out entirely. As they stand though, I don't really have an issue with them. They can be effective in both a functional and visual sense, now being able to do things like create an accurate treehouse if we wanted to, or giving us an alternative to stairs by building a row of ladders to an upper level of our building. Talking of stairs, these were another simple yet useful addition to InfDev, giving us the ability to craft functioning stairs which would allow us to walk upwards. These can be placed down wherever, although if you want to actually use them to traverse vertically, it simply requires each sequential block to be one layer up or down from one another. This gives even more personality to our structures, while at the same time being incredibly useful for things like mine shafts, where now we don't have to jump all the way back up, but instead can more efficiently walk up and down at our leisure. These last few additions are ones that many players would consider fundamental to Minecraft as a whole. However, we also start seeing less vital but entirely welcome concepts which will be further elaborated on as we progress, some to an exponential degree. Minecarts and rails were added, although not actually functional in the sense that you might imagine. The minecarts, for example, weren't actually rideable in this build, instead being another storage-based item, which makes its purpose somewhat void, considering it doesn't hold the same amount of slots as a large chest. But I can see what the concept was. Pairing the minecart up with the rails they can be placed on introduces the idea of portable storage. However, considering rails require items like iron to build, needing 6 iron and 1 stick to craft them, and are only given out 16 per every individual build. You're going to presumably need a lot of resources to make these worth it. Otherwise, just build a smaller outpost if you're travelling to a faraway location and build chests there instead. They're both cool concepts though, it's just the fact that they haven't reached their max potential yet, with the minecart eventually being fully reworked to where it becomes solely a transport item, and the rails being expanded on so they don't require you to push the minecart everywhere. One of the final and coolest new additions we can see in game is the dungeons, which end up actually housing these monster spawners, both being the first time we can stay in one location and grind enemies for certain resources like string, arrows, or feathers, depending on what mob's being spawned. How these monster spawners primarily function, however, isn't just supposed to be a fun addition. As you could assume, it's also supposed to be a deterrent from the loot which gets spawned inside this dungeon, and a pretty fierce one at that. Monster spawners can spawn up to 4 mobs at a time, and when considering they can house enemies like skeletons, spiders, and zombies, you can see how things could get pretty quickly out of hand. If you manage to get inside the dungeon itself through the tons of enemies which are pouring out, however, you'll first want to break the spawner, so no more mobs hassle you when inspecting the chests. But then, looking around the small room itself, you notice that it's not just made out of cobblestone, a nice indicator for the room off the bat, considering you'll only be finding these underground, beside normal stone and ores. You should also notice that we see the first reappearance of the mossy cobblestone since Classic. Not having any functionality particularly, but being a block you might want to use for certain designs that you can't acquire anywhere else. The chests which are found inside can include a variety of things, ranging from gunpowder and string to iron ingots and golden apples. That's right, the only other way to attain a golden apple without dying while being named Notch. Overall, I'd say compared to what the chest loot here will eventually give out, they're a pretty unsubstantial reward for a room that's quite rare to be honest. But they do end up holding one unique item that should provide a bit of entertainment when first acquiring it, and that's the saddle. The inclusion initially seems strange, as there's currently no kinds of horses to ride around on. But heading above surface and finding a pig, you'll be able to place the saddle onto it and get on its back. And that's about it. The functionality is incredibly basic, as the pig will only wander around passively, just like normal. However, just like some of the other items I've mentioned here, the saddle will become more important as new things get introduced in the future. And that about wraps up the new additions to InfDev. As I established at the start of this development phase, this was far more to do with the technical side of things compared to the huge leaps we saw in previous phases. Although the new elements it does introduce still don't disappoint. The doors are a great inclusion, the cave updates are refined to the point where they hardly have to be touched for years to come and still present a fresh and satisfying experience. Even smaller things like finally being able to see our hands in the first person mode, or having the physics of blocks like sand and gravel be fully realised is great. This takes us nicely to the alpha stages of development, in which I should mention that by the point the extra stage of the InfDev phase rolled around, Notch made the decision to ditch any other priorities he had and start working full-time on Minecraft. I feel like that's one of the key reasons for why the alpha stages start seeing some of the biggest changes Minecraft's ever gotten. All his time was dedicated to Minecraft alone, meaning that it was time to not just start refining, but adding even more to this incredibly solid foundation that's been set up. Let's begin with something which has been constantly tweaked throughout the game's development so far. Something which appears unsubstantial on the surface, but ends up looking strange when actually in-game. This would be the decay of leaves on trees, and I'm not talking about it in any kind of seasonal way. The leaves always remain green, regardless of how many days, months, or years pass by in game time. What I mean is the mechanic which has been taken out and put back perhaps more times than any other, with the update history being hilarious, with how the only updates you see at the beginning are ones when they're added and removed. The mechanic itself occurs when you chop down trees, where upon chopping the wood, you'll notice the leaves start disappearing, in turn dropping saplings on the floor. As I said, it's a rather minor inclusion, but I can't deny that having these big mounds of leaves with no wood inside not only makes for a strange visual by itself, I also find it impractical to clutter up the space with items that at this period of time are completely useless. The decay system overall works more as a nice quality of life change compared to anything else, so that you personally don't have to chop these shrubs down. Since in-dev, the function was added and removed, and even by the final alpha stage, they still hadn't fully implemented it. But onto some new stuff that we actually saw implemented permanently. Let's start with the changes to the world once again, coming in one form which is fairly massive for the game, and another which is gigantic. Before we get deep into those, the sound finally makes a functional appearance, and much like tons of other elements, is nothing but iconic. Starting with our walk, we now hear numerous different walking sounds depending on what surface we're walking on. These aren't refined yet, and in some cases reuse sounds that are already existing. I mean that in the sense that despite me being unable to hear them, they were already in the game up to this point. When walking on grass, we hear the same deep crackly sound that we hear when actually breaking grass blocks. Although when treading on things like sand, we hear a very light step each time, to reflect the softness of the block. Gravel has a separate sound, reflecting the numerous rocks we're walking over. And the stone itself is just a flat thud, to reflect the hardness of it. Apart from the grass sound, which does eventually get changed to fit in line with the others in the future, all of these walking sounds are very subtle and understated, but are still a nice addition, which I find subconsciously give even more personality to each block. Outside of these 4 essentials though, you'll find the sounds get reused quite a lot after this point. Stepping over all the different ore blocks, for example, doesn't present any new sound effect, just a repetition of the stone one, which is perfectly fine. I feel like too much variation here likely would have become annoying, and makes all the other pre-existing sounds more defined and memorable. Then of course you've got the mining, which gives way to tons of new sounds here. Going back to the blocks we just went over, these all have defined sounds of their own, which much like the walking sounds, reflect the type of material you're breaking very well, having the same kind of characteristics which reflects the stone's hardness and gravel's looseness, etc. These are some damn satisfying sound effects though, with a lot of them having a nice pop whenever you break a block, typically with the most common ones having the best sounding pops. I can't even really describe the style, as it's not what I'd call realistic at all. Say you'd wiped my mind clean of all the experiences I've had with Minecraft over the years, and then asked me what the wood chopping sound was. I'd probably say it sounds like someone chopping up something in a kitchen. But they just all fit so well despite that. Mining stone, for example, doesn't sound like you're hitting rock at all, but instead it's a lighter sound akin to the wood chopping. The sound design was all done by Daniel Rosenfield, otherwise known as C418, who's also responsible for the music in this game. And although a large bulk of the sounds came from him manipulating tons of samples which he discovered online, he also used Foley techniques to get some memorable ones too. Some notable ones being things like the spider, whose sound effect was created with a watering hose. Or the iconic zombie ones, which are quite literally Rosenfield with a bad case of the flu. It's strange that while trying to come up with things to say about the sound design, I'm coming up slightly blank, which I think has a lot to do with its simplicity. I'll say now that what Minecraft sound does best is fit perfectly with all the actions you're performing. Just like I think you can very easily ignore a good user interface, but then notice a bad one straight away. It's similar with sound to me. You'll be able to identify a soundscape that doesn't work immediately. Yet when there's a good one, it's also important to not take that for granted, like a lot of casual players generally do. There's been a clear, concerted effort here to not overwhelm your senses. Much like the fairly peaceful experience Minecraft already can be, the sound reflects that. You're never bombarded with any effects, and even when there's the potential for this to happen when you're constantly hearing things like stone breaking over and over again, it's subtle, quiet, and as I mentioned, satisfying every time you hear it. So that in my case, and I assume many other people's cases, it never becomes tiring. I've already mentioned some of the mob sounds, but others like the creepers and skeletons are great, and work really well in terms of their design and functionalities in the game. A creeper's whole strategy is based on catching you off guard using its camouflage, so that it can potentially cause a fatal blow with its explosion. So brilliantly, they decide to leave the creeper completely silent until it's at a close enough range for detonation, in where, much like its visual implies, it starts rearing up with a few sound effects, before letting out a devastating explosion sound. Skeletons are more simplistic. You can hear them a mile off due to their frequent bone rattling sound effect, which is actually a large positive considering you'll likely want to be avoiding them most of the time. Although when they do start firing at you, the main sound you'll be hearing are the arrows which are shooting out, having quite an over the top but still appropriate sound of an arrow twanging against either you or the surrounding area. Although if it ends up hitting you, you'll actually end up mainly hearing our damage sound, something which gets switched up throughout the years, but still having the initial iconic sound that most people remember, constantly rising and lowering in pitch whenever you hear it to give some variation. Something which doesn't have any variation is the sound which plays when picking up objects, being yet another poppy kind of sound, which reflects nicely the idea of these items getting sucked into our inventory, which is exactly what happens in game. There's too many subtleties to go over here, so I'll just wrap up with some other notable ones. The water and lava both sound good, the water simply sounding like a running flow of liquid, whereas the lava's always accompanied with a bassy bubbling sound. All the passive animal mobs sound great, of course, all reflecting each individual animal accurately. Overall, the sound design's pretty fantastic. I know I haven't mentioned every unique sound here, and I might not for the endurance of this video, but let's just say that now we actually have access to fully functioning sound. I'm now able to bring up and discuss anything which particularly catches my eye. Or ears, I guess. Wait though, you can't talk about sound in Minecraft without mentioning one of the most key reasons to its success, and what I personally think is perhaps the biggest facet to why Minecraft has been a hub for so much nostalgia between different generations of gamers, and that's the music. As I said, C418 wasn't just responsible for the sound, but also single-handedly created one of the most beautiful soundtracks of all time. Coming in at 24 tracks, the Minecraft Alpha soundtrack is utterly brilliant, with pretty much every track being ingrained into my mind, due to the hundreds and most likely thousands of hours I played Minecraft with my friends as a kid. You'll notice though, that all of these tracks are rather quiet and ambient. There's not even one track here which sticks out as being remotely intense, or admittedly complex in any fashion. But that's an absolute positive. In a video posted about a year ago on the official Minecraft channel discussing the function of the music in the game, while being very kid-friendly as to not bore the viewers, they described the music was purposely composed in this way due to how varied all the possibilities are in Minecraft. Hearing that, you'd think that'd lead to a much wider range of sounds, ones that would accompany battles or dangerous expeditions slightly more. But to be honest, if you had those playing while you were just walking around minding your own business, it would feel infinitely more out of place. As for the tracks themselves, I really can't begin to describe how beautiful they are. As I said, I easily think it's one of the most perfect soundtracks I've ever listened to. It always has a large emphasis on piano, as we can hear in the iconic Minecraft or Sweden tracks. The way the songs themselves are constructed is fantastic, both when you're playing in the present, but perhaps even more when looking back to the game in retrospect. They present the player with music that will oftentimes put them into a very calm and reflective state, which at the time seemed like it would and absolutely has led to boatloads of nostalgia. I find with music that's been carefully thought out and properly constructed in a technical sense, you'll always end up having more nostalgia and raw emotion when looking back on it. I mentioned how they're mainly ambient, and that is still true, although you do still get a few here which somewhat go out of the realms of the norm. The bass line for most of these would be tracks like Dry and Wet Hands, smooth, understated pieces which feature solely piano. Just some incredibly original and beautiful material. But then you've got some slightly more expansive soundscapes in tracks like Moog City and Mice on Venus, which seem to err more towards the explorative side of Minecraft's world, by being more up-tempo and mysterious in terms of their chord progressions. But all in all, the music is a stroke of genius from everyone involved in the creation and implementation of it into the game. There was no real sign that Minecraft had to have this kind of music. From someone looking on the outside once again, when you describe what you do in Minecraft, things like fighting mobs and exploring underground caves, it might initially seem like it won't work as effectively as it actually does. And to be honest, I would also say from the outside looking in, that Minecraft perhaps seems like it doesn't need any soundtrack at all. But looking at how everything fits together as a whole package, the music was and still is one of the most vital inclusions added to Minecraft in my opinion. It gives such a huge level of personality and richness to everything you do in the game, while also being totally listenable as a piece of work on its own. The main words I'd use to describe it are sorrowful, sad, and reflective for a lot of the tracks, but there's also an undeniable flip side to a lot of these, which present more feelings of youth, adventure, discovery, and optimism. Just fantastic, I can't say anything else. Back onto what we were initially talking about though, which was the changes to the world. A huge addition here was the idea of biomes, now giving the world you explore even more variety in terms of the different environments that are being procedurally generated. Of course, the entire time we've been primarily dealing with grassy fields and woodlands. However, there's now some other distinct biomes which have been added alongside this, some of which primarily using pre-existing blocks to reflect aspects like the area's heat, such as the abundance of sand in the desert biomes, or the rainforest biomes, which have a denser amount of vegetation and trees. The desert is one of the more distinct biomes which gets introduced here, having sand which goes on for miles, the unique plant block of the cacti, one of the first blocks we see here to actually give out damage when either touching them with our hand or walking over them. There's 11 of these biomes in total which were added here, ranging from tundras to savannas, although it should be noted that not everything was fully implemented yet. A few of these, namely ones like the swamp and desert biomes, would see major reworkings to them, and in the case of the desert, arguably the widest variety of other new additions in terms of biomes outside of the forest and plains. Going over all of them real quick, you've got the forest, which is the most common biome in the game. The purposes within these being pretty self-explanatory, considering it's the main biome we've been exploring through all of the previous builds. The rainforest is very similar to the regular forest, but features a very high chance of rain obviously, and also more often has trees that are much larger than your ordinary oak tree. You've also got seasonal forests, which usually bridge the gap between the regular and rainforests, having few distinguishable features, as they really just spawn trees that have lower canopies on average. I can see why these were eventually removed in the more substantial biomes update in the beta phase. Swamplands, which we've talked about, hardly looking any different to environments like the plains. Then you've got the plains themselves, being predominantly flat patches of land with a lot of grass scattered around. Savanna, which more than anything in this version simply shows off how there's now more variation in grass colours with the introduction of these biomes, with the grass here appearing with a more dull orangey colour. Shrubland, which is one of the smallest biomes to generate here, basically being another indistinguishable patch of land that usually has a few trees but no grass. Taiga's a biome that's primarily distinguished by the snow that can be found within it, both lying on the ground and trees, while also replacing any rain effects with snowfall. This is similar to the tundra biome as well, with the only difference being the fact the taiga areas are more like snowy versions of forests, whereas the tundras are like snowy versions of the plains. Bit of an info dump there, but it's necessary we set these foundations up to see how they get expanded later on. And although at this stage they're still in their very early stages, you can already appreciate the effort to add even more variety to the world, broadening your adventure and making it feel even more like, well, an actual adventure. A journey in which you aren't just travelling across barren grasslands the entire time, but scaling snowy mountains, blistering deserts, and gross swamps. The other huge addition, well, somewhat, is something which is referred to as the Nether. This, along with several other things, were added in the Halloween update for the alpha, and finally gave usage to one of the more mysterious blocks in the game, obsidian. As I mentioned earlier with how you acquire obsidian, it's quite unlike most other blocks we can get throughout the game. In most cases, we need to simply discover them through exploration, which can obviously be the case for obsidian, but unlike the ores, we can actually create obsidian ourselves. Another aspect of obsidian which I haven't mentioned up to this point is that it's one of the hardest objects to actually break in the entire game, with nothing outside of a diamond pickaxe actually yielding a block when destroying it. And even with this pickaxe, it still takes around 10 seconds to break each individual block. Might not sound like a lot, but when considering stone takes 0.3 seconds to break with a diamond pick, you can understand why the weight can feel a bit strange strenuous. Once we've obtained this obsidian, needing around 10 to 14 blocks, we can then build the portal, which gives us access to the nether. It's quite simply a 5x4 square portal, although if you don't want to take the time out to acquire the 4 other obsidian blocks, you can actually perform a little trick so that you can build the portal with only 10 blocks. By placing cobblestone in the corners of the portal while you're building it, you're then able to place down all the other blocks so they connect in more of a circular shape. And as you can see, you can still activate the portal regardless of the obsidian blocks that are missing in the corners. Traveling to the nether for the first time is a wild experience. It's a complete contrast to everything we've experienced in Minecraft up to this point. The freakiest things we would have likely had to experience up till now is the sheer darkness that's presented with nighttime and in caves, and also the several different hostile mobs. Transitioning to the nether though is quite an off-kilter experience from the second the portal gets activated, using flint and steel on the inside of the portal, which then makes it light up with a spiraling purple entrance. First off, we haven't mentioned flint and steel up to this point, but it's an item that was added all the way back during InDev, and its main function is to do exactly what we just did, lay down fire. During the alpha stages, however, the fire itself saw some pretty great innovations. The particle effects which we already saw from the fire were pretty great, letting out different colours of smoke particles, and also having a nice layered texture with an animation that really looks like the fire's blazing. Arguably one of my favourite dynamic additions which we eventually see in alpha revolves around things like fire and flint and steel, and that's how the spreading of fire is handled. Before, fire was fairly stationary. Despite appearing like a blaze, it would only stay confined to the block that it was placed on. Now, with either our flint and steel or any surrounding lava on the surface, we can do things like create forest fires, where if there's a whole bunch of trees surrounding one another, you can set merely one leaf block alight and watch the entirety of them burn up in flames. Pretty cool stuff, although this effect does actually end up getting dampened in the future because of its ability to spread infinitely. Back to the nether though, the discovery of it is already intriguing because as per usual, there's absolutely no in-game indication that obsidian has any purpose, let alone requiring you to build it in the form of a portal to access this new area. But reaching the point where we're standing right in front of it, not only is the purple portal itself strange with how it's letting out these purple particles, which are both being released and drawn back into the portal, but getting up close, you can start hearing these bizarre twisted sounds that are mostly indistinguishable. Heading inside though, we can see the sounds are entirely appropriate, as we end up being transported to what's essentially this game's version of hell. Everything here is being illuminated by fire. Looking up reveals there's no sky to be seen. Instead, much like most of our surroundings, it's being covered by this red fleshy material known as netherrack, kind of like the nether's version of blocks like dirt or stone. But that's not the only thing to be seen here. Gazing around our environment, the sheer amount of lava, paired up with a frequent tendency to be walking very high up, on either some very tight or thin walkways, it seems like you're almost constantly putting yourself in a very precarious position. That's not the only issue you're going to have when getting around this place though. On top of the vast amounts of lava we see flowing out of ceilings and covering up huge patches on the ground level, there's also the fire which gets placed on blocks, and a couple more mobs that could give you some quite severe trouble if you're not careful. The first and more common of the two is the zombie pigmen, appearing much like the zombies in terms of their height and stance, while also acting very similar to boot. They can be found without any items in their hand, which will lead to them giving out around 5 health points worth of damage on normal, but more often than not, you'll see these guys walking around with golden swords in their hand, which despite not actually being able to see them physically swipe at us, the increased damage output goes up to 8 health points, so we can assume they're using it to slice us. Thing is though, much like the spiders, the pigmen are actually passive up until you attack one of them, where if they're surrounded by other pigmen, they'll also start coming after you too. As a whole, it's a good and dangerous foe when trying to mess with it, but yet another great visual addition by itself anyways. The pigmen were initially going to have a significant amount of blood pouring out of them, but Notch decided to redesign them before the nether was released, because he thought it was more fun to make things scary without the reliance on blood, changing the red colours that were in between where the skull and skin parts of the texture meet to a green colour. Overall, a great decision, considering that although Minecraft wasn't completely dominated by kids by this point, its mechanics and visual style still made it a very welcoming game for kids to play, with things like blood going against this, which we can see would have been even more of an issue nowadays, with how predominant the kid fan base is. That's not all though, you've also got another mob that's completely unlike anything we've seen up to this point. Whereas the pigmen could quite easily be compared to the zombies, the ghasts are in a world of their own. You'll likely hear these guys before you actually see them, where much like the twisted grunts of the pigmen is far different to what we've been hearing from even the strangest mobs on the surface level. These sounds are just straight up bizarre, in how it sounds like they're either continually whimpering, giggling, or taking sharp breaths inwards. The final take on that perhaps being the most important, with how its main way of attacking you involves shooting out a fireball from its mouth. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, these guys can literally fly in the air, fitting in line with their sounds. Their appearance and mode of moving is just as strange, looking like a sort of cloud entity with tentacles protruding from beneath it, in which they float around quite aimlessly until they spot you. They don't actually try to pursue you at all, which might sound like they'd be less of an issue. But with a range of 100 blocks, if you're out in the open and one of these things starts firing at you, you might want to get out of there fast or start praying. There is ways to tackle these foes, of course, though. The main one, as you could assume, being to get a bow and arrow and get close enough to the ghast where your arrows can actually hit. This still being risky, of course, considering that getting closer to it will give the ghast an even easier time shooting fireballs at you. But the second way you can damage it comes in the form of dealing with the fireballs themselves. Using a sword, we can actually counter this attack by swinging at the fireball before it collides with us, sending it right back in whatever direction we're looking, and actually damaging the ghast if it ends up colliding with it. Notch stated when he was patching the ghast in that he was working on the most unfair mob ever, and that people would hate it. And although I and many others have had some issues with the ghasts over the years, overall I don't think they're too much of a hindrance. Just keep parrying those shots away in the fairly large window you're given to do this, and try make your way out of its firing range, and I'm sure you'll be fine. So, those are the threats of the Nether. But you might also be wondering, what's the actual point of it? If you're dealing with mobs like the pigmen and ghasts, which can wipe you out very easily if aggroed, on top of some incredibly unstable and dangerous terrain, there must be something quite special to find here, right? Well, eventually, but overall, when the Nether was initially added, it was more of a spectacle compared to anything else. The items you could acquire here don't actually warrant the risk of entering, in my opinion. Netherrack is incredibly common and can only be used for building purposes currently, and same goes for the soul sand and glowstone blocks, although unlike the previous two, glowstone is a lot more visually satisfying and actually useful in terms of being a light source. But that's about it for the Nether right now. Is it a worthy addition? Most definitely. Is it a complete break from the norm, which will intrigue and startle players who are unfamiliar with it? Guaranteed. Does it need more expansion in the future to make the journey through it seem genuinely worth it? 100%. Once again, we're seeing foundations here, nothing more. As it stands, it will still be a lot of fun to make your way through the Nether and make new discoveries while adventuring. But much like the rest of Minecraft, there's got to be some kind of progression that will keep players coming back. If the game itself was solely the Nether, for example, you wouldn't have any trees to break, ores to mine, or tools to build. It would just be a bit nothingy. So, as I said, fantastic addition and a great start. It just needs more functionality in terms of the overall game. Linking the Nether's blocks to some new additions outside of the world structure. When glowstone blocks are destroyed, you're not given the block itself, but instead glowstone dust. This dust can be reused with a crafting table to create another glowstone block. A slightly more drawn out process compared to just getting the block outright, but leads way to some other crafting opportunities down the line. Getting back to the glowstone itself though, we're able to place it down as is, which provides a light source, or instead mix it with one of the brand new resources we have here to create a more stylized light source, that being the redstone. Now, getting into redstone is filled with landmines, as it's an item that's led way to such complexity within certain builds, which the community as a whole has taken full advantage of. Much like other minerals, redstone can be found sporadically underground, and upon mining with an iron or diamond pick will produce redstone dust. Starting with the simple stuff, redstone now gives us access to equipment like the compass and clock, two new additions which are fairly self-explanatory. The compass doesn't actually work functionally. There's no kinds of north or south faces, but instead features a more simplistic functionality in guiding us to wherever our spawn location was. A very effective and not all that confusing item, getting us back to a place we're familiar with if we get lost, and being obvious with its functions due to the fact that wherever you look, the arrow will keep pointing in the exact same direction, and continuing to follow it, you'll of course put the pieces together that you've been here before. The clock is just a clock, but instead of numbers it works off the day-night cycle, by showing how far along the day and night is until they transition. But, getting into redstone itself, the main function of it is to serve as a conductor for other blocks with particular functions. I'm only going to be getting into real simple examples here, but I'll showcase at the end some more elaborate processes which players have created, starting with some appropriate ones to this build in particular, using some newer additions which we see here. Redstone can be used for those those redstone lamps which I mentioned earlier, the ones which could be built from a combination of glowstone dust and redstone. Placing the lamp down, you'll notice that it's turned off. However, using redstone or a few other redstone related processes, we can actually manage to turn it on. This is where things can start to become quickly complex though, however. So let me give you an example. Say you've got several redstone lamps that you want to activate simultaneously with a single flip from the brand new lever item. The lever is known as one of many power components, where without any convoluted process, we can just place it adjacent to the redstone lamp, flip the switch, and the lamp will turn on. But introducing multiple ones spaced out, this solution no longer becomes practical, so how do we solve it? Well, with the redstone itself, we can set up a system that's linked to a power component by placing the dust onto the ground, and using it almost as wires in a circuit. The idea of wire-type blocks being the initial idea that Notch wanted to implement. As you can see, much like the lamp from before, placing this redstone down on the ground initially presents a very dark tone of red, to reflect how it's currently turned off. However, when placing, say, a lever or a redstone torch down beside it, the redstone will brighten up and turn on, having some subtle red particle effects floating off the redstone as well. Ultimately, this is where everything really stems from with the redstone. Regardless of the complex creations I'll show in a sec, it's all about having an appropriate circuit which activates all of the components to complete whatever task it is you want to be done, and having the circuit itself link up to an activation point like a lever, button, redstone torch, or redstone block, so that it can actually be switched on. The biggest thing about redstone is the numerous intricacies which it presents that give way to some really impressive stuff. All the footage you've currently been seeing is from the latest release, just for convenience, but I think it's best to get redstone as a whole out the way right now, once again to not reiterate any information later on. Don't worry about anything new we're touching on here. Objects like the pistons and repeaters which you're seeing don't get added till the beta stages. As long as you've got an understanding for the item itself, that's all that matters. We're still sticking with the development stages up until the full release, but just bear in mind the chronology of these updates is starting to become less important, considering the core foundations have already been set. Here, we now have access to all different kinds of redstone related equipment which have been implemented over the years. Things like the redstone repeater, which delivers a full strength output signal so that circuits can perform their function on a loop. Say for some reason we wanted to create a circuit which automatically pushes a sand block into the abyss, while simultaneously using an item referred to as a dropper, which simply spits out anything you put into it, to activate at the exact same time. How would we do this? And can we make it an automatic process which doesn't require the flicking of a switch? Well, yes, we somewhat can. In my case, I'm even below amateur level with redstone, so I have near to no clue what I'm doing. But by placing a switch down right beside a repeater block, then placing a piston in front, digging out a couple holes in front of the piston itself, and then linking redstone up to the piston, you'll find that every time a block gets placed in front of the piston, it gets activated, and the sand plummets into the abyss. Of course, sand is used in this example, so the block actually falls. Attempting to do this with blocks like dirt will still leave it elevated on the surface. It's an incredibly simple example, but in doing this, we can see that redstone can also pass through solid blocks. The reason this reaction's garnered is due to the fact the redstone repeater is passing its current through the sand block. This sand block then carrying the current through to the other piece of redstone which is connected to the piston, and causes the automatic process so that any time a block is placed in front of the piston, the current from the repeater will always be carried to the piston, so there's never a chance for a block to be stationary in front of it. The dropper in this case was merely an accessory of this circuit, showing the fact that so many different and possibly unrelated functions can all be hooked up to the same circuit. Although, as you can see, if you drag the circuit out long enough, the dropper function eventually stops working, which can only be rerouted by placing something like a redstone torch at the point where the redstone loses power. And as promised, I'll look away from my incredibly sloppy examples to a few ones that I found to be mighty impressive, and show the numerous capabilities of redstone. First off, we've got a redstone computer which actually functions. As you can see, there's a keyboard on the ground, where every time you land on one of the keys, it then writes that corresponding letter on the screen. An automatically generating maze, an elevator which primarily functions off the sticky pistons, which allows blocks to stay attached to the piston itself. Basically a full-on sentry turret, and even an iPhone which allows you to do things like swiping up to unlock it and access different apps from the home screen. Redstone creates so much potential for creativity if you know what you're doing. It's just the fact it's a very complex system that requires a lot of time to learn. I mean that in terms of not only understanding how to achieve the effect you're looking for, but also in terms of something like a house, implementing this in a way that doesn't stick out from anything else in the structure. Coming back to the alpha build, you've got similar redstone-ish type blocks that achieve functions like the automatic opening of doors. Simple ones like buttons allows a door to be opened when one's placed beside it. In terms of a wooden door, this doesn't really matter, considering you can open it with one click anyways, but the brand new iron door will find much more usage out of it, considering it can't be opened by clicking on the door itself. The iron door removes any possibility of fire burning it down, which doesn't particularly matter as much if your entire structure is predominantly built out of wood. But the other function it has is to protect yourself from threats more effectively. As compared to wooden doors, the iron ones can't be destroyed. Actually opening these can be done with the button, as I mentioned earlier, but for more convenience, you can now also place down either a wood or stone pressure plate in front of it, which upon stepping on it will open the door automatically. Of course, if you're going the approach of having an iron door, it's worth noting that you'll need to have these buttons or pressure plates on the inside as well, as if you don't, you'll end up trapping yourself in, and needing to break yourself out. In terms of mobs, we only see one other hostile mob outside of the ghasts and pigmen in the nether, but then also a couple other passive ones too, which will eventually present food sources in the future. These are the cows and chickens, both of which roam around just like the other animal mobs, but with cows dropping leather when killed, which can be used to craft leather armor and other buildables alike, and then chickens, which only drop feathers for now. As I said, both things which will eventually generate food items, taking me nicely to two of my favourite new additions here, both being centered around the water. As I mentioned before, swimming was always an issue for me in these earlier versions of Minecraft, but now that's been lessened to quite a measurable degree with the addition of boats. Quite a simple but much appreciated change, where we can place one of these in the water and ride it wherever we want. While out on the seas, it'd be useful to take advantage of the new fishing rod item we get here, working about as you'd expect, with how we can throw it out into some water, wait a while in which we can see the float bobbing along the surface, until you eventually see it start getting pulled underwater, with the point where it's fully submerged being the moment you can pull it back out and hopefully acquire a fish in the process, one of the new food items. Much like the pork chops, these merely have to be cooked in the furnace to get a more effective health item. Looking away from the alpha for a sec, I want to give a brief acknowledgement to some of the wilder conspiracy theories and urban legends about Minecraft, as due to the game's oftentimes mysterious nature, there's been a lot of these generated over time. Starting with perhaps some more unknown but interesting ones, there's multiple theories floating around online about what the actual meaning of Minecraft is. Somewhat a pointless task, considering there's hardly any actual narrative to the game outside of the building blocks and surviving, but an interesting theory being made by YouTuber Rolly is that the game is actually an allegory for mental health, substance abuse and depression. Quite heavy subjects for a game that's relatively kid-friendly, but I'll be honest, this video appears to be more of a joke than anything, but we'll still have some people turning their heads. It's mainly revolved around the enemies of the game, comparing these to a different part of a struggling person's mind, in which battling them reflects battling against our own dark inner thoughts. Bats and spiders are represented as childhood trauma. The skeletons reflect our past coming back to kill us in a physical form. Not really making much sense outside of that colloquial phrase of having a skeleton in your closet. A secret, likely in your past, that you'd like to move on from, coming back to taunt you. And creepers reflect the idea of depression, whereas Rolly says it silently sneaks up on you until it tears your whole world apart. Interesting, albeit very far-fetched comparisons to the mobs in this game. It's still a theory, just one that I don't think is substantiated to any profound degree. But then we've got ideas that have become urban legend for Minecraft. The most well-known, of course, being the entity known as Herobrine. Funny enough, it was in the alpha phase of development where Herobrine was initially brought up, merely being our player character with completely blank eyes. What kicked off all the buzz around Herobrine was the freaky idea itself, having several reports in the form of posts and actual videos where people captured sightings of Herobrine. The idea of this unknown thing lurking around Minecraft, waiting to creep up on you and possibly try to kill you, was genuinely quite scary, especially when multiplayer wasn't fully functional. There should be no possible way for another human like Steve to be in this world, yet here were people on a full-on live stream discovering him randomly. But, sorry to be a buzzkill, but much like many other popular urban myths like Bigfoot from San Andreas, it's just not true. There was and has never been any code in the game which reflects an NPC with the functionalities of Herobrine, and upon further analysis, you can discover the original hoaxer known as Copeland, recounting the process he went through to set up the encounter on the livestream, retexturing a painting to appear like Herobrine, and acting like he was shocked and scared when running into it. Yes, despite still being one of the most talked about mysteries in Minecraft, it's completely untrue. You're never going to have an encounter with him if you're playing an unmodded version of Minecraft. But, be careful, you never know what the devs might add in the future. Just keep one eye open is all I'm saying. Who knows, perhaps they coded him in a way where data miners would have no knowledge of his presence, silently lurking among chosen players' worlds, waiting for a chance to pounce. Nah, I'm just joking. I hope. Back to the alpha. Taking a look at things which are less important to the game world itself, you find that as per my mention of it earlier, the tutorial level has now been removed. Although in exchange, we get a replacement which has remained a hub of creativity for the Minecraft community, that being the mods and texture packs tab. Before we talk about that, we should also note the multiplayer tab is also no longer inaccessible. Although as you can see, they basically tell you straight away that it's buggy and currently under testing. So you've got the tab, but still no proper multiplayer. As for the mods and textures, we're not going to constrain ourselves solely to stuff released at the time of this alpha, but instead take a wider viewpoint to the numerous things which have been released throughout Minecraft's entire life cycle. I'll start with one of my all-time favourites, that being Optifine. Not really being a texture pack, but as described on their website, a Minecraft optimization mod. This really doesn't do it justice though. Optifine makes Minecraft look unbelievable, with certain effects that look incredibly realistic. Dare I say, even better than your average AAA game nowadays. There's several features which Optifine introduces, one of which being a nice FPS boost off the bat, doubling the frame rate for some players. Then when configuring the mod in-game, we can see there's a host of animations we can mess around with, from the clouds to explosions, which is a very nice touch. But even just loading the default version into the game, the difference is present immediately. The most notable inclusion being the shaders, which now present some incredibly amazing water textures, dynamic lighting, which reflects all of the game's objects accurately, and even ends up showing the shadow of our character too. And then, taking a closer inspection to things like trees and flowers, we can see they now sway around to emulate wind blowing through them. Those are the most substantial changes, but they're ones that will make you garner a whole new appreciation for Minecraft's beauty, and it's easily one of the best mods to ever be implemented into the game. Other mods that should be noted are ones like Here's What You're Looking At, which as the title implies, puts a box up on screen whenever you're looking at a particular block, and gives you information like the block's name. You've also got some more creative and experimental ones, which look away from the technical aspects of the game. Ones like Pixelmon, which lets you capture, train, and battle countless Pokemon which have now been implemented. There's Mousy's Mobs, which introduces tons of new mobs to the game, even as big as things like dragons just flying around the open world. And just tons more to choose from, most of which are found on Minecraft modding websites like Curse or Planet Minecraft. And let's not leave out the other facet of the Minecraft community, and that's the people who make custom maps for people to play on. The amount of hours I used to spend watching the Yogscast run through countless custom maps, like the Dropper or Red Merc, there's just so much variety to these because they're all community made. The Dropper, for example, has this fantastic concept of dropping yourself through these huge rooms to reach the goal at the end, and Red Merc was one of many scary custom maps. Overall, the Minecraft community is just brimming with knowledgeable developers and very creative individuals that leads way to this whole other world of content outside of the vanilla version. It's almost impossible to get bored with Minecraft to begin with, but with all this other stuff, you're surely never going to run out of interesting stuff to find. Going back to vanilla Minecraft, however, we see even more items here that now begin to bring back old blocks from Classic, with the unique process to craft them, introducing even more materials to find. Sugarcanes now often spawn near beaches, or occasionally just next to bodies of water. These can be picked up to craft paper, which when paired up with some leather can then craft books. Get 3 books and you can create a bookshelf, a returning block from Classic, but still only serving decorational purposes for now. Another returning decorational block are the bricks, which can now be constructed by using clay, this material being found underwater. Another new item also presents a new mob, being known as slimes. They're about as you could expect from something literally called slime. They're green blobs which slowly hop around, having a nice squelchy sound every time they land back on the ground, and appropriately dealing varying amounts of damage in relation to their 3 different small, medium, and big sizes. The size difference comes from the initial slime itself, but you can also see when taking one of these out, it will then split into several smaller versions, this process repeating again and again until they're tiny, which ends up killing the slime for good. They're not all that threatening to be honest, especially when comparing them to some of the other mobs we have here, and all they currently give you in return for killing them is slime balls, something that for the entirety of the alpha have no actual purpose at this point, but are eventually used for things like the sticky pistons which we saw while looking at the redstone. There's some newer things we see in relation to our player and the options to select from here. Pressing F1 now presents a more immersive, albeit less practical camera view, which removes all HUD elements from the screen, as well as our hand. A nice addition, which has been frequently used to showcase things in Minecraft during YouTube videos and stuff like that. We've also got the addition of sneaking, whereby holding down the left shift key, our player will go into this hunched over position, decreasing our movement speed substantially, but having one great positive. I assume sneaking had quite a large part to do with the new multiplayer system, with one of the key things to notice being the fact that while another person's sneaking, the name which floats above every character's head becomes much fainter for the person sneaking, with their name only being able to be seen at a much closer distance. Although outside of multiplayer usage, which I presume would only actually be useful in PvP instances, where you're wanting to surprise the other players. The most useful part of the sneaking for me has always been its ability to stop you dropping off objects. By simply holding shift, any risk of falling is now negated, working wonders for areas like the Nether, or maybe when you're traversing through some passages of lava through caves. This effect can also be useful for when you're building structures, even medium-sized ones, letting yourself hang over blocks so you can more easily build downwards. And in terms of the options, looking to the difficulty settings, we saw several changes in terms of the different modes which began back during in-dev. The idea for different difficulty settings was planned since Classic, where Notch was initially giving these settings titles like Walk in the Park and Armageddon. During in-dev, they were changed and finalized to the difficulties we know today: Peaceful, Easy, Normal, and Hard. Peaceful difficulty is as easy as you can get, removing all hostile mobs from the game, at least for the most part. Certain updates in the future introduces more neutral mobs in the Nether that can actually still spawn in on Peaceful, although even if they try to attack you, there's no possible way for you to take damage from these guys on this mode. Other mechanics which affect Peaceful would be the eventual hunger system which gets implemented, now having that bar never deplete. And for the most part, despite the almost invincible state we garner in this mode, it also ends up locking away a lot of interesting mechanics in the future. The rest of the difficulty settings are about as you'd expect. Easy has mobs giving out half the damage of normal, and Hard makes mobs give out 1.5 times more damage than normal. There are some smaller things to note however, like how on Easy, mobs can no longer break down your wooden doors, meaning that making an iron one isn't really essential. But for the most part, it's a very basic damage increase, although the health of the mobs themselves stay the same regardless of which mode you're playing on. And coming to the end of our time with the alpha, overall we saw some fantastic, albeit less substantial updates compared to previously. Remember, I'm classifying the substantiality of these in regards to how they switch up the core foundations, and how they'll possibly alter how most players approach the game. We haven't got there quite yet, but as we'll see, there'll eventually be major additions that, while still being totally optional, much like the Nether for example, will have most players wanting to sort them out upon their discovery of them. The best thing the alpha does is once again refine the base foundations, both in a technical sense with the constant bug fixes and changes to the code which we saw this time, but also the numerous extra blocks and mechanics that we see. Some minor things I want to mention before we move on are the pumpkins and jack-o'-lanterns we can find, as you could assume both being added in the Halloween update, the first of which can be destroyed and worn on your head, although there's no actual purpose for pumpkins in a food sense yet, and the other of which works as another light source. Alpha's also where we saw some newer variation in some of the mob sounds, like the sound that occurs when a zombie gets hit. And we also see the introduction of the unnecessarily terrifying sounds which can occur when mining underground, which I'd say are great for encouraging discovery. But I'll be honest, hearing these sounds can be so freaky and unexpected at times that I just want to get back to the surface. More variation in paintings, fences which are great for structuring farmland with, just tons of new stuff to see in Alpha. But heading into the beta, what's referred to as the final development phase for Minecraft. It's in this phase where a lot of the changes we see start becoming genuinely pivotal towards the experience we witness in the full release of the game. As per usual, we'll start by looking at the options menu in the world, before looking more closely at the new additions and mechanics we've got here. From the start screen, we can now see what would be the permanent Minecraft logo, a more stylized and cobblestone version of the original Minecraft text, now featuring a creeper face in the A, further making them a staple of the game. In the options menu, we can now see there's a different tab referred to as video settings, leaving the initial options screen to now be a more detailed version of the previous ones, featuring the music and sound bars, which I should mention were turned into a slider during the alpha instead of the on and off options from before. You've also got an FOV option now, giving us the opportunity to broaden our field of view in game if we decide the normal FOV is too limiting. And then in the video settings, the only two new things we've got here are the options Performance and Advanced OpenGL. The first of which, as you could assume, allows you to adjust the performance of the game, letting you adjust it between balanced, power saver, and max FPS. And the Advanced OpenGL being what's supposed to be yet another performance improvement, but one that will likely only be noticed by those having a very hard time running the game. Onto the actual game. As we're entering into the final beta off the bat, you can see that when creating a new world this time, not only has the world selection screen been revamped to have a nicer presentation, but also gives you even more information in relation to the worlds which have been previously previously created, letting you know things like how many megabytes they are, just like before, but now also letting you know the exact date and time it was created. Then, when creating a new one, we see that we can now name these worlds whatever we want, instead of the stock world 1, 2, 3, etc. compared to last time. There's also the game mode tab beneath it, allowing us to either build a world that has the survival mechanics we've become very much used to by this point, or the brand new creative mode, which is basically a reintroduction to classic Minecraft. This is what you were seeing me use during the redstone segment, and although it doesn't currently feature the super flat terrain that I was using, it gives us access to every block and item in the game, while making us totally invulnerable to any damage. You can tell this straight away from how it removes our health bars, but you'll also find that when walking up to any mobs, they'll totally ignore you. It's great having the classic Minecraft back. I'm sure during the Inf Dev and Alpha stages, it was something that was sorely missed by certain players, who would much rather play Minecraft as a solely creative-based game. And with the addition of being able to fly during this mode by double tapping the jump button, the inclusion of creative will not only entice more players by letting them craft whatever they want whenever they want, and very effectively with the flying and lack of aggressive mobs, but the mode itself just presents a new level of accessibility to Minecraft, which allows you to experiment more with certain mechanics while remaining completely safe. Then finally, in the world options tab, we can now see that we've got the option to enter a seed code, as well as a couple options, one of which generates structures in the world like dungeons and the brand new villages, and the other unfinished option being the world type, which is where we'll eventually see the addition of options like the super flat world. Allowing us to input our own seeds is fantastic. If you're just randomly inputting letters and numbers, you likely won't notice much difference from a regular Minecraft world. However, say you're watching a particular YouTuber's Minecraft playthrough and want to experience what it's like to survive in the world they're playing on. As long as you know what the seed of their world is, you can now input that here and spawn in the exact same world. Getting into the actual game though, the first thing you'll likely notice, outside of if you spawn in one of the updated biomes, is the new additions to our inventory tab. Beside our health, we can now see 10 pieces of meat, which now correlates to our hunger. Hunger is a fantastic mechanic, which relates to things like our health and also certain actions we can perform. As you play, you'll find that doing certain actions like jumping, breaking blocks, and even swimming, your hunger bar will slowly start going down. This also being the case for just waiting around. Even by doing nothing, the hunger bar will eventually start going down. To regenerate this, you of course have to find food. So as you can see, the mechanic of food has now been reworked to not be a static health increase, but instead a replenishment to your hunger. This now means that your health will always be directly connected to your hunger, now working mainly as a regenerative process, where if your hunger's too low, your health won't regenerate, and once your hunger's all the way up, you'll start regenerating health again. Health regeneration begins to stagnate when around 5 to 6 hunger points have been lost, with it even beginning to slow down when it's gone down before that point. But you'll also find that during this regeneration process, you'll actively start losing hunger at quite a rapid rate. This is because the hunger bar isn't just used up by performing actions, but is also used up for the health regeneration itself, where if it's filled up completely, you'll be regenerating around 1 health point per every 4 seconds. And of course, with there being 20 health points in our health bar, and regeneration stopping after 5 to 6 hunger points, you'll need some more food to heal yourself completely if you're running especially low. Below our hunger and health bar though, there's yet another new inclusion, that being the XP bar. You'll find that when killing mobs now, those either being hostile or passive, you'll now receive these glowing green orbs. These are experience points, and as you can see when they get sucked up towards you, the amount of experience you've gained is now reflected in the XP bar. When killing very common mobs, you'll find the amount you gain will always be quite negligible, but due to the mobs being common, you can imagine the XP can really build up over time. However, as you can see, the XP has a lot of variations to it, ranging all the way from being given only 2 experience points, in which the green ball itself appears very small, to being given around 2,500 points, where the ball now appears much larger. We'll get into later what this XP will actually be used for, but for now, let's take a look at some of the changes to the world, the most noticeable of which being the updated biomes we see here, now making a lot of them far more defined compared to their initial implementation in the alpha. Things like the deserts were already pretty much as they are today, but we can now see that swamplands and taiga biomes have now been completely redone. The swamplands now feature trees which are covered with vines, a new item that we can actually climb up. The terrain's also featured with countless patches of water, with some of the only noticeable visual updates in the future coming from the changed colours of things like the trees, grass, and the water itself, being made more of a greyish colour overall, and also the addition of some new items which crop up very frequently in the swamp biome. The taiga biome has primarily seen a big change in regard to the trees, where now not only are the trees much bigger in size, but they also don't use the same kind of oak wood we've been familiar with in the past. This comes with one other new tree type, that being the birch tree. With both of these new wood wood types, creating different colours of wooden planks. As you're aware, more variation gives more possibilities to players, which is only ever a good thing with a game like Minecraft. And in terms of the taiga biome, you'll mainly notice the change of tree from the different type of leaves that get generated. Although if you walk up to the tree itself, you'll notice the texturing of the wood is also a lot darker and more indented compared to the oak. Still on the world, you'll notice that weather effects have also been fully implemented by this point, no longer being activated by a manual button push, but now dynamically occurring, sometimes more frequently in some of the different biomes we journey through. We now have rain, which we've seen before, snow, which only occurs in cold areas like the taiga or tundra, that also ends up laying snow onto the ground, which we can destroy to acquire snowballs, and also thunderstorms, which introduces the idea of lightning, which can strike onto the ground and create a fire. These lightning strikes also being able to create a new variation of the creepers, being referred to as a charged creeper, a type of creeper that's 50% more powerful than a regular one, which can be seen very clearly in this screenshot with how its explosion affects the terrain compared to a standard one. Pigs also being affected by lightning, with how getting struck with it will lead to them turning into pigmen. That's not all though. Heading through the worlds and the different biomes, we'll also come across several different generated structures which elaborate on the concept of dungeons. Unlike the dungeons though, not all of these are dangerous. For example, the villages. In this build, they're definitely an interesting idea that clearly has a lot of potential, but in their current state, they're slightly too barren to be anything outside of a cool visual. They're not completely useless of course, they do actually give us easier access to things like wheat, due to the several crop farms that are usually present, but also in terms of the buildings that are here. If we choose to take resources like the logs and cobblestone from these, it's arguably an easier and safer way of acquiring these resources compared to journeying deep underground. There's currently no mobs to be seen in these, although during their implementation, it was originally said the pigmen from the nether were going to inhabit these villages. But as they stand, they serve as a highly mysterious landmark for me, due to the fact things like houses have been built to shelter people, but there also being no people in sight, making us question how these actually got here, when they were built, and who they were built by. Things get even more interesting though when looking at the structures which can naturally occur underground, these being the mine shafts and strongholds, with mine shafts arguably being a lot more common, and an actual useful addition at this point in the game's development. You'll be able to notice these almost immediately if you're journeying through a cave, due to their immediate contrast to the grey stone surrounding it. Mine shafts tend to feature a lot of wooden structures, and you'll most likely discover it when finding some kind of wooden bridge connecting one part of the mine shaft to another, but also featuring what appear to be support beams, with how the wood fences we can see are designed to look like they're holding up wood blocks to keep the stone from collapsing. This of course being a nice visual addition, nothing more. Exploring through these mine shafts, there's plenty of times that you might come up completely short and discover nothing new, although if you find a good one, you'll end up finding chests featuring very similar items to the ones which can be found inside the dungeons, and also a brand new type of monster spawner, which will spawn in cave spiders. These are a new type of mob that primarily spawn within the mine shafts, being pretty similar to the ordinary spiders for the most part, but actually being an even more dangerous version with how they're much smaller, making them harder to hit, and also with how they actually end up inflicting a poison effect on you when getting hit. Depending on how much this effect gets put onto you at one time, it could very easily be a death sentence, with the poison noticeably taking away more health at a time compared to the regeneration process. Overall though, unless you're looking for an easy way to collect a large stack of rails, with these being scattered very commonly throughout these shafts, they don't offer much in terms of substantial items that can't already be acquired more oftenly, and in a larger bulk compared to straight up mining. Much like the dungeons, the only thing you'll be wanting to sort these out for currently is either for the unique items like saddles or the melon seeds which spawn inside chests, or I suppose with the new addition of the experience points, perhaps a way to grind out some XP with the cave spider spawners. This also being a similar reason to why dungeons have now developed even more functionality for these very same XP reasons. Then you've got the strongholds, which much like the mine shafts don't have all of their features currently implemented, but actually do end up holding one of the most pivotal features in the entire game. Emphasis on the end part of that sentence. Strongholds, much like the mine shafts, are distinguished immediately from their unique types of blocks compared to the majority of the underground areas, having an abundance of the brand new stone brick blocks, which can also turn up in either cracked or mossy versions. These strongholds definitely are still an interesting discovery, just like all of the previous ones, but with the additions of rooms like the libraries, we also see there's a decent amount of functionality to this place too, with bookshelves now being quite a vital facet towards the enchanting, which we'll talk about in a sec. I love the mystery that comes with all of these structures, and also how much like the biomes, it's constantly keeping the world fresh on its own, not forcing you to create these things yourself, but being fully generated into the world already, and giving you a variety of helpful items when exploring them. The final thing I want to mention here isn't really a structure, but a new addition to the world, and that's the ravines. The ravines, or canyons, are brand new deep cracks which crop up sporadically in all kinds of biomes, and sort of work like a cave with the extra ability to actually see any kind of resources that are down there, on top of the frequent water and lava sources too. Their addition's not only great for exploratory purposes, but also very practical for finding particular resources like coal and iron safely, due to the ravines being exposed to sunlight for the most part. That means mobs won't be as much of an issue compared to exploring through a cave or mineshaft, for example. This leads to the only real threat being your navigation down the ravine, as due to the structure of them being filled with numerous steep inclines, you'll either need to carefully mine your way down, making sure that whenever you're digging down you don't just plummet to your death, or you can also use blocks to build a path down as well. They're also just a good way to get an actual visual on certain resources right off the bat instead of mining in pure darkness. I'm mainly talking about the coal in that regard, being an incredibly common resource, yes, but still being one that you might only find after mining down for quite a bit, meaning the entire time you're mining down you'll be in almost complete darkness. And not to mention, it also gives you a head start in that regard too, where much like the caves, it means you don't always have to create a huge descending mineshaft on your own, but instead start one on a level that's already considerably lower to the more valuable resources. Taking a look back to our player, when opening the inventory now, you'll notice very few changes have been made. Minor ones would be things like how there's no longer icons correlating to each armor piece, and also the fact that our storage space has actually gone down. Might sound strange, considering it appears like there's exactly the same amount of slots from previous builds, but there was previously a trick you could do to acquire an extra 4 slots by placing items in your crafting menu, which would actually keep them on your person. Trying to do this now simply drops them on the ground when coming out of the menu, which is fine enough. It always felt like kind of an exploit to me anyways. But if you're attempting to put items in certain places here, you'll notice the fantastic addition of the tooltips. Their name doesn't really correlate to their function, to be honest. But finally, we've got an addition which attributes names to blocks. It allows us to actually get the names of items which we otherwise wouldn't have known. We could assume before what diamonds and iron were, but I'm talking more about blocks like netherrack or redstone, items which don't actually exist in the real world, now being titled. This could be useful when playing multiplayer, for example, telling the people you're playing with what items you've just found, or perhaps ones you're looking out for. Overall, just a great quality of life change. Some closing notes on the world. Lightings had even further enhancements from before, now noticeably having much smoother transitions between day and night time. Torches also have slightly more subtlety to them, where both them and any artificial source of light now has frequent flickering. And looking closer up to the blocks, especially during the daytime, you'll see that blocks are now given different tints, which are dependent on where the most prominent source of light is in relation to them. Onto some more interesting updates here. Although I said I was staying away from each individual update at this point, I feel like giving a mention to beta 1.2 in particular, as there's so many new things to see in this one. We've of course already talked about the 2 different types of trees which have been added, but on top of them you've also got a new food item, some brand new blocks, and also new mobs and new types of pre-existing mobs. Starting with the food, we're now able to craft a cake using the items wheat, an egg, a bucket of milk, and sugar. 2 of those items are new. The sugar, which can now be crafted from the sugar canes, and eggs, which are now dropped by chickens. The bucket of milk might sound new, but you've actually been able to get this milk by right-clicking cows with a bucket since the alpha stages. It's just the fact that back then it had no function. You couldn't even use it as a healing item. But of course, using this milk here gives us access to the cake, an interesting food item that can't actually be consumed in your inventory, instead having to place it like a block onto the ground, but having a fantastic method of consumption, where every time we right-click it, we'll consume 1 segment of the cake, with there being 6 in total before it's gone, and with the cake restoring a maximum of 14 hunger points when consuming the whole thing. As long as you're using it sparingly in between eating other food items, you'll find the effort of collecting these wider range of resources compared to just killing a pig is actually worth it. Thing is though, on top of the cake, there's also numerous other food items which have been added here, some which drop from pre-existing mobs, and others which can either be grown or crafted. Cocoa beans can now be found in the world, which allows us to craft cookies. Cows and chickens now drop raw beef and chicken. Sheep remain untouched for now. But with pigs, you now actually have the ability to kill them with any fire source, and immediately gain a cooked pork chop instead of a raw one. Zombies have a chance to drop zombie flesh, which can't be cooked for an extra health boost, and upon eating these, your hunger bar will turn green, which indicates you've got food poisoning. You don't actually take any damage from this, but your hunger will start rapidly decreasing, which sounds counterintuitive, but I actually really like the addition of these, being a last resort if you're running very low on health, as the temporary hunger boost will be enough to get some of your health back, but then having to suffer the repercussions of having a decreased hunger bar, which might ultimately screw you over in the future. And finally, we've got melons and pumpkin seeds. Melons which can actually be eaten, and pumpkins which simply turn into the ones we could wear on our heads before. Other things to note in relation to the food, outside of straight up food items, are the brand new eating animations we now have, compared to before before when the item just disappeared from our hand. Having a nice animation where it shows us chewing whatever food item we're holding. Our feast being reflected very well on the incredibly iconic eating sound, as well as all the different particles flying off it. We've also got the brand new giant mushrooms that we can now find, where destroying either the brown or red types of these will give you multiple smaller versions of their respective types. Talking of these giant mushrooms though, they can obviously be found naturally while journeying through the world, but you can also manufacture these yourself by using the brand new bone meal item. This can be acquired by the bones that now frequently drop when killing skeletons, and by turning them into bone meal, we can now speed up a number of processes which usually take a fairly long amount of time. Things like growing trees, crops, and the mushrooms I just mentioned all can be sped up now, and if you're fighting skeletons quite regularly, can be done without any substantial loss. The bones themselves, however, have purposes on their own, the main one being how we can actually tame one of the new mobs introduced here, that being the wolves. They're yet another neutral mob that will be passive until you hit, in which it will then turn into an angry wolf and attempt to kill you. However, they can be far more effective as a teammate, so by going up to them and giving them bones, they can then be tamed and become your very own pet, the amount of bones that's required varying from wolf to wolf. As I said, they can journey alongside you and help you out in combat, but they can also be told to sit and wait in a certain position. That's what I've always liked to do. The fact the wolf can die during combat would be far too heartbreaking to witness for me. Everything else in the 1.2 update is still good, but not as vital as everything else I just mentioned, with the remaining items going more towards the customization side of things once again. The customization here mainly revolves around dyeing wool, admittedly, being able to use things like the aforementioned bone meal, but also the brand new lapis lazuli and ink sac items, which ends up dyeing the wool blue and black respectively. The lapis is a brand new material that can be found underground, usually on the same layers as items like redstone or gold, and the ink sacs come from the brand new squid mob, quite literally serving no other purpose than to float around and look weird. Although interestingly, at one point in time they could be milked like cows. A very gross but hilarious concept that was removed quite quickly after it was brought in. And I suppose if we're talking about a new mob, we'll touch on the final mob that was added during the beta, that being the Enderman. The name and appearance of this thing derives from the well-known Slenderman creepypasta, which had especially large relevance at the time, not just from the creepypasta itself, but also the numerous photoshopped images, and online series like the Marble Hornets gaining huge amounts of attention. And to be honest, the Enderman truly does bring that same level of creepiness in my opinion, arguably even more than Slenderman to me personally. I'll be honest, I've watched and enjoyed tons of online content related to Slenderman, everything from the classic Slender the 8 Pages game to Marble Hornets and Everyman Hybrid, and although they are endearing, most of their scares come from straight up loud noises and jump scares. The Enderman, however, doesn't require this to be freaky. They crop up randomly in the overworld and appear like this huge thin figure, being jet black but having very distinct purple and white eyes, while also having the same purple particle effects floating around it that we see from the Nether portal. Their actual function isn't solely to be an enemy. They actually remain passive until you do one of two things, that being if you either hit them or if you look directly into their eyes. These are both characteristics you could attribute with the Slenderman itself, of course, although the looking into the eyes aspect of the character makes me feel like the mob might also be drawing from another popular horror-related project at the time, that being the SCP Foundation, and most notably SCP-096, which has the exact same functionality in that regard. As I said, the Endermen can be completely avoided for the most part. However, if you're looking for some extra XP, or perhaps want to collect the Ender Pearls which drop from them, a useless item for now, but one that will become vital later on, you can try attacking them. Doing this will put them into a fit of rage, in which they'll frequently teleport around the surrounding area, and dart towards you incredibly fast. Endermen over the years have had numerous updates. From what I've read during my research, Notch had a really hard time making them a satisfying enemy, going back and forth constantly, saying they were either too hard or too easy, or that their ability to pick up blocks sucked. But let's just say that by the time we get deeper into the full release, they're pretty much finalized. Although for a large period of time, there was a single element of them which was lacking any individuality, and that's their sound. Endermen for a while used a placeholder sound of a zombie, but best believe that when they got their own unique sounds added, they were right in line with the creepiness of this entity. Back to some more relaxing stuff for now. We've now got the ability to create beds, a much needed addition to the game to quickly pass nights, so that you can get on with some more productive stuff safely during the daytime. Aside from being a nice addition for this purpose alone, pretty much pivotal in my opinion for allowing the gameplay to flow much nicer when nighttime comes around, making it so that you no longer need to monotonously wait inside your shelter until day breaks. It also gives a more practical function to the wall, allowing us to use 3 blocks of wool and wood to construct it. Other items which you'll find yourself placing down in structures are ones like the numerous stone slabs which have been added, basically being a normal block cut in half, but only applying to a set number of different blocks, like wood, cobblestone and brick. Trap doors have also been added, which I suppose could be used for their actual purpose if you set up some kind of pressure plate or redstone function, perhaps being able to lead mobs into a trap. But other times you might simply want to use these to access a different part of your house, or perhaps a secret compartment or room of some kind. Glass can now be turned into glass panes, which are merely a design choice on the player's part. Maps have been added to better get your bearings on your surrounding area, and also, much like the compasses function, allows you to see places you've previously explored, so you can get a vague idea of where your shelter might be. And also, shears have been implemented to both cut down the leaves from trees and turn them into a physical block, as well as having the ability to shear the sheep, this being the most effective way to get their wool now, compared to previously when you could just punch a sheep and have their coat be removed. On to some of the final changes now, and looking to the combat, we saw some quite minor changes depending on how you look at them. Firstly, you've got to understand that other mechanics that have been added also do play into how you'll be tackling combat scenarios from this point on. Now that we're able to sprint, for example, by double tapping the forward key, combat can be avoided much more often, as due to how fast we can sprint, we can essentially outpace most of the mobs in the game, bar for ones like the Enderman of course, who can literally teleport. But in relation to actually fighting, while using a sword, you'll find that when holding down right click, the sword will change position so that you're performing a more defensive stance, with the sword seemingly blocking your body. And that's exactly what it is, a block. Quite a simple but nice addition, which will reduce any incoming damage by 50%. You've also got the experience points obviously, which will be constantly generating during combat with mobs. Bows now require a charge up phase when firing an arrow, being a more fleshed out version of the bow compared to what we saw previously, with this charge up phase now directly affecting things like the range and damage of your shots. And when attacking a mob with a fully charged shot, you'll oftentimes see these stars burst out of them now. This indicates that you've just performed a critical hit, something which has a 25% chance of occurring through attacking with a fully charged bow, but happening incredibly often with melee weapons, but only having one requirement, that being the fact you can only perform it while falling. This doesn't mean critical hits only occur when jumping down a ravine or something, but instead can be done just by jumping in the air and attacking while you fall back down to the ground. And by the end of our time with the beta, despite having a lot of mechanics that still appear to be lacking something, namely things like the generated structures and some of the mobs, it's yet another incredibly important development that sets up the foundations for the game's full release. So let's not skirt around the edges. I want to get straight into the full release of the game. No more individual updates on each stage of this development phase. The footage you'll be seeing is from the latest release, and I'm going to be talking about everything as one collective package. Just for your information though, in case you don't know, although the game was considered finished when 1.0 was released, the updates which transpire after this point are still very similar to how the updates in the past were rolled out. Perhaps not as quickly as we saw back then, but that's arguably because some of the updates we see here are incredibly ambitious, either changing up the game's foundation to quite a substantial degree, or giving everything a different dynamic with certain new items which get added. The price of Minecraft by this point had raised to around $30, but for all the people who'd bought the game during the alpha and beta stages, where the price was reduced, they actually got the full version for free, in what I assume is mainly a gesture of goodwill for supporting the earlier development phases. Looking to the main menu, we now see plenty more options compared to previous builds, so let's just begin with the settings themselves before looking at the single player and multiplayer tabs. There's now a globe symbol in the bottom left, which allows us to choose which language we'd like to play the game in, having tons of different languages, but also some more comical inclusions like the pirate speak or Shakespearean English. And then in the bottom right, we can access numerous accessibility options, being both helpful in a control sense by letting us turn on and off certain functions like the auto jump, which has now been added, making it so that instead of having to jump up things, you'll just automatically be made to jump when walking into an elevated surface. But outside of those, it makes the game feel a lot more inclusive too for people who might have certain disabilities, being able to turn our off lightning flashes and distortion effects for people who might suffer from epilepsy or motion sickness. Just plenty of stuff here that you can tweak to suit your experience more to your liking. Then, in the actual options tab, we can see there's tons of things now present here. So let's go through them all. Everything's now been categorized into multiple different tabs, with the only thing you can change from the initial tab itself being the FOV. The video settings have been expanded substantially. You can now configure so many different elements to either make the game look nicer, or run better if your hardware's struggling to run it. We now have a new graphics option known as Fabulous, although from what I've seen in-game and actually searched up online, the differences are even less apparent than the jump from fast to fancy. So if it's slowing your game down in any way, there's no harm in setting it back down to one of the lower settings. And now there's also tons of sliders for things like the biome blend, render distance, and also simulation distance, which affects things like the mob's AI in relation to how close or far away from them you are. Just like the accessibility settings, this broader range of options is always welcome. It will give those who are looking for a more fine-tuned experience the chance to crank up all these graphics options, while at the same time giving those players who can't run the game properly a chance to experience it smoothly. The music and sounds menu is exactly the same, giving you more sliders in relation to particular elements of the game, not just being one static slider turning off all sound effects, but letting you control the levels of numerous different things, from the mobs to the ambient sounds. The controls allow for even more customization in relation to both your key bindings and your mouse. The resource packs tab has been swapped out from the main menu and put here instead, and you've also got the skin customization tab, which lets you activate or deactivate certain pieces of clothing on your person. It would be cool if they featured an actual customization element in-game, but importing your own skins nowadays is easy enough using skin creation tools online. One of the more interesting things you'll see on the main menu is the Minecraft Realms tab, which, despite sounding like it could be some kind of alternate mode for the game, is actually just another multiplayer mode. But unlike multiplayer, the worlds you create here not only have to be paid for on a monthly basis, $8 bear in mind, for something that you can literally do for free. But I think they justify this in both the accessibility of them compared to usual multiplayer, as you're able to simply create it in-game and have friends join much easier, and also the fact the servers in Realms are being run by Mojang themselves, meaning you'll likely have a much smoother experience compared to playing on normal multiplayer. But that $8 price tag is just insane, and making it monthly as well, instead of just having it be for the permanent creation of one world, just feels very cash grabby. Talking of multiplayer though, this is now fully functioning in the game, although I still really don't like the process in which you join the servers themselves. When you click on it, the first thing it starts doing is scanning for games on your local network. Very helpful if you're playing with someone in your house, I guess, but the overwhelming majority of players will want to be playing online. I just don't understand how there still hasn't simply been the implementation of a server select screen, perhaps categorizing some of the most popular modes that are currently being played. Instead, you need to either add a server yourself or join one via the direct connection tab. But it's not as easy as that. You can't just create a server and put any old random jargon in the server address. According to the official Minecraft website, they encourage you to go online and sort out websites which allow you to host an online Minecraft session on them. I mean, yeah, there's plenty of good ones to use. I typically use Eternos if I'm wanting to play with friends. But is this step really necessary? Why is it that so many other games can handle multiplayer matches without having to do this external element of finding an online server? It's not like every game has dedicated multiplayer, and before knowing this is what was required to play an online match on PC, I just saw multiplayer Minecraft as too much of a hindrance. Bearing in mind, I'm just talking about Java, of course. Pretty much all other versions of Minecraft are nowhere near as convoluted compared to here. But we're not writing it off completely, of course, because once you understand how to get into online matches and the numerous different joinable servers that can be found on the internet, it's here where you really see just how passionate and dedicated the Minecraft community is. There's some really fun and impressive stuff to be seen here. Classics like the Hunger Games, which goes years back, and would have been a lot of people's first experience with a Battle Royale type mode, me included. You've also got Grand Theft Minecraft, which, as you could assume, tries to bring the experience of GTA to the Minecraft format as best it can. And then you've got different types of servers which basically work as a hub for several different pre-existing game modes. Servers like Lemon Cloud or Hypixel, which feature tons of new updates and fresh content frequently. Overall, once you get Minecraft's multiplayer working, it presents a whole new side to the game, which would have only been partially experienced when testing out mods or custom maps. And remember, if you don't want to play on these servers with competitive game modes, and just want to play the vanilla Minecraft experience with some friends, you can absolutely do that. The core Minecraft experience is one that can oftentimes feel very lonely, so experiencing it with your friends can be magical at points. Collaborating with each other on builds, journeying off and exploring new things you've never witnessed before, sharing resources, or if you're feeling evil, even picking fights with each other too. It's an aspect of the game that has been the basis of so many weekends off from school or holiday breaks that I can't help but feel heavily. But we'll save that stuff for the end. Onto the single player tab now though. Creating our world now features tons of options, both in relation to what the rules are of whatever game mode we're playing, as well as several different world types that we can choose from. Starting with the game modes, we've got survival and creative, just like before, both with their varying difficulty settings we can choose from below. But now we also have the addition of the hardcore mode, bringing a whole new challenge to Minecraft with how the difficulty is locked to hard, and also the fact hardcore features a permadeath function, where upon dying you'll no longer be able to respawn and play like normal, but only be able to spectate the world. A very fun inclusion for those looking for an especially punishing experience to Minecraft's core gameplay. Below the difficulty setting is the option to turn on cheats, however they might not work like you'd expect them to. The cheats here aren't things like big head mode or infinite durability on your tools or anything. It basically just gives you access to the command list, where you're able to do things like spawn in certain items and mobs, as well as switching the game mode whenever you want. The cheats here obviously being excluded from the hardcore mode. In the world tab, you still of course have the option to input whatever random seed you desire, but you've also got several different world types now, most of which are self-explanatory to be honest. Default is your typical Minecraft experience. Super flat is just like the pre-classic days, and can be very useful when wanting to build particular things in creative. Large biomes will make the pre-existing biomes in the world 4 times larger. Amplified worlds take up a much larger amount of your PC's resources, and results in the game having a much higher range of altitude in how it's generated. And single biome, of course, means there's no variation in the biomes. Some of these, like the single biome for example, can actually be further customized though. You can mess around with some presets on the super flat world type to configure how many layers are underneath you, and what blocks will be featured within them. The single biome though can give out some very interesting results, letting you not just pick biomes that are limited to the overground, but also being able to make your entire game more comparable to the nether with ones like the Soul Sand Valley. What initially appeared to me like a simple removal of all other biomes actually turns out to be several kinds of handcrafted world types. The Soul Sand Valley one in particular taking me really off guard, with how the windy ambience immediately makes a stark contrast with what I'm normally used to when starting out in Minecraft. Only then to look around and see my environment has the appearance of a wasteland after a nuclear bomb's gone off. And then I started seeing gas flying around, and straight up thought it was brilliant. The single biomes, or as they're also known, the buffet, are simply several worlds with unique characteristics. And although I did find them fun to go through, some are quite similar in their appearance, and in terms of functioning as a satisfying experience, they also don't work too well. I don't imagine it's something I'll be returning to that often, but I still really like their inclusion. Finally, getting into the game itself, the jump from the last beta to what we have in the most recent build can sometimes appear so different that spawning into Minecraft nowadays might appear like a totally different experience. First things first, let's back off the world to begin with, and instead look at the changes to our player, and particularly the changes in relation to the crafting. Everything seems fairly the same when looking to our initial inventory bar. The health and hunger appear exactly like they were before, and so does the experience bar. But after only a short amount of time, you'll notice something else pop up on our HUD, that being the tip system which is now been implemented, giving you tips on everything from punching trees to get wood, to letting us know that WASD is used to walk. This is where I can really feel they tapped into the kid market of their game. You noticed before I was going back and forth contemplating if having all of the game's mechanics go unsaid was a good thing. And if you remember, I thought it was a great idea in terms of letting players discover things on their own, which in turn will make the experience far more gratifying. As much like solving a puzzle, they had to figure out a solution by themselves. The flip side of that was having players not knowing what to do, getting annoyed, and swiftly quitting the game. But I can't deny, even though I was relatively clueless when going back to the earlier versions of Minecraft, I'd say for me personally, I'd still go for this unspoken approach for the game. I've never liked the idea of tips being shoved in your face with games, especially for a game like Minecraft, which encourages creativity on the player's part. I don't think the experience should be spelled out to you whatsoever. That's just me though. I'm sure there's many other people that will truly appreciate the addition of tips, either if they're completely new to the game, or perhaps have become unfamiliar with it due to the numerous new additions we've got here. Going into the inventory presents us with most of what we're used to. All the same inventory slots, crafting menu, but we also see the re-addition of the armor icons beside our character, and also a brand new icon, which appears to be reflecting some kind of shield. However, the biggest change to our inventory and crafting menu is easily the recipe book, being the biggest quality of life change in regards to the crafting, while at the same time, looking at things from a player's perspective, does present a different dynamic that could possibly make the discovery of certain recipes be dampened. But that's the reason why it's so good in my opinion. The fact is, you really don't have to use it if you don't want to. If you decide you want a more traditional Minecraft experience without the help from the recipe book, you can switch it off and craft manually, just like before. But if you do decide to use it, the functionality is great. It uses the same kind of tabs that we see in the creative mode menu, segmenting all the different kinds of craftable items into different categories. There's also a search bar at the top if you're unable to find whatever item it is you're wanting to craft. And upon clicking on any given item, depending on if you've got the appropriate resources, you'll find the crafting is then performed automatically, still requiring you to pick up the resulting item, but placing all the resources in the correct order for you. Again, for any more hardcore players that thinks this removes too much from the manual crafting, you personally do not have to use it. But for those who are struggling with the crafting mechanic and can't seem to match up any of their blocks with buildable tools and such, it's just great. The only thing you should realise about this thing though is that all the recipes aren't in there to begin with. Only upon picking up certain materials which meets the requirements of certain items will the recipe then become unlocked, being notified of this by the game as well, in the same format as the tips, being an aspect which I think appropriately leaves enough room for enjoyable discovery for people who aren't deciding to play solely with manual crafting. Taking a look at the innovations to the world, there's been so many additions throughout the years, this will have to be segmented to some degree. So let's just first go over the new and updated biomes, as well as any new structures which can be found within these. Your typical grassy plains and forests haven't really had any substantial change, but now we see some brand new biomes which elaborate on concepts which have been toyed around with in the past. First would be the jungle biome, one which has featured countless updates over the years, introducing new structures and mobs to it. The jungle somewhat descends from the initial idea of the rainforest, having these huge towering trees with vines covered all over them, which you can obviously climb up. Around this jungle biome, you'll oftentimes be seeing things like large shoots of bamboo sticking out of the ground, which you can use to create certain items like scaffolding or just straight up sticks. Melons crop up very frequently in the jungle, which you'll be able to break and get some extra food items, as well as the cocoa pods which are attached to many of the trees, also being able to be smashed and obtained. The jungle's home to numerous mobs we've seen before, like chickens and sheep, but they've also got some brand new ones which are solely unique to this jungle environment. These are the panda, parrot and ocelot. The pandas are a mob that, while not having any function that's completely game changing, are still very interesting to witness in themselves. They're a mob that has multiple different behaviours, everything from normal and aggressive to worried and playful, and while in these states, the panda will genuinely act noticeably different. When playful, pandas will oftentimes roll around and jump, with their tongues also being stuck out. When weak, they appear to have teary eyes and a snotty nose, with them sneezing far more often compared to any other panda type. Just a large amount of variation here to a mob that didn't necessarily need it, although in terms of appearance, there's only one other type of panda that is distinguished outside of their face and actions, and that's the brown panda. No notable distinctions between a regular one and this, it's just a brown panda. The ocelots aren't as varied, but considerably rare even when you discover the jungle biomes. They aren't hostile towards you, but you can witness them sneaking around and prowling after prey like chickens and baby turtles. They're also one of the harder mobs to actually tame, a mechanic that becomes quite big in terms of having them follow you around, and also in terms of farming livestock. The reason they're so hard to tame is that 1, they're one of the few mobs which can actually sprint, incredibly fast too, meaning they'll be able to outpace you quite easily, and 2, the amount of care you've got to take when attempting to tame them with raw fish is pretty big. Even doing things like turning your head too quickly or putting the fish away for a second will lead to it running away. But the thing is, you never actually tame this thing, you only ever gain its trust. Upon gaining trust, the ocelot will no longer run away from you, in which you can then start breeding with other ocelots by giving them both fish, that basically being the same process for most of the mating in this game, but we'll get into that in a sec. Finally, parrots, as you can assume, mainly fly around the jungle for the most part, but also have the really nice addition of imitating other mob sounds, much like they're known to do in real life. You can tame them, and I mean tame this time, by using seeds, and although not all that practical, they still imitate surrounding mobs, and even perch up on your shoulder while walking around. More of an emotional support friend compared to anything else. Wrapping up on the jungle biome, out of all 3 different variants you can stumble across, those being either a standard, sparse, or bamboo jungle, it definitely has one of the most distinct environments out of all the biomes. The greenery's the thing that really shines through with this place, and with the trees going so high into the sky, if you manage to make your way to the top of one of these, these, you can get some quite brilliant visuals. In the regular and bamboo versions, you might also find a jungle pyramid, being quite similar to the other dungeons we can find underground. But unlike them, the journey we take through this place is filled with brand new puzzles and traps, which give a whole new level of variation to these dungeon-based structures. You're ultimately getting the same kind of loot regardless of which one of these you enter, still giving you everything from saddles to diamonds. So implementing these unique versions with different obstacles in only particular biomes just ensures even more that you won't get tired of your adventure. Okay, that was a lot of talk on just one single biome, so let's take a look at some other new additions here, away from the world generation. The blocks obsidian, lapis lazuli, and also the experience points have now been given far greater functionality, with the enchantment tables we can now craft. This is one of many items that were some of the first additions to be added to 1.0, and the ones we'll talk about right now are all going to be focused around the more magical elements of these new ones. So not just things like the enchanting tables, but also the brewing stands and the numerous different potions we can craft from them. The enchanting tables are crafted with 4 obsidian, a couple diamonds, and a book, and when placing them down, you'll see the book pages start turning rapidly. Right-clicking it reveals a screen that remains relatively unclear if you haven't got any tools on you, but we can quite clearly see the outline of lapis lazuli beside the other empty box, so we can piece together this is likely what will be used to enchant our equipment. And this is exactly what we can do. Placing any kind of tool down reveals 3 different upgrades that can be applied to it. These appear to be ranked in order of their effectiveness, due to the fact that from top to bottom, they all increase in the amount of XP that's required to enchant them, but that might not always be the case. Thing is as well, before, when the enchanting table was first introduced, you didn't have the additional helpful message that hovers above these upgrades, which gives you a semi-indication on what will actually be applied to your tool. Instead, it was just these random scribblings, which admittedly did actually indicate what particular upgrades were, but that would have most likely had you looking at a wiki page to discover. The new message notifying what the upgrade might be is good, still leaving an air of mystery around it by following it with a question mark, and still genuinely having some additional effects be added, which aren't included in the tip. Using the enchanting table by itself though, isn't actually getting its full effectiveness however. Instead, if you surround it with bookshelves, you'll not only notice these same kind of scribblings that were on the upgrade screen have now become physical particles, which appear to be flying into the book from the bookshelves. But then, when using the enchanting table to upgrade a tool once again, the upgrades now cost considerably more than before, but in return, the upgrades that are given out are much more effective versions of the ones that it would regularly give you. The max amount of XP you'll be asked to pay is 30 levels worth, which from placing the bookshelves down, we can see requires around 15 bookshelves placed around the enchanting table. And taking a look at some of these upgrades, we can see they can be applied to our tools of course, but also other equipment like our armor. Some upgrades can be shared between multiple tools. For example, the efficiency upgrade, which increases the tool's speed, being able to be applied to the pick, shovel, axe, and hoe. But then you've got some other unique ones like flame, which applies a flame effect to your bow, or impaling, which affects the new trident tool that we'll talk about later on. There's just so much stuff to experiment around with here, giving both even more functionality and purpose, and not just to your tools, but other items like lapis, books, bookshelves, obsidian, and XP, which before served either very limited or no purposes at all. The idea of enchanting is also brilliant in the fact that it introduces a risk-reward system with a quite high cost. Getting lapis lazuli might be quite easy, but getting 30 levels of XP really isn't, so you're either wanting to make sure whatever tool you're upgrading is getting an upgrade you actually want, perhaps by checking a wiki page with a list of what all the different combinations are, or if you're looking to be a purist, perhaps figure out through trial and error what each of these obscure upgrades actually indicate to. Or, if you're a super whiz kid, you would have known that all the symbols which are being used here actually come from a pre-existing game called Commander Keen, with each symbol not just being random, but actually correlating to letters that we're familiar with. So, to sum up, enchanting tables are an item that is much better when surrounded by bookshelves, can upgrade tools, armor, and other equipment to give them abilities like self-mending properties, extra resources from blocks, and increased melee damage, and all that's required is to have a certain level of XP and lapis lazuli. A great system, which only appears to be even more complex the more you look into it, with how many of these items have overlapping effects, as well as the enchanted books which are able to give out these upgrades to your equipment in a different form of application. That's not the only magical and whimsical element that's been added to Minecraft though. In fact, far from it. But for now, we'll focus on one other thing, that being the brewing stand and the potions, in which due to some of the requirements to use these, will also lead to some talk of new mobs and new areas. As the title implies, the brewing stand's main purpose is to brew potions, a new multifaceted item just like the enchantment system, presenting numerous different kinds of potions that can be used for everything from healing yourself to giving out poison damage. The only thing which has turned me off from brewing, however, is how complex it is, which might sound strange considering how much I just praised the enchantment system, and don't get me wrong, I'm not slagging it off. It's an incredibly in-depth and intricate system, with most substantial potions starting off the same way, needing 3 bottles of water, which can either be filled up up from the ocean, or the brewing related cauldron item, which can fill up 3 bottles before it has to be refilled. And then, if you're not looking to make a potion of weakness right from the get-go, you'll always need to put nether warts in, which is one of the many new items added to the nether. But wait, nothing will actually happen when we put these things in if we don't have blaze powder, yet another item that's acquired from the nether. We'll talk about those elements straight after this, but staying on the potions for now. Once you've got these items and have inputted the nether warts, you'll end up with an awkward potion, still not giving you any effects when drinking it. However, it's from this point where things become very broad, where now we can use a variety of different items to get brand new potions with actual effects. Although I do still find it pretty confusing, it's the trial and error aspect of this system which I also really like. All that I'd like to see in this regard is either more variation of items that lead to new outcomes, or an easier solution that doesn't require them to implement tons of new effects. Just have multiple combinations for all of these solutions. So for example, whereas only a golden carrot can create a potion of night vision, although I understand the whole carrot night vision combo, I don't think there'd be any harm in having this combo occur when using a golden apple too, or any other similar item to these. It's still a good system though, having tons of potions which give you some great benefits, like substantially increased damage, health regeneration, and fire resistance. But you'll also see there's plenty of potions here that would seemingly only do you harm, like the potions of poison or harming. You can actually decide to drink these yourself if you feel like it, but these are much more effective when in the splash or lingering form, as unlike regular potions, these ones are actually able to be thrown out, in turn affecting whatever mobs are nearby. The only difference between splash and lingering is that splash is a one use item, where you or the mobs feel the full and immediate effect of whatever potion's being thrown out, whereas the lingering potions are not only more difficult to make, considering splashes only need gunpowder and lingerings need dragon's breath, which can only be obtained through more particular means. But unlike splashes, the effect isn't immediate, instead leaving a cloud on the floor which will last for around 30 seconds, which seems ultimately pointless to me considering both other potions don't take any more time to consume, and have the potential to give you far more effectiveness out of your options. Once you figure out the awkward potion that's brewed with the nether warts leads way to most of the other combinations, it gives you a much easier time while experimenting with the different combinations. And with a lot of these having very helpful effects, like the regeneration potion, which overrides the hunger related healing by giving you health points at a far increased rate, as well as the damaging effects, which also presents the potions as an offensive item too. I also really like the additions of the glowstone and redstone dust, which will always end up either increasing the effectiveness of the potion, or increasing the time it lasts for, with not all, but some of these potions giving you the choice between both, like the regeneration potion once again, which regenerates health much faster with glowstone dust, but runs out after 22 seconds, and then having the redstone dust regenerate health slower, but lasts for a minute 30. As well as that, you can also make further changes between these potions, even when it seems like you've created your final solution. For example, when you've created a potion of healing using a glistening melon, you can actually brew it further by adding a fermented eye, which will in turn change the potion of healing to a potion of harming. Numerous numbers of potions that can be obtained here, all of which will serve very important purposes when getting into some of the boss fights we can now witness. Due to my mention of the blaze powder and nether warts earlier, let's jump back to the nether for now and see what things have been changed. And even when heading through the portal, we can see immediately there's been a lot over time. Much like plenty of other different aspects of the game by this point, the nether is one of the areas of the game that's had a big update, with version 1.16 literally being referred to as the nether update. One of the first things you may notice about the nether now is that much like the overground, it now has several biomes to explore. These were arguably the most substantial addition here, almost completely changing our perception of the nether we were previously familiar with. So let's go back and sequentially look at the additions which got us up to this point. It was in 1.0 where the nether initially saw some pretty substantial additions, those coming in the form of some new items, mobs, and structures that we can now find. We already talked about the nether warts and blaze powder during our discussion of the brewing, but it's where we actually find these, which presents a more interesting addition to the nether. In the midst of all the hellfire, we can now find these nether fortresses, which has its beams stretch up high into the sky from the lava that's down below. It's in these fortresses where you'll be able to find things like the nether warts pretty easily, usually appearing by a set of stairs and being planted on the soul sand block. Blaze powder's a bit different though, as you don't actually find this item outright, but instead have to craft it from the blaze rods, which can be acquired from the brand new blaze mob. I really like the blazes here. Their design is very nice, with how it literally appears like a smoking ball of fire, having a single floating head, along with multiple blaze rods which circle around it. These guys are hostile to you immediately, and although you can get damaged by the blaze rods by simply getting too close to them, the main way they attack is by shooting out fireballs in sets of 3. I attribute them to being a more intense version of the skeletons in my opinion, as when observing their attack patterns, we notice they're both quite similar. Both enemies have a ranged attack, but the blazes give off more damage, a burn effect, and comes in 3s, and upon firing, they both need to recharge for a period of time until they can fire again, with the blaze being balanced out to a certain degree by having the onslaught of fireballs be separated head with a 5-second window, where it merely recharges, giving you a good chance to either escape or attack back. Killing one of these things gives out XP, as usual, but also these blaze rods, outside of being able to turn these into blaze powder for the brewing. The brewing stand itself actually requires a blaze rod on its own, followed by any other 3 stone blocks beneath it. The rods can also be used as a fuel source in the furnaces, taking 120 seconds to be used up completely, compared to the 80 seconds it takes for the coal to be used up. Back to these fortresses though, not only is chest loot quite common to find in these places, much like the dungeons in the overworld, but jumping forward to how they are today, there's 2 other mobs that you'll be finding quite a lot in these places, those being your standard normal skeletons, and also the wither skeletons. Visually, the wither skeletons are quite similar to the normal skeletons, except they're black in colour. Unlike them as well, their main way of attacking is also melee this time, not ranged, and you'll find that when they spot you, not only will they sprint towards you at a pretty fast pace, but upon getting hit by them, you're also given the wither effect, acting similar to the poison, but removing health at a slower rate, which is likely to do with how this effect can actually kill you, whereas poison will only ever drop you to half a heart. These withers usually drop things like bones or coal, but interestingly, they also have a very small chance to drop a wither skeleton head, much like the other heads you can now find in the game, ranging from zombies to creepers. These can actually be worn to blend in with certain mob types, making each individual mob's detection range reduced by 50%. But interestingly, if we collect 3 wither heads and then assemble them with soul sand into a human-like figure, placing all 3 of the heads onto the top, we'll actually be presented with the wither boss. Unlike the skeletons, the functionality of the boss is drastically different, and it's actually a very hard boss to tackle, as we've got the ability to begin this fight wherever we want. Many people suggest going underground, as the first thing you'll notice the wither start doing if you're on the surface is start flying around, and basically creating chaos to every mob in sight. But when initially spawning it in, the first thing we see it do is charge up, its health bar appearing at the top of the screen, in which we see the more it fills up, the bigger the wither actually gets. When it's filled up, that's when the wither begins its rampage, no longer being invulnerable like it was when spawning in, and also launching off its attacks with a huge explosion to begin with, the magnitude of this being enough to wipe you out straight away, making the charge up time important for people tackling this fight in survival, as it gives you time to back off before the fight begins. The wither is one of the most resistant mobs in the entire game, with its health bar translating to about 150 hearts worth of damage before it gets put down, which is even more tricky to handle considering most kinds of damaging potions are completely off the table, as it doesn't get affected by any kind of status effects. Things get even worse for the player, however, when looking to its attacks and ability to regenerate health. One of the main reasons people fight underground is because the wither tends to fly in the air, in which it will continue to perform its ranged attack of shooting down wither skulls, each individual head firing independently of each other. It's not like they're all getting shot out at the exact same time, or only from one location. Each skull deals out around 8 damage on normal difficulty, and overall, the fight can be incredibly hard due to its tendency to fly away, regenerate health, and also generate a shield when its health drops below half, leaving you unable to damage it with arrows from bows or thrown tridents. Unless you're looking to craft beacons or just get a nice XP boost, there's no real reason you'd want to fight the wither, outside of simply being a fun experience on its own. Returning to the Nether, the only other structures we've got outside the Nether fortresses are the Bastion remnants, spawning in 4 different variants and simply being another castle-like structure, much like the previous fortress, featuring mobs and loot. This structure though, despite having more verticality, which could present some dangerous drops, doesn't include enemies like the blazes or wither skeletons. You'll be going up against piglins, piglin brutes, and hoglins, which can actually stack up pretty quickly and make your time navigating through this place pretty hard. These 3 mob types are brand new, but to older players, you might confuse these for totally replacing the old zombie pigmen, and although that would be the correct evaluation here, the only thing that's changed is their name and appearance. So breaking it down, you've got regular piglins, which are neutral to the player until attacked, in which they then use a golden sword or crossbow to try and kill you. Piglin brutes, which as their name implies, are a fully hostile and far more dangerous version of regular piglins. Zombified piglins, which are basically the same as normal piglins, except they can't use a crossbow. I think the only reason they're here at this point, to be honest, is because of people's fond memories of the pigmen. And finally, the hoglins and zoglins, which aren't really related to the piglins, but have a similar name. These guys appearing like boars, with them both being hostile when spotting you, and also dropping pork chops and leather upon defeating them. The only difference between both of them, as you could assume, is one's normal and the other is zombified, with the zoglin version of the creature occurring when being transported from the nether to the overworld, in which we can see it transform right in front of us. One thing I want to say about these mob types is that they actually feature feature baby counterparts, which can either be found naturally or spawned in if the mob is capable of breeding. This goes for a number of different mobs in the game now. All of the animals like cows, chickens, and pigs all have baby versions, which is more important towards the farming. But in terms of hostile mobs, you've also got baby zombies that have significantly faster running speed, and of course the piglins and hoglins that I just mentioned. One of the best combos being a baby piglin and baby hoglin, in which the piglin will hop on the hoglin's back, much like the skeleton can do with the spider. And while we're at it, I guess we should just talk about the last remaining mobs in the Nether right now, with those being the Strider and the Magma Cube. The Magma Cube was one of the first additions to the full release in general, going all the way back to 1.0, but admittedly, it's nothing we haven't seen before really. Its characteristics are pretty much identical to the slimes we've seen before, with the only substantial differences being that it's fireproof, jumps less, and deals a higher amount of damage. The coolest part about it is arguably what happens when we see it jump, not staying as one solid blob like slimes, but actually separating in the air and returning to the blobby form when landing back on the ground. And of course, magma cubes are the best way of obtaining the magma cream item that can be used for brewing. The final mob, the Strider, in appearance looks similar to the Ghast to me, a big block basically from what we initially see, primarily due to the fact that most of the time these Striders will be wandering through lava, being completely invulnerable to any lava related damage. Some interesting things can be done with the Strider, although their purpose overall seems to be the least substantial out of all these mobs to be honest, which is perfectly fine in my opinion. I don't see anything wrong with adding new mobs just for some additional variety. These guys are very much at home in the Nether, but taking them back to the overworld, which can be done pretty efficiently by attaching a saddle to them and using a warped fungus on a stick to guide them in the direction you want to go. You'll see they turn purple and begin shivering. They won't die or anything, but they'll be significantly slower than when they're in lava, so just be nice to the fellas and give them some lava to wade around in. They've got no intentions of hurting you or anything else. They're arguably the most pitiful enemy in the entire Nether, literally running away when any harm comes to it. And to wrap up our time in the Nether, we look to a few of the new biomes and transition back to the overworld when discussing some of the tools that can be acquired from blocks found in the Nether. There's now two kinds of forests to be found here, the Crimson Forest and Warped Forest, the first of which is distinguished by its red trees with crimson stems, and the other of which with its green trees and warped stems. Piglins are the main mobs you'll be seeing in Crimson, whereas Warped has a lot more Endermen, as well as Striders, being a great chance to grind some of the Endermen's resources. Both of these biomes feature their own unique ambience, and ultimately I enjoy both of these places for their bizarre but incredibly pretty inclusions to the Nether, with the Warped Forest in particular introducing certain colours that really livens up the experience from the constant orange and red colours we see. These new kinds of trees are also great for even more variation in the building outside the Nether, with you being able to turn these logs into planks with some very unique blue and almost pinkish colours. We've got Soul Sand Valley, which as it sounds is almost like the desert biome of the Nether, being covered in soul sand, which slows the player down, being a pretty dangerous biome in both that regard, and the fact that due to the darkness of these areas, you'll tend to find more ghast and skeleton mobs being spawned in compared to usual, where if you don't have the soul speed enchantment on your boots, which allows you to walk on the soul sand at a normal speed, could get you in some pretty sticky situations. It's also in this biome where you'll see nether fossils start generating, not the kind of fossils we usually think of, which appear like small rocks, but these big white blocks which stick out of the ground, to actually being made up of bone. And then also the basalt deltas, which can be incredibly dangerous because of how the terrain's structured, almost asking for you to take a wrong step and fall into the lava, on top of numerous other mobs which have just as much chance to push you off. That's about all of the main elements of the Nether that I want to touch on right now. The environment has now been turned into a fantastic showcase of what hell is like in the world of Minecraft, a place filled with terrifying, bizarre creatures, fire, fortresses, pretty much everything the overworld usually isn't. But with the updates it's seen, the Nether now features a lot more variation, and a considerable amount more beauty in their forest areas, which has to be appreciated. I love all the effects we see here, like what we can presume is the ash falling down in certain biomes, and the bright blue flames that can be seen in Soul Valley. But what we'll most likely be taking back to the overground from our time spent in the Nether is combat experience, both in terms of literally getting better at fighting and experience points, possibly some resources from these mobs to help out with brewing, but also, much more likely nowadays, you'll be heading into the Nether for a very specific purpose, and that's to find the block known as Ancient Debris. Other resources have been able to be discovered amongst the Netherrack for a while now, but that was mainly stuff which was negligible, the most common of which being the golden nuggets, which could then be turned into a gold bar. There was also quartz, which were pretty useless outside of customization, but then you've got the significantly rare Ancient Debris block, the rarest ore block in the entire game by far. The reason for this, and the reason why I assume it was made so so that it can only be found here, is because it's the only ore that can now outclass diamond. That's right, you've now got tools which finally outdo diamond, and although the netherite tools are definitely worth sorting out, you'll find that certain risks may dissuade you from going for it. As I mentioned, the nether is very prone to having random and swift drops into lava, and with you actually being required to mine down to find this material, the risk of this happening increases quite a lot. Then add that to the fact that you're still going up against all the different mobs I went over too, and I'd say the effectiveness of netherite definitely stacks up to the challenge of acquiring it in the first place. It's not like a diamond though, far from it. Not only do you have to make your way back out safely upon collecting this incredibly rare ancient debris, to craft the netherite ingots, you first have to smelt the debris, which in turn gives you some scraps, and then combine at least 4 scraps with 4 gold ingots to create 1 netherite ingot. Keep in mind that when you discover ancient debris, much like iron, coal, or diamonds, there might not just be one, but others connected to the ore in close proximity. But considering the block's so rare, and the fact the highest amount you'll find in one place is only around 5, that also being quite unlikely in usual cases, and then realise this ancient debris when smelted only gives you scraps, which you have to use 4 of just to make 1 ingot, which in turn can make any diamond piece of gear into netherrack using an anvil. What I'm saying is, it's going to take you a long time to get these tools, and I'll be honest, I don't know if they're worth it. Maybe out of morbid curiosity the first time you try out this nether update, but although they are genuinely good, the long process it takes to get these, even compared to finding and making tools out of diamonds, especially with the fact you can enchant diamond tools to become amazing anyway. Netherite is good, don't get me wrong, but not something I'm always going to be looking out for. It's not essential in my eyes, which I actually like somewhat. I remember when this update came out, and as an old school player, I initially despised the idea of an ore being more effective than diamond. I thought it would totally screw up the balancing that I'd become accustomed to over the years. But, because of all the dangerous and arguably strenuous elements it takes to get these netherite tools and armor, the balancing is debatably only improved. If you put the work in, and I mean a lot more work than finding the already rare diamonds, then I think you do genuinely deserve an even better reward for your efforts. That's it for now though, back to the surface we go. And going back to the biomes for a second time, we've got so many different ones, ranging from ones that are generated out in the ocean, ones that are up on mountains, in wetlands, and even some that are underground. Starting with the woodland biomes, we'll bypass all the ones we've already talked about like forests and plains, as the biome itself is still pretty much the same, despite any new minor changes or mobs that have been introduced. You've got alternate types of forest occasionally, not just different types of trees, but also different kinds of landscapes, ones where the grass appears to be dead, and in the case of the spruce version of this old growth variant, shows the trees being significantly higher than normal. There's also dark forests, being home to the dark oak trees, as well as being the only place you can find the woodland mansion. You could quite easily confuse this with the jungle at points, due to the broad and tall trees that are here, but the main thing which distinguishes the dark forest is both the mansion which I just mentioned, and also the frequent appearance of the overgrown mushrooms. We'll get onto that in a second, as the mushrooms end up having a biome of their own, but looking at the woodland mansion for a second, I really like the design of it. Although their structures aren't actually set in stone depending on where you find them, they always tend to have 3 floors, all of which have distinct characteristics, like these large corridors which have several rooms branching off them, appearing to feature rooms that hold libraries, flowers, pumpkin farms, and even what appears to be a fighting arena. There is tons of variation to a lot of these rooms though, things like rooms solely dedicated to statues of cats and chickens, so I'm not going to go over every single one. As per usual, you'll be entering these places not only out of intrigue upon discovering this gigantic house in the middle of a forest, but most likely also for some loot, which yet again comes in the form of chests that can be found around the mansion. Your exploration though won't come without threats, and as the main type of mobs you find in this place are known as illagers, being an evil and hostile version of the normal villagers, which I'm yet to speak about, we can see something quite interesting. Along with those and the frequent other mobs like zombies and spiders which can spawn in dark areas of the mansion, it also houses one of the newest mobs to the game, being known as the alley. As we'll talk about both of these right now, I just want to broaden our view of the illagers to the villagers too, and talk about how they've been implemented into the game. Turns out those abandoned villages we saw in the beta likely weren't supposed to be that ominous at all, as when entering them now, we can usually witness several different kinds of new mobs, a lot of them having set and particular roles within the village itself. Looking at the villages, despite still appearing quite similar to what we've seen before, they've noticeably been expanded over a larger surface area, and also feature several more unique structures like weaponsmiths, temples, libraries, and meeting points. Villages are a great hub for certain resources, and the best part is that when taking them, the villagers never actually get aggressive. They literally just let you steal their stuff. The prosperous and abundant resources we can acquire from here would be things like bales of hay, which can be found in bulk, and turned into large amounts of wheat, which of course means you'll be able to get a lot lot of free bread from here. And then depending on the different structures you enter, you might find a varying amount of things inside the chests. For example, entering into the butcher shop will have chests primarily containing food items, with the occasional chance for some coal or emeralds. The emeralds being a new type of mineral, which is very essential when interacting with the villagers. But then entering into a tannery, you've got a much higher chance to find leather armor, saddles, or just straight up leather. I love this attention to detail, as it gives even more purpose to each individual structure and everyone's role in the town, making the village not just feel randomly slapped together, but one that you can imagine the villagers actually living in, if that makes any sense. It just feels very authentic. Outside of just appearing in different biomes, the features of these villages do actually switch up quite significantly, depending on where you find them. Finding one out on the plains reveals most of the structures and houses to be pretty standard, something you could imagine a lot of players building themselves. But then, broadening our view to the desert or snowy biomes, a lot of the structures now appear far more unique, reflecting the environmental conditions that they're being built in. For example, the snowy buildings tend to appear much more like log cabins, whereas the desert ones primarily use sandstone, with the structure of their buildings reflecting a more compact and Middle Eastern type of design. Onto the villagers themselves, however, appearing uncannily like Squidward from SpongeBob, and even having the same nasally speech as him too. You'll see these guys just roaming around the village, but once again, there's a surprising amount of detail to their behaviour. Their actions aren't just random, well, unless they're purposely supposed to be. As you've heard me say, each individual villager, despite looking pretty much identical in terms of their appearance, actually feature individual roles and functions. Firstly, you've got nitwits, unemployed, and baby villagers. Nitwits can be distinguished from their green robe, and are unable to get any kind of job within the village, leading their only function to be breeding with other villagers, and also shaking their head at you when trying to interact with them like you're the single biggest loser in the world. Yeah, you're the loser, mate. Get a job. Unemployed villagers are basically the same, but still have the ability to gain a different role. And the babies either tend to follow their parent or play games with any other baby villagers. All other villagers' roles will be primarily found in the buildings that adhere to their job, with there being a brilliant amount of variation in all their appearances. Impressive enough, considering there's 15 roles in total, all of which have the villagers wearing different kinds of hats, overalls, and accessories. But then when you realise these job-related clothes are placed on top of the pre-existing 7 different outfits that each villager wears, depending on what biome the village is found in, you can start to see how these guys have a surprisingly wide amount of variation, even if they do all have big noses and honk at you. So, we've established the mechanic of the villages and villagers is not only intricate, but very interesting to discover and observe. But, do these guys actually serve any purpose? And what actions can we take to have an impact on these guys? Firstly, let's talk about those emeralds I mentioned earlier, being yet another resource that we can find underground, with its main function being their ability to be traded with the villagers. That's why the nitwits and unemployed ones shake their head at you when right-clicking them, as you're only able to trade with villagers that have a specific role in the village. This is because much like how the chests adhere to particular buildings with unique purposes, so do the villagers. Attempting to trade with an armourer will let you trade emeralds for armour. Trading with a cartographer gives you access to maps and so on. Trading doesn't just use emeralds though. It's definitely the most common resource you'll see being asked from you, but it's also important to note that you trade many other things to actually get emeralds in return. Perhaps trading with one villager so that you get a decent amount of emeralds saved up, and then putting those emeralds to greater effect by trading them with villagers that are requesting a higher amount for more quality gear. The trading in that case also adhering to the individual roles of the villagers, with the butcher requesting meat and giving out emeralds in return, and the farmer requesting crops and vegetables for emeralds. A very interesting mechanic is also integrated into this trading system, and that's the fact that, as you can see at the top, it not only lists what the role of the villager is, but beside it you can also see a rank ranging from novice to master, and also an XP bar below. By trading more with the villager, both you and the villager itself gains XP, and upon going up the different ranks, you'll not only gain access to even more valuable trade opportunities from the villager, but the badge they've got attached to them will also noticeably change colour, starting off as black to reflect stone, and going all the way up to diamond when they reach master. Overall, the villages and villagers are brilliant, and present some really dynamic elements that you can either witness or actively indulge in. Just before we move away, I just want to mention that in villages, you'll likely see an iron golem wandering around, which works as the village's main form of defense, spawning naturally, but also being able to be built by yourself in a similar way to the wither from earlier. Cats are also quite common to find in villages now, and in relation to the villagers' trading system, we also see the addition of the wandering trader with his 2 llamas, which we can discover while exploring, but also occasionally he'll make his way to an area you might have already set up shop in. And finally, there's also the chance to witness random events occur in villages, those either being a raid, which is performed by their illager counterparts, or a zombie siege, both of which show the village fighting off against waves of each respective mobs. Talking of illagers, which is actually where we began this diversion, these are all various villager type mobs that are actually hostile, still looking similar in appearance, but only being out for blood. First, you've got the pillagers, which are arguably the most common type of illager you'll be seeing, wielding a crossbow and cropping up either in outposts, raids, or randomly occurring patrols, which you can now stumble across when out in the wilderness. Considering I've mentioned it twice now, I feel like I should say the crossbow they use can actually be used by us as well, and is actually frequently dropped by these guys, with the functionality of it of course being fairly similar to the bow, but also being slightly more powerful, accurate, and with increased range, while having the minor trade-off in that crossbows take a bit longer to load. You can do some interesting stuff with it though, like being able to load a firework onto the crossbow and fire it wherever you want. Fireworks, by the way, basically being merely a nice effect for the most part, but also having some utility with items like the elytra. Other illagers are ones like the Vindicator, which is a highly damaging, axe-wielding version of the Pillager, and also the Evoker, which uses magic to spawn in entities known as Vexes, and also having the ability to perform a fang attack, which makes a number of fangs rise up from the ground and bite us. Wrapping up this whole section, by heading right back to the Woodland Mansion, we find one of the brand new mobs being captured inside cells, and these are the Alley. In terms of the visuals, I really like their design, being these bright blue, wisp-like entities that float around, but their functionality is also quite interesting. As long as the Alley's released from its cell, it'll wander around until you give it an item, in which it will then continue to follow you while holding the item in its hand, while attempting to find any other versions of this item lying around the world. Almost like a helpful assistant, discovering certain resources that you might have otherwise missed. One of my favourite things the Alley does, which only one other mob type can also be seen doing as well, is dancing along to any music that's played at a jukebox. This action being performed by inserting one of the many music discs that can be found in the game into a jukebox by right-clicking it. I love this little addition, as although I don't imagine it's something you'll be seeing that often, the parrots in the Alley all react and do their own unique dances when the music's playing. Now, that was a real delve into some of the more intricate elements of Minecraft, and I didn't even mention the numerous new items that can be found within the villages themselves. But don't worry, we'll get back to that later. For a second, I just want to take things back to basics and talk about some concepts I referenced previously in some more detail, starting with a return to the farming. The whole idea of farming to begin with, remember, is that instead of having to go out and acquire resources yourself, ones that despite their abundance would still be classed as non-renewable, farming presents a renewable and semi-automatic process, which mainly gave you food when the mechanic was first introduced. The non-renewable is interesting, as although it's not really going to have an impact on your world, because as I say, it's almost impossible to run out of any kind of resource in this infinitely generating world. There could definitely be examples of people playing on a world for so long that things start to dwindle. Trees, for example, you cut these down and they're gone, with the only way to replace them being to either place saplings, or if things get real dire, relocate to a new part of the world. Farming, for the most part, presents convenience compared to anything else. Instead of venturing out into the wilderness in hopes of finding melons, for example, as long as you've acquired some melon seeds from an abandoned mine shaft or crafted some from any pre-existing melon slices, you'll then be able to create a renewable melon source in a place that more suits you. Same goes for a lot of the other crop-based farming, a lot of which are seed-based, but others like potatoes and carrots can be placed directly into a tilled piece of land without the requirement of any seeds. Some of these food items like the melon can't be prepared into any sort of meal, but there's also others like the beetroot, for example, which can be made into beetroot soup. The carrots, which are actually a pretty multifunctional food item, allowing you to eat them raw, add them to a rabbit stew, create a golden carrot for brewing and hunger regeneration, and also being able to make a carrot on a stick, which is the primary way you can now lead the saddled pigs around, being the original version of the fungus on a stick item we saw with the strider from earlier. But what we're interested in right now is the idea of mob farming, which can be done with numerous mobs in the game for a multitude of purposes. If you want to talk about animal farming, you can pretty much do this with any of the animals in the game. As you'll find with most of the mobs now, there's tons of unique breeding opportunities which can be done for the purpose of farming, but also just being an interesting mechanic to witness in itself. But, looking at animal farming for now, you might want to construct a reasonably sized pen with fences before you start breeding, as this will keep all of the animals enclosed in this space so they don't run off and possibly mess up the renewable cycle you're generating. There's no issue with cramming multiple different types of animals in one pen. As long as you've got 2 of each type, you'll be able to to breed, and the way we actually do this is by feeding them. Each animal though has individual preferences which will get them to enter what's known as love mode. For cows and sheep you can feed them wheat, chickens like seeds, cats like salmon, pigs like carrots. You don't really need to search these up online. Just using common knowledge and certain stereotypes related to what these animals like to eat will suffice. Upon feeding them, they do very well enter love mode, and if there's two of the same type of mob in love mode close to each other, they'll walk right up to each other and basically have a stare off until a baby pops out. The babies, despite being very cute, have surprising similarities to crop farming, in that before you can harvest any substantial resources from them, you've first got to wait for them to grow up, although that is just nature I suppose. It only takes around 20 real world minutes, so it's not an incredibly long process, but it encourages you to have as many animals as possible in your pen to begin with, so that further breeds can coalesce an even larger amount of animals, which means even more resources. But that's not all. You can already presume from the animal breeding that the main things you'll be getting are meat, leather, wool, and all other kinds of stuff. But what about farming other mobs to gain their resources too? Well, you can absolutely do that. Some which have been very intentionally implemented, such as the bee farming, which produces honey and honeycomb, but others which work more as tricks to get certain resources in bulk. Mob farming is done, for example, meaning the hostile mobs, to obtain large quantities of resources like gunpowder from creepers, or bones from skeletons, and is typically done underground in a very dark area, so the mobs actually spawn in. Although you can also do this overground and take advantage of mobs during the nighttime. But all that matters in this regard is the automation of the process, with the whole point of this one being so that you don't have to go in and kill all the mobs yourself, but instead set up a trap which will kill them automatically, perhaps dropping them from a high height or crushing them. There's numerous other farming processes you can do for all kinds of mobs, everything from ones that spawn underwater to ones that are in the nether. All it requires you to do is use your own intuition to not only create a farm that will appropriately generate new resources at a reasonable rate, but also to figure out how these mobs are actually going to get in there to begin with, and how they'll be renewed once they've been killed for their resources. A more complex version of farming by default compared to the crops, but one that can be incredibly gratifying when achieved successfully. Returning to our player character, I just want to focus for a sec on some elements that have been changed in relation to the camera system and our movement, and also some new useful items that will help out in scenarios like combat and exploration. In the launcher, we now aren't limited to solely the Steve skin or custom skins, but now have several other pre-existing skins that we can choose from if we want to. In-game, we can now get a better look at these guys outside of the small box in the crafting menu, as the third-person camera has now been expanded to feature a reverse camera angle too, which is where every single Minecraft video intro was garnered.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Minecraft!
In terms of movement, we've still got the walking, running, and sneaking that we're used to, but with the aquatic update, which I mentioned a while ago now, they also added a much more functional swimming system. All you need to do is attempt to sprint while underwater, and you'll launch into a very nice looking swimming animation, making you traverse through water much faster, which opens up far more exploration opportunities, especially important considering all the new stuff that was added in the aquatic update once again. But then you've got other item based changes, which rework things from the past and add brand new abilities for us to use. First of which would be the shield item that I mentioned at the beginning of this section, now being a more fleshed out and way more effective version of the sword blocking we previously saw. That form of blocking now also being completely removed because of the shields, which is a bit of a shame to be honest. But unlike the swords however, blocking with a shield actually ends up negating all damage to your person, being a very effective and almost essential item for any kind of combat encounter now. The only effect that occurs as a result of the large damage reduction is that we see the shield durability go down, but considering they aren't made out of the dearest resources in the world, literally being one iron and some wood, you should never really have an issue, and it's not like they break insanely quick anyways. Shields are one of the items that effectively puts to use the new addition of being able to hold things in your left hand, or what's actually referred to as your offhand. This is actually what the shield icon in our inventory indicates towards, not just being for shields, but pretty much any item you want by either placing it there in the inventory screen, or more easily just pressing F while playing normally, which will switch whatever item you're holding in your right hand to your left, in which you can see we're now able to hold two items at the same time. Unfortunately though, I still don't think they've currently made the most out of this mechanic, and I assume it might be a control related issue, even though this kind of two-handed idea screams to have some kind of dual wielding system in relation to our weapons. That simply isn't possible. There's no way to swing two swords at the same time, and the only different effect we see with the weapons like the bow is that if we hold arrows in our left hand, the ammo's removed from that stack first, but But that's nothing really. Instead, this offhand mechanic is primarily useful for the shield, as we were talking about, being able to block attacks on one hand, while also not slowing down our attacks. But it also can be incredibly useful for exploration, like having the ability to place torches with our offhand, removing the annoyance of having to constantly switch items while mining. When the combat update rolled around, this also reworked certain things, like how combat's actually performed, affecting tools like the swords and axes quite a bit. Whereas before, combat was quite simplistic, basically boiling down to just keeping enemies at a distance and spamming your attacks. Now, there's been the addition of an attack bar, popping up on screen and appearing to refill very quickly when swinging your weapon. This is the best way of dealing damage now, waiting till the attack bars fall before you swing, which both gives out more damage, and also in the sword's case, activates a sweeping attack, which can damage multiple enemies at the same time. Spamming's now punished quite heavily, dealing nowhere near as much damage compared to striking when the attack bars fall. And there's also a different dynamic in terms of the axe and sword now, with the axes actually having higher damage than swords, but with the swords having a way faster recharge time on the attack bar. Even changes like that, which might seem pretty minor, are great to me. Much like many elements of Minecraft, it's yet another case where people will be able to attach to their preferred playstyle, either choosing speed and frequent knockback ability with the sword, or raw damage with the axe. The attack bar itself is also a fantastic addition, giving more complexity and clarity to the combat by moving away from the spammed attacks of previous builds. And finally, I just want to mention a few other items now, which all in some way affect your player's stats, those being the beacons, the totem of undying, and the elytra. To begin with, the beacons are a new item that appear exactly like they sound, a container holding a nether star within it that shoots a beam of light up into the sky, and when interacting with it, if you've just placed it straight onto the ground, you're presented with a rather confusing menu, at least for me. Even now I know how they work, I still get pretty confused by this screen. We can understand straight away that the beacon's gonna give us powers, but the pyramids beside it, paired up with the ingots at the bottom of the screen, just seems so obscure. But in a welcome return to Minecraft's older form of presenting mechanics, it's implied, but not actually told here, that we need to create blocks out of these ingots, and stack the beacon on top to get it to activate. Doing this and raising the beacon up by a 1-layer pyramid, not really being a pyramid at this point, but more just like a 3x3 slab. The beacon will turn on, and the white light which gets shot out quite literally shoots endlessly into the sky. Clicking on it now reveals we've got access to the haste and speed powers, but when trying to activate them and attempting to see their effects, you won't notice any difference. But then we've got the reason I think that while the beacon is a very good item, it's bogged down by such large requirements that I never see a point in using it, compared to just doing things like brewing potions and enchanting items. I understand that although the blocks we place the beacons on can be any of the minerals charted below, that also applying to how we actually gain the beacon's power. I still don't even think acquiring the most common resource out of the options we've got, that being iron, is even worth it. To get full power to the beacon, which means unlocking all of the primary powers, as well as the secondary power, we have to build a pyramid that goes up 4 layers. Starting off, it sounds quite simple. Well, not really, but I'm just comparing it to what eventually comes. Place 9 blocks of any material onto the ground to begin the pyramid. Place 9 blocks of any material onto the ground to begin the pyramid and get the first effects. Fine. But then, you'll slowly start to realise that getting all primary powers and the secondary power is no easy task, as by the end of building the pyramid, you would have ended up placing down 164 blocks of raw material. And although it's worth noting that you can mix and match different blocks of materials, I don't know why you'd want to really waste any of the resources above iron or gold, to be fair. But that's your call, I guess. The 164 block requirement does just seem slightly insane to me, and there's no kinds of tricks you can perform, like mining out the inside of the pyramid so it's basically just a hollow shell. All of this has to be done legitimately. After all that work's done though, you then realise that even though you've got the whole pyramid, you can still only activate one effect, as well as either the additional upgrade to your primary power or regeneration. Want all 6 individual powers? Easy. Just build 4 more beacons, increase the pyramid to adhere to this, meaning building a pyramid made up of over 240 raw mineral blocks. But guess what? The tedium doesn't stop there. After you've spent an embarrassing amount of time getting this set up, you've got all the effects, great, but how long do they actually last? I'm not talking about that in terms of staying nearby them, because when you're close to them, they last infinitely. How far do we have to travel from it for the effects to stop working? And how long does it take for the powers to wear off after that point? For the work you put in, I'd hope it'd be infinite, to be honest. But hilariously, it takes up to a max of 50 blocks with the level 4 pyramid for the effects to stop working. Unbelievable! A ghast can spot us from double that length. This is why, despite seeming like a cool idea, I've never really liked the pyramids or beacons. Before, they just seemed convoluted to me because of the whole pyramid building thing and obscure directions and inputs. But now, when and actually testing it out, especially when comparing the permanent, more varied, and in most cases, better status effects we can apply to our gear at a much lower time and resource cost. The beacons just seem so impractical. Before, you may have had players attaching to the haste effect in particular, because you'd be able to dig large holes into the ground which reach bedrock. But with the underground being expanded on massively in the Caves and Cliffs update, that's now gone. I want to firmly state, it's not useless, but considering how much time and effort it takes, it's incredibly hard to say it's worth it, outside of being a status symbol of how much time you've sunk into your world. Thankfully, the other two items I want to talk about aren't anywhere near as complex as the beacon. So, starting with the Totem of Undying. This is an item that effectively puts the offhand slot to good use, and debatably might be the most important item you'll want to be keeping on you at all times when playing hardcore mode. Its main purpose is to basically prevent death, where if the totem's being held in either your main hand or more likely your offhand, we see it automatically pop up on screen and be used up. These totems can only be found from evokers, which aren't incredibly common anyway, so to ensure the item doesn't go completely to waste, they ensured that quite literally every evoker you kill drops one of these, no exceptions. That's all the totem really is though, a get out of jail free card that revives you, removing all damaging status effects and also applying regeneration, fire resistance and absorption to you. Absorption just being a damage reduction. A very helpful item, almost an essential one if you're playing the hardcore mode, but also one that you might have some trouble finding as well. Finally, the Elytria, a very rare item that in appearance looks like some of the capes we can put on our character, but actually giving us a far greater ability compared to those solely cosmetic additions. The reason they're so rare is that not only can't they be crafted, but they're also found in one of the most secret areas in the entire game, and that's not even mentioning how much time and effort it can take for you to get to this area while not dying straight away to some of the mobs located here. I'll talk about this location itself a bit later on, but just focusing on the end cities for now. It's hard to say these structures are all that strange, considering the place they spawn in, but even in terms of this location, they do still stick out. The end cities are huge skyscraper-like fortresses, which are relatively easy to traverse as long as you've got some blocks saved up to elevate yourself. And also, if you've got a keen eye, you'll end up noticing the shulker mob, these being the only mob which spawn in here and being totally unique to the end cities. Its functionality is pretty great actually, mimicking the purplish pinky blocks surrounding it when closed, and then bursting open to surprise you, in which it will then start shooting out projectiles that inflict levitation, possibly being a death sentence if you end up losing control and get too high into the sky. These guys shouldn't just be ignored however. Killing them and taking their shulker shells will then give you the chance to build a shulker box, a unique type of storage block that allows you to break it and still have all the contents remain inside. This is different to regular chests of course, because as you can see, when smashing open a normal chest, all of our items burst out and are left on the floor. The Elytria can be found inside the end city ships, which can occasionally spawn nearby these cities, and by removing them from the item frame, you can then fly around with them. It's not like the flying in creative mode though. The Elytria are more comparable to gliding than anything, as you can't actively flap your wings to elevate yourself into the sky. Instead, you already have to be at a high position to make these work effectively, in which you can activate the flying mode by tapping space when falling. I really like the momentum we can feel with these, where plunging into the ground will lead to your speed rapidly increasing, and then by moving your trajectory upwards, it will lead to you getting even more airtime due to the speed you picked up during your steep descent. It's a great item to just mess around and have fun with, but also is very practical in terms of saving you from steep drops, basically removing the risk of you falling to your death, considering you can quickly tap space and glide safely down to the ground. Not to mention, the speed you pick up can actually be a lot faster than your sprinting speed, so if you manage to get good with flying, you could be exploring and reaching desired destinations much faster than usual. So, now that we've talked about those select items, I just want to give a mention to another very useful item that you might find within the end city once again. Of course, most commonly, you've got the unique purpur blocks and stairs, which make up most of the city and the ship's structures. The name, as you could assume, referring to the purplish colour of the blocks. But when inspecting the chests inside these places, not only are the items inside some of the best you can find in the game, but there's also some newer additions in terms of the items and the chests themselves, which we should take a look at right now. Starting with the chest I'm referring to, these are something that can actually be built fairly easily on the overworld anyways, but are only naturally generated in the end cities. They're referred to as ender chests, and much like the shulker box I just talked about, these are another unique storage item. The purpose of this one being very effective, in that every ender chest that gets placed down is actively linked to each other. Think of the storage boxes from Resident Evil for example. If you've got an ender chest placed above ground and one placed underground, upon putting items in the overground chest, they'll also be added to the underground chest, and same goes for when you remove items too. Pretty simple, but a very nice addition that can be even more useful when pairing it up with the shulker boxes. Being able to place items inside the shulker boxes and then store the boxes inside ender chests, letting us access access a huge amount of items wherever you want, depending on how many shulker boxes you take advantage of. It will lead to such a huge amount of storage, you likely won't have to worry about it for a long time to come. One other thing you can find in the end city chests are the armor trims. These can be used with the smithing table, not to be confused with the anvil, which we'll talk about in a sec. The smithing table's main function is to turn diamond tools into netherite tools, an aspect which I purposely left out when talking about netherite because I knew I was going to bring it up here. In the previous build of the game, meaning pre 1.20, all you had to do was place whatever piece of equipment you want to upgrade into the first slot, and then place the netherite ingot beside it, thus giving you the upgraded netherite equipment. But it seems that my concerns about netherite messing up the balance of Minecraft are being even further considered, as in 1.20 we now see there's 3 slots on the smithing table. The switch that's occurred here now relates to the netherite upgrade item, which can only be found in Bastion remnants, now giving this biome of the nether a considerable amount more importance and distinctness. But the upgrade item itself is yet another subsidiary of the other smithing templates we can acquire, with quite literally all of these, apart from the netherite upgrade, being armor trims. They're yet another item focused on customization, but it's one that, despite being optional of course, I actually really enjoy, making each piece of your armor even more unique and personalized, and with the pretty wide range of templates you can find in the various structures throughout the game, as well as the ability to have these patterns appear in a variety of different colours, depending on what ingot or crystal you place in along with it. It's arguably one of my favourite additions to 1.20. Okay, after all of that end city talk, I'm going to first wrap up all of the biomes. Don't worry, the vast majority of them only need to be touched on briefly. But in between that time, I want to give more attention to the individual updates that have come out over the years for Minecraft, some of which I've basically already covered, like the Nether or Village and Pillage updates, but others which I've only given brief mention of up to this point. Starting with the ocean biomes, there's various different kinds of ocean we can now witness, which affects things like what kind of sea life can be found, and also how visible the sea is, both above and below the water. Taking a look underwater, we can now see it's been transformed into what appears to be a full-on ecosystem, much like they've now done with the other expanded biomes like the jungle and swamplands. It feels very authentic, not just being a completely barren blue void like before, but as I said, depending on what type of ocean you're in, you could see all kinds of coral, seagrass, and tons of new aquatic-based life. Before, it was basically just squids, but now we've got things like fish, which can actually be seen swimming around in the water, and being able to be killed for food, instead of only seeing them as an item when using a fishing rod. You've also got dolphins, pufferfish, Nemo, the incredibly cute axolotl, and even more. This variation in mobs and unique underwater blocks is incredibly important, as once again, it makes the location feel like a fully functioning ecosystem, something that, much like many other parts of Minecraft convey, feels alive, and feels like it could go on even when you shut off the game. Obviously it can't, but you get what I mean. I'm just saying it feels authentic. Outside of drowning though, one thing we're not that used to in relation to the ocean is combat, but with the several new structures that can now be found, you may find yourself either swimming for your life or taking certain things head on. Before we get to that, if we're talking about underwater structures, I first just want to mention ones like the numerous ruins that can be found underwater. Some of these are completely useless, appearing like random constructions which have somehow ended up on the seabed, typically being almost completely destroyed and not featuring any substantial loot to speak of. Shipwrecks are slightly more substantial, holding up to 3 loot chests, in which one will most likely be a map chest, containing a map that will guide you to buried treasure, most of the loot being pretty standard, but one being quite interesting, being referred to as the Heart of the Sea, which can then be crafted into a conduit by pairing it up with shells, the conduit being an item that automatically attacks mobs underwater. Buried treasure isn't the only type of map that can guide you to some loot though, with that just being a subcategory of what's referred to as explorer maps, which you can either obtain from these shipwrecks and underwater ruins, or to get woodland explorer maps which can guide you to the woodland mansions. You can trade with the cartographer villager. As for the underwater mobs though, this takes us to the final structure we're focusing on here. The most common hostile mob you'll find underwater is the drowned, which are basically just zombies that can walk around the ocean floor and attack you. These guys have a chance to drop the trident, which can be pretty effective when using it both as a melee and ranged weapon, for the most part basically being like a retrievable form of the bow and arrow. But looking at the other hostile mob takes us to the ocean monuments, a pretty hard to find structure, not just from the fact that they're rare, but also from the fact they're only found in deep oceans, which can be very dark and obscured. One item that can be very useful to find these, on top of just being pretty effective for all underwater exploration, is the sea lanterns, but there is an issue with that. The sea lanterns can only be acquired with materials gained from the mobs in the monument itself, and these guys are known as the Guardians, and on the inside of the monument you'll also find Elder Guardians. They appear very similar to pufferfish, with these spikes which are constantly puffing out and then retracting back into their body, but upon approaching them they immediately start firing out a laser beam, this also being the case for any other mobs which approach too close to them. And as for the Elder Guardians, Guardians. It's merely a larger version of the normal ones with a slightly different texture. The monument itself doesn't actually hold any loot, so the main reason for exploring them would be for the Guardians alone, as well as just general intrigue. Interestingly though, the sponge block, which has been in the game all the way back since Classic, has finally been made obtainable in survival, solely through the Elder Guardians, which upon being killed will drop a collection of items, usually featuring a wet sponge amongst them. One final thing I want to mention about the ocean before moving on is that idea of underwater exploration once again, as we'll see even more when diving into the Caves and Cliffs update after this. Although aspects like caves and general mining remained untouched for years on end, when they did eventually get reworked in update 1.7.2, people were very resistant to the changes that had been made. Caves became less common to find while mining, due to their Swiss cheese type design being changed, making them overall smaller and less interconnected between other caves. But after literally 8 years of no substantial change to the underground at all, we saw the Caves and Cliffs update, which has almost completely changed the dynamic of mining now. Linking this to the underwater exploration, the chance to discover an underwater cave system now is actually very common. They have pretty similar structures to regular caves, feature all the same kinds of resources. It's just the fact you've got the additional obstacle of having everything be underwater. I've never been the biggest fan of these, and have chosen to avoid them whenever possible. But I'll be honest, I know that's my loss, as venturing into some of these, you can genuinely find bountiful supplies of resources like diamonds or iron. It's just the fact you've got the quite severe additional risk of possibly not being able to find your way out and drowning, which if you can't make your way back in time will result in all of your gear being lost. There have been certain countermeasures put in place to make it an actual worthwhile venture though. For example, we can brew underwater breathing potions, which as they say, make you breathe underwater for a period of time. But if you discover one of these caves without having prepared beforehand, it's actually okay, as there'll oftentimes be these bubble columns which now frequently get created from the magma blocks that we also see down here. This bubble column also being able to be created with the soul sand block, where compared to the magma block, we don't get dragged down, but actually pushed up. That's the only possible hazard with the magma block. You will be regaining oxygen, a mechanic which I don't think I've even mentioned up to this point, but can be seen above your hunger bar as bubbles which start popping one by one, taking around 20 seconds for all the bubbles to disappear, in which you'll then start rapidly losing health until you get to the surface once again. The magma blocks prevent this, but will drag you down and actively start dealing out damage as well. But only a little trick can stop this from happening, whereby simply holding the sneak button, all damage will then be negated, letting you get your oxygen back and go on exploring. So that about wraps up the ocean biomes. They aren't all that varied, and the main distinguishments that can be seen in each one are things like how light or dark the ocean is, what mobs, blocks and plants can be found, and also the oceans which are occasionally filled with patches of ice and icebergs. But it is the ocean. You could already imagine it'd be a bit more free-flowing and overall less distinct compared to biomes found on land. But the biome that does really stick out in the ocean category is definitely the mushroom fields, a pretty rare biome that features the large versions of the mushrooms we've seen before, and also the different type of cow mob known as the mushrooms, which, despite the interesting design, merely drop the red or brown mushrooms when being killed. Although you can also milk them with a wooden bowl to acquire an instant mushroom stew, making farms of mushrooms quite prosperous all round. Now, onto the massive Caves and Cliffs update, starting with the world changes, because these are probably the most game-changing ones I've seen out of any other update, and to be honest, that goes for most of this update in general. To begin with, the world height has now been increased, where before it ranged from 0 to 256, the world's altitude's been increased by 64 blocks in both vertical directions, meaning the lowest possible layer now is -64, and the highest is 319. This works effectively not only for any potential high-rise builds that players might want to make, but is also beneficial for the new cliffs part of the update, adding new types of mountain biomes, although not all of them particularly stand out as being too different from pre-existing biomes, as well as also having some which are simply located nearby mountains, but not actually on them. For example, meadows now typically spawn at the base of mountains, and are basically just like the plains with more flowers. The mountains themselves, though, are primarily covered with snow, as you could assume, with most of their differences being in the form of how the terrain's laid out. Some having a more sloped design, others being more jagged, some having more rock than snow, and others even having ice. And I'll be honest, although these mountains house a new mob, that being the goats, which can jump very high, and also ram any mobs that attempt to attack them, there's not much I can really say about them. They don't particularly hold a huge amount of resources, and do more in varying up the world, and giving more distinct characteristics to the idea of mountains in general. Whereas before these might have just appeared like high peaks, now they're undeniably mountains. Things that I imagine players will get a lot of satisfaction from carefully scaling, and getting the chance to take a good look at their environment. But I really think it's the underground which gets the most amount of attention here. There's so much to talk about here, some of the elements being huge positives, but also others which actually make certain things more arduous for me personally. Starting with some basics, pretty much all the ores have have now had a visual redesign, which I'm sure will frustrate some purists. But I think it's fine, to be honest. The ores now make more sense. You no longer mine an iron ore and get the whole iron block, stone included, but instead you just get the raw iron or raw gold or whatever mineral you're mining. A very common ore that you'll find perhaps even faster than coal in some cases is the brand new copper ore, not being used for any of your tools or armor, but merely some blocks and stairs, which makes me really think the block is basically useless. I pretty much always avoid copper whenever it comes up, and have never felt like I've been punished for doing so. The oxidation on the copper blocks can be quite cool, admittedly, with this being preventable by waxing them, giving another purpose to the bees and the honeycomb they produce. But yeah, despite being abundant now, copper is fairly useless in most cases. Getting into the underground though, you start to realise things have changed pretty massively after mining down to what used to be bedrock level, whether you're doing that via a mineshaft or one of the expansive caves that are now here. First off, the ore distribution has now been changed quite a bit to adhere to the increased altitude, with one of the first substantial changes you'll notice when mining down being the lack of bedrock on layer 0, instead having that replaced with deep slate, still basically being the same as stone, but being slightly tougher to break. Deep slate I don't mind all that much. The block's toughness cleverly signifies to the player they're beginning to reach the level where they're going to hit the good stuff, like diamonds. But outside of that, there's now tons of other stone type blocks that, comparable to ores like copper, pretty much do nothing, unless you're looking to build with a specific type of block down here. They only serve to clog up your inventory. I'm talking about ones like andesite, diorite, and granite, basically completely useless as blocks. They serve no purpose that can't already be fulfilled by other blocks, and I don't think they do anything good for the underground particularly. When they weren't there, I didn't need them, and when they were there, I didn't want them. Going back to earlier builds just made me happy that they were gone. In terms of the ore distribution, a lot of the ores have now had their positions changed, but of course, since they're all randomly generated anyway, all this means is that materials like diamond are now found at a much lower level than before. Earlier builds had diamond cropping up most commonly around layer 14 or 15, whereas now the best level to mine for diamond is in the -50 range, which also means that a lot more of these precious resources you'll tend to be finding in the deep slate blocks now, compared to the stone. In terms of the caves, I found these had so much more variety when comparing them to all previous builds of the game, even the ones that are pre-patch 1.7.2. This is mainly because in the Caves and Cliffs update, they take the idea of the Swiss cheese cave design and broaden that out even more, to where there's now several types of way a cave can be structured, with these also being given names like spaghetti and noodle caves to describe their design. A cave that's quite common to run into now is one of the few new biomes the underground now features, this first one being referred to as a dripstone cave. Obviously, it's characterized primarily by the huge amount of dripstone blocks and pointed dripstone which is all over the place. The pointed dripstone now being a minor, and I mean very minor threat, which can actually damage you if you jump on it. Then there's lush caves, which feature tons of greenery and plants, and the biggest inclusion here, the deep dark. Before we dive into that, I just want to say that during your time in the underground caves, there's also a lot more chances of running into these amethyst geodes, which appear like small outcrops of pure amethyst, where we can both mine all of the amethyst blocks inside, as well as the shards which are also sticking out of certain blocks. These amethyst blocks are currently only used for decorative purposes, but I do like their striking appearance in the middle of the caves regardless, and I also like the ringing sounds they make when being broken. The shards are actually a bit more practical though, being able to be used for things like tinting glass and creating the new spyglass item so we can more accurately see things in the distance. Looking to the deep dark though, this introduces some brilliant mystery and freakiness to the underground, which is only ever really felt by me now from the classic ambient sounds and the occasional desolate cave. Whilst I was playing, I was frequently searching up additions and changes that occurred to the game during certain updates, and upon searching up things related to the mining in caves and cliffs, I kept seeing the mention of the deep dark, and how you should stay away from it at all costs. So, of course, that got me intrigued immediately, and made me instantly ignore anyone telling me to avoid it, and instead plunge right into it. Firstly, I just want to clarify that despite me finding this through my research for caves and cliffs, it was actually added in update 1.19, referred to as the wild update. But looking to the deep dark biome itself, we already see it's filled with this new kind of black and blue glowing block, which is called Skulk. Skulk is the block that makes up a large amount of the deep dark, and it's one that, despite not being able to actually be be obtained, actually gives out experience points every time one's broken, that while not being a fantastic payout, can actually still build up quite quickly, and become genuinely useful if you want to go through the effort of breaking them all. The main thing you'll be hoping to find in the Deep Dark, however, is the Ancient City, a pretty massive structure that can feature some amazing loot in the numerous chests that are scattered around. The appearance of the place is fantastic. They've captured perfectly the idea of this huge city being buried underground, now being inhabited by strange, almost alien-like materials and creatures. And that's right, the Deep Dark holds one of the scariest mobs to be added to the game since the Endermen, and introduce a brand new and much needed purpose for the sneaking. Throughout your time journeying through the Deep Dark, there's 3 kinds of blocks that you should definitely be looking out for. Those being the Skulk Catalyst, Skulk Sensor, and Skulk Shrieker, which if you're not playing carefully will lead to a mob known as the Warden being introduced. The Catalyst doesn't make any truly substantial changes, with the only effect it has being to turn blocks surrounding it into Skulk after a mob activates the block by being killed close by. The Sensors and Shriekers on the other hand could be the difference between life and immediate death, with sensors picking up nearby vibrations, which can vary from your footsteps to a wolf shaking itself off. Basically any kind of possible sound should be kept far away from this thing at all costs. Sensors are pretty common to find in the Deep Dark, and although you'll always see them light up whenever vibrations are made around it, they're not actually dangerous, as they still need to be next to a Shrieker to activate the Warden mob. There are ways you can get around it though, primarily revolved around sneaking our way forward instead of trying to rush, which not only negates all the vibrations being made from our footsteps, but also giving us the opportunity to drop items on the floor and fall onto the ground, things that would otherwise activate the sensors if we weren't sneaking. But there is also other, albeit less practical tips for dealing with these things, like the effectiveness of wall and carpet blocks against these things, which as you can imagine, absorbs nearby vibrations, so the sensor also doesn't get activated. But then we have the Shriekers, which upon picking up the vibrations which are sent out from the sensors, lets out an alarm and raises the unseen warning level. The first few times you activate these things, you'll be completely fine, which I think is a hilariously evil trick to pull on players who are unfamiliar with these blocks mechanics. But upon the 4th time one of these gets activated, the number of activations being purely based on the alarm itself, not just the Shriekers, the Warden gets released, being one of the most dangerous enemies in the entire game. Despite the great loot we can find here, the detailed architecture and great overlooks we can get of the city from these elevated ruins, the Warden is the primary reason people heavily recommend staying away from the Deep Dark. When this guy gets spawned in, it's important you're thinking straight and don't panic, although if you've already gone to warning level 4, you're either very unlucky or don't realise what you're causing anyway. The Warden won't immediately come after you when summoned, but due to it being completely blind, much like the sensors, they're working off vibrations, and also smell this time. It'll wander around randomly regardless of what vibrations they're picking up. But after a short amount of time, if you're staying perfectly silent by sneaking, you'll begin to hear it start sniffing, in which it'll then be given an update on the whereabouts of your location. The Warden's aggro on a target when their unique anger meter raises to around 80. And aside from vibrations, other ways you can start raising its anger meter are varied, in both the actions that can be taken and also in how much the meter goes up by. For example, most vibrations warrant an anger increase of 35, whereas a projectile will only give out 10. Touching it directly will also warrant 35 points. And also, when they finish sniffing around, if you're in quite close proximity to them, another 35 points will be added. As you can see, that anger can stack up very quickly with only a few actions, so taking them lightly is a big mistake. Trying to fight them is completely off the cards, as their health isn't just significantly more than yours, so you'll end up dying in about 5 seconds, but it also has the most amount of health and highest melee damage output in the entire game, basically making it so that on normal difficulty, it's a one-hit kill. Once its anger meter reaches 80, however, it lets out a huge roar and starts chasing the player directly, where it will then attempt to either smash you, or if it can't get a melee hit off, will then switch to its ranged attack, that being a giant sonic boom that shoots out of its chest. If you manage to keep it calm for about a minute, however, which as I say, can be a lot harder than it actually sounds, the Warden will burrow back underground and you'll be safe to keep traversing forward as normal, at least until the alarm gets raised back up again. One part of Minecraft, which we've only briefly touched on up to this point, is the idea of transportation. We've discussed it in terms of the player's movement, different states we can enter, like walking, sprinting, swimming, and sneaking, but there's also other forms of transport outside of on-foot movement, which can be very helpful. Way back in the early stages, we mentioned the idea of minecarts, and how at the time they were primarily an item that worked as portable storage, being able to set up rails and push the contents of what's held inside wherever the rail leads. This was fairly quickly reworked though, with the minecart becoming primarily a transport item, and one that can actually be very effective when utilising certain redstone components. For the minecarts to work, they still need to be placed on a rail regardless, but now we've got things like powered rails, which can significantly increase the speed of the minecart, making them genuinely practical compared to how we had to push them before, and leading to numerous impressive roller coaster type builds that have been made throughout the years. We of course also had the addition of boats, which allowed us to travel through the water much faster, still being very practical even with the increased swimming speed when sprinting underwater, and having the boat's design be finalised from when we last talked about them, not just being a boat that floats by itself, but now featuring 2 oars which we can see spinning round as we move forward. You've also got the flying from the elytria, as well as the less momentum based flying in creative mode, but some of the coolest transport options come in the form of the horse, donkey and mule mobs. These were added in update 1.6, literally being called the horse update, and although the update didn't add much in terms of the game overall, the horses are yet another welcome addition that have some very unique characteristics. Of course, the purpose they're primarily used for is transport, but much like all the other animal mobs, they first need to be tamed, so that we can actually use them. Unlike other mobs though, it's not all about feeding the horses a specific type of food. Instead, the taming's based on a temper system, which ranges from 0 to 100. The horses are also attributed a taming threshold, where in order to tame them, so that you can do things like ride them and equip them with armor, you can either hop on their back and get continually bucked off until they become tamed. And additionally, you can also feed them things like wheat and apples to raise their temper too. Upon being tamed, you can get on them for as long as you want without being thrown off. However, the only way to actually ride them involves putting a saddle on them. While riding them, you can see that on your inventory screen, the horse has separate slots of its own, one for the saddle and the other for the armor, which can range from leather to diamond. Leather's the only type that can actually be obtained outside of the chests found in structures, either being able to craft it or traded for emeralds, although diamond horse armor is now a relatively common item you'll find in dungeon chests, so it's not even particularly worth obtaining the leather one to begin with. The horses control about as best they could. Due to the additional height and vision restrictions, we see them implement automatic scaling up objects, which I found to be a very functional addition, much like the auto jump we can also activate on foot. And now when riding, we're phased through even more objects than before, making traversal through areas like dense forests a much smoother experience, although there will be inevitable cases where you might find yourself taking damage when clipping through a tree, which can be quite annoying, but nothing too severe. Other features of the horse is its health bar, which actually remain completely separate from ours, and can vary from horse to horse. You can also jump certain heights in relation to a charge up bar which replaces the experience bar, and you can use food to both heal tamed horses, as well as golden carrots and apples to enable horses to breed. But then when comparing the horses to the 2 other types, those being the donkey and mule, we see these have other pros and cons which might dissuade you from solely picking the horse. Horses are by far the fastest of the 3 types, and can also jump the highest too, but although the donkeys have significantly decreased speed and jump, they can also carry chests, being a much better version of that portable storage idea we saw way back with the minecarts. But this ability also being possible with the mule, which on top of having storage capabilities, also has similar speed and jumping to the horse, with the only drawback being that they can't be bred. There's also a couple different variants of the horse itself, those being the zombie horse, which can only be found when either spawning it in using commands or with their spawn egg, and also the skeleton horse, which can be found and used for yourself, but also used by skeletons for some extra mobility when attacking. Overall, the horses are pretty great, fast and smooth traversal, more opportunities to have a partner in a game that can sometimes feel quite lonely. Just good stuff all round. We just mentioned the idea of spawn eggs, an item that can quite literally never be found in the survival mode. So let's look at the creative mode again for a second, and observe some of the more unique functionalities to the mode. Of course, you already know we can spawn in any block we want and fly around by double tapping space, but there's multiple items here that can only be obtained through creative. Those that are present in survival but just can't be picked up, and others which are nowhere except the creative menu. The first of those would relate to objects like bedrock, reinforced deep slate, and the numerous infested blocks which now appear in the strongholds. These blocks being the primary way you'll be seeing the silverfish mob, which aren't all that threatening, but work as a nice surprise in terms of the blocks themselves. But then you've got others, like the selection of spawn eggs, allowing you to more easily place down any kind of mob without having to do it through a spawn command prompt. Command blocks, which as the name implies, are quite literally used to perform commands without the need for the player to do it themselves, being used most effectively in multiplayer servers and custom maps. There's also barrier blocks, which work like invisible walls, light bulbs, which affect a certain area's light levels regardless of what time of day it is, and plenty more which mainly appear like their functions are to fine-tune custom experiences for Minecraft, which is why it's not that essential they're in the survival mode. Now, once and for all, we'll finish off all the biomes in the game, check out the different mobs and blocks which spawn in these areas, and wrap things up by heading back to the strongholds, which now hold a dark and mysterious secret. We've already pretty much been over things like the forests and their different variants, the ocean, mountains, and also a deep look into biomes like the jungle. Rivers and frozen rivers aren't all that different from the oceans and beaches, to be honest, although I should mention the frozen rivers of course are covered in ice, which have a slippery effect to them, much like all of the ice blocks in the game. Unlike normal movement, which basically stops you dead in your tracks once you let go of any directional key, the ice keeps propelling you forward for a short period of time, which is about as typical as you could imagine an ice effect would be in a game. I mentioned swamps way back at the beginning of talking about the biomes, and although they're still the same grey, murky, vine-covered areas, there's some unique mobs to be found in the swamps, as well as a separate variant known as the mangrove swamp. This version of the swamp is typically very dense and is found nearby forests and deserts, still feeling very much like the usual swamp, but one that has some unique logs that we can acquire, as well as having a different version of the frog, which can also be found in normal swamps. Here we witness the warm version of the frogs, which appear grey in colour, but the regular ones that can be found in normal swamps appear orange. There's also a green, cold variant, with all of these colours reflecting what biome the tadpole grew up in. That's why the orange frogs are the most common, as they have the most amount of biomes which will make one of them spawn upon growing up to a frog. They don't actually do much except wander around and eat slimes, and even when killing them, you never get any kind of special resources, so it's best to just leave them alone. However, a mob that will definitely try mess you up when coming into contact with it is the witch. These guys can be found most often in the swamp huts, which are exclusive to the swamp, always being accompanied with a black cat as well. Despite their appearance, the witch isn't actually an illager, which can be attributed to how they aren't actually hostile to normal villagers and never try to attack them. You'll notice when fighting them, they only ever use potions, the purposes being both for offensive combat with the different kinds of splash potions they can throw out, but also for defensive purposes, like having them drink fire resistant potions when taking fire damage, or drinking a potion of swiftness if the player appears to be moving further away from them. A pretty layered mob that actively adapts to several different scenarios it could be possibly facing, and using their potions strategically to get the upper hand on the player. The icy biomes also have more variation now, having ones like the ice spikes, which, true to its name, features tons of these spiky ice structures protruding from the ground. Something else that can be found in the snowy taiga and plains biomes now are igloos, which are about as you'd expect when looking at all of the other structures in this game. A unique exterior, with the interior featuring a chest with loot, although to actually gain access to it, there's a little secret you've got to discover by knocking off one of the carpet blocks on the ground and revealing a trapdoor, which ends up taking us to a little dungeon looking area. Rabbits can be quite common to find out in these snowy biomes now, although that could be said for a few of the biomes, with how much like the frogs, we have several different coloured variants depending on where the rabbits are residing. They're now very common to find in the desert, with these ones being yellow, but in cold biomes they're either coloured white or black and white, and in woodland biomes they can be black, brown, or brown and white. They don't do much apart from wandering around, a bit like the frogs, but unlike them, you actually end up getting some drops in return, those being the raw rabbit and rabbit hide items, the first of which can of course be cooked and eaten like all the other meats in the game, and the other of which can either be crafted into leather, and as of right now, the experimental bundle item, which will likely be added to the game in the future, basically working like a backpack. But there's also two unique versions of the rabbit, one of which utilizes the name tag item, an item that allows you to give a name to any of your tamed animals, and by naming a rabbit Toast, the rabbit switches to a unique black and white color, being a memorialization of a player's girlfriend's lost rabbit. But there's also the killer rabbit, which is completely white with blood red eyes, and as the name describes, will actively try and kill the player. And finally, the last remaining biome that has three different variants is the Badlands. These are desert type biomes which are distinguished from the red sand that's found on the ground level, and also the mountainous and colourful peaks which are made from different colours of terracotta, a new type of block that, despite encouraging more customization, I'll admit I've never really liked, for the exact same reasons I gave for blocks like diorite and andesite. Their colours are very similar to the ones we can already create, and only ever seem to clog up my inventory. Although the colours they do present in the environment itself definitely does make the Badlands a very distinct biome. The regular Badlands aren't that different from the eroded Badlands, both featuring these large mountains, but merely being less common and not as substantial in the eroded variant. And the final wooded Badlands is exactly what you expect, the same visual palette and blocks used in the other versions, but with the addition of grass and trees. A final note I want to make about the much wider variety of biomes we have in these more recent versions of Minecraft is that, much like I mentioned when talking about the balancing of netherite, they throw off a rhythm in Minecraft that I always thought was key. Obviously netherite doesn't, as I said earlier, but you get what I mean. As I said way back at the start, Minecraft's gameplay structure was very set in stone after a certain point. Spawn in, get wood, use wood for tools to get better tools. Obviously, that's not all there is to Minecraft, but it's what most people will find themselves doing initially. But as the biomes became not just more varied, but considerably larger than previously. There's been many times I spawned into a new world and had near to no idea what to do. Not every biome you spawn in now will have trees, so what do? Well, you run. The Badlands is a great example, along with deserts, oceans, and icy biomes. These are ones where you might journey far and wide for any kind of base resource like wood, and genuinely not find anything. First-hand experience has made me realise the nature of randomly spawning into the world can sometimes have really boring repercussions. Running in a straight direction for minutes on end, gradually losing your hunger points until you can't sprint anymore, and then when nighttime rolls around, possibly dying. That's arguably the worst kinds of experiences Minecraft can create, and for newer players, that'll be an absolute turn-off. There are things to counteract this, of course, like the bonus chest you can activate, for example, which starts you off with a select number of tools and resources, but that really shouldn't be necessary, and I know for a fact that a lot of players aren't going to want to use that mechanic. I'm not even saying this from the view of less is more. I love the variety all the biomes bring, it's just the fact with how large they can be, they could possibly lead to a pretty unsatisfying experience starting off. So much so, to the point where you might just give up and start a new world, which just shouldn't be a thing in my opinion. That's all of the biomes covered, but we actually skipped over some new mobs that can be uniquely found in certain biomes, mainly revolving around the temperature as per usual, although not all of them are going to be particularly substantial outside of visual variety. Foxes can be found in both a red and white form, finding shelter during the daytime and sleeping, but then emerging at night to eat, avoiding any other hostile threats in the process. Foxes can be bred, but not tamed, and aside from a nice little detail where they'll pick up dropped items in their mouth, they mainly just attack smaller animals and search for food most of the time. Strays are skeleton variants which crop up in cold biomes. Husks are zombie variants which crop up in hot biomes. There's several variants of mobs which were added for April Fool's Day, like diamond chickens, moon cows, and smiling creepers. There's also polar bears, which obviously show up in cold biomes and have no real purpose outside of dropping some COD and XP. There's the ravagers, which spawn in during an illager raid, appearing similar to all the other villager type mobs, but this time being a large four-legged creature that rams into things. There's also endermites, which are the smallest enemy in the game, which can spawn when throwing an ender pearl. And finally, there's the phantom, a flying hostile mob that starts swooping down from the air and attacking you after 3 days without having either died or slept. That's every single mob covered, well, at least for now. I'm already aware mobs like camels and sniffers are in 1.20, but I don't have access to that at time of writing, so it's whatever. Well, kind of whatever. A little post 1.2 update interjection here. Now the update's officially out, I want to mention that it comes with a new cherry tree type, which looks very nice. Numerous different pottery that you can now craft. Signs, which can now be hung up. A brush item, which introduces a brand new archaeological aspect of the game. And plenty more additions and changes to the world, which despite their unsubstantial inclusion in this video, I heavily encourage you go check out yourself. I suppose in a way, I don't particularly want to spoil an update which is so fresh. But going back to us finishing up the mobs, you know that's not true. We haven't talked about all the mobs. Heading back to the strongholds now still features all the library and prison-like structures from before, but with one big addition. A large portal being elevated up from the ground, and being referred to as the end portal. But strongholds are considerably rare, and even if we do stumble upon one of these randomly, we still need some heavy preparation before journeying into this portal. Diamond or netherite gear is a must, primarily focusing on armor and weapons if you want to get ready as soon as possible. This gear of course can be enchanted, but there's no need to actually save up this equipment and not use it in the meantime, mainly because of the anvil and grindstone additions. Both of them are quite similar in their functionality, with their main function being to repair your items, which can be done by mixing two of the same tool, resulting in a new version of that tool being created with replenished durability. It is a bit of an ask in terms of netherite and diamond tools, but we can also clearly see by the naming addition on the anvil, giving us the ability to give any name we want to all of our individual tools. The idea is all based around gaining an attachment to particular tools you've crafted in the past, perhaps those with certain enchantments you have placed on them. And although the grindstone still repairs items, unlike the anvil, it also disenchants the tools too, which might just sound like a negative, but realize as well that there will be certain upgrades you'll want to prioritize over others. Fortune, for example, is one of the best you can acquire for the pickaxe, so if you don't end up getting it when enchanting the first time, you can then disenchant the pick and try again. Bearing in mind too that obviously this is only necessary because you can't enchant the same tools multiple times. Back to the end portal though, as I said, these can be found in strongholds, but to actually find the strongholds as efficiently as possible, you'll need to be using an item called the Eyes of Ender, not to be confused with the Ender Pearls, an item that actually has a number of functionalities now. From being a form of teleporting in its initial form with how we can throw them out anywhere and be automatically teleported, to being used for crafting the Eyes of Ender, which in turn can be crafted into other items, like the Ender chests and End crystals. So, some farming of Endermen is going to be essential for what we're about to embark on. on, as well as blazes, due to the Eyes of Ender being made out of ender pearls as well as blaze powder. The reason we need these isn't just because upon reaching the portal, we need to place a certain number of eyes into the portal to activate it, but they're also the primary way we'll be finding the portal to begin with. Right-clicking while on the outside will make these eyes fly up into the air, but what we need to notice is that they should be constantly heading in a certain direction. This is how we're guided to the end portal, following the eyes in whatever direction they're heading until they start falling onto the ground, indicating we're right above the stronghold. It's a real adventure we start going on here, despite this process definitely being tedious for some players. I love the idea of having built up all this gear and experience throughout the game, and then putting all that work towards one big expedition. Saving up a substantial amount of the eyes is basically essential, as not only can the strongholds take quite a while to find, but also along the way the eyes have a good chance to combust, compared to most other times when they just drop on the ground. And not to mention, when we reach this end portal, also being one of the few places the silverfish mobs reliably spawn every time, the eyes we have to input into the portal can vary, due to some of the slots oftentimes being filled in already. That luckily means you'll be spending less eyes overall, but it's still good to have a large amount of these, as you never know how many are going to break along the way, and how many are actually in the portal itself. The intrigue ends up reaching an all-time high when activating the portal, where unlike the nether portal, what we see here is basically a static image that looks like a void into nowhere. But heading inside, we emerge in the true final biome of the game, and that's the end. The end appears like a few patches of land in the middle of what we could assume is an infinite void, with the only blocks in what we discover is basically this arena, being end stone on the ground, obsidian towers, and bedrock, which appears to be structured like some kind of fountain. But you'll likely not be paying attention to anything else when you get here, apart from the sounds, visuals, and health bar of the final boss, the Ender Dragon. I still really like everything about this boss fight. It somehow makes a game that could quite literally be played endlessly have a satisfying conclusion, and that's due to its tough but fair mechanics. The arena we fight in is substantially big, being a great size for you to navigate the Ender Dragon's range shots and not feel confined, but also being small enough to where falling off and into the void isn't a totally unlikely scenario, especially with how far the dragon can fling us around. The dragon never lands on the ground, primarily flying around in the air in pretty much random directions, while at the same time frequently clipping through the obsidian towers, the clipping not looking great to be honest. But occasionally, the dragon will swoop down to the ground and hover for a while, being a great decision considering there'll be many players who've entered this battle without a bow, which I should mention, with how it stays in the air most of the time, is definitely a must for your preparation, but as I say, it's not mandatory. Something else the bow will help out with leads to a point about how the boss is pretty standard to begin with, and bordering banal once you've become accustomed to it. Unlike a lot of Minecraft's mechanics, defeating the Ender Dragon actually works off a very conventional routine, having to first destroy all these end crystals, which from the large beam that shoots into the dragon, as well as the health bar, makes you realise pretty quickly these things are regenerating the dragon's health. So regardless of whether you're building your way up to the towers and destroying them with a melee attack, or firing at them from down on the ground, the process will always be destroy end crystals, go after the dragon. Although, these crystals do have varying amounts of difficulty to break, some being very easy and clearly visible to break from the ground, others being at a slightly higher level, which means either making a more precise shot or building your way up, and others which are enclosed in iron cages, which you can shoot from the ground, but once again only with a more precise shot. While you're destroying these, the dragon will be coming after you. Not being as dangerous a threat as you can imagine. As I mentioned earlier, the recent Warden mob has way more health and damage output compared to the dragon, but not being a pushover in any way, cycling between several different states, which brings a nice dynamic to the fight, and prolongs it to make it feel like a worthwhile encounter that can't just be walked straight through by most players. The first state would be guarding, which is simply when the dragon's flying around the air, in which destroying the end crystal it's flying past gives out some damage. When a crystal gets destroyed, it then enters its second state, strafing, where it noticeably starts strafing in the air and shooting down unique fireballs, although still being similar to the ghasts. These ones don't actually give out any contact damage despite landing on the ground with an explosion. They instead deal magic damage by leaving a patch of purple clouds on the ground, being identical to the lingering potions, which we can of course only brew after bottling up dragon's breath, that literally being the purple smoke that we see here. The final two states involve the dragon coming closer to the ground, when it either dives down to your position to attack you directly, or when it perches above the exit portal and starts breathing out the dragon's breath again. The final state being where people who are solely carrying melee weapons can get some good damage in, with arrows in fact being completely useless during this state, burning up when firing them. Overall, I still find the fight to be pretty astounding. It's a complete break from anything we've been used to in the game up to this point. The dragon itself is a daunting threat that with some of its attacks can cause some devastating and possibly fatal damage. The animations of the dragon are fantastically smooth, and the concept of taking on a flying mob when the majority of our mob encounters before this have been ground encounters will put players experiencing this for the first time on edge, as they'll need to figure out a new approach to to the battle that won't end up getting them killed. The obsidian towers, endstone, and tons of endermen that walk around the area make the arena very distinct, and along with the engaging encounter, which would be worthwhile to experience anyway, the massive amounts of XP you get at the end of the fight feels so gratifying, literally flying out of the dragon as it implodes in the air. The sound during this encounter as well was unbelievable. Much like every other time music is used in this game, they ace it. You might naturally assume by seeing any footage of this fight that it's likely accompanied with some fast-paced battle music. But no, once again, during this intense battle against a dragon, the only sounds we hear are this faint, hollow ambience, working incredibly well in grounding the player in this situation, and putting all the focus on the fight. We've worked so hard to get to this point, there's nothing left to do except battle this dangerous foe, and, as we discover, reach the end of the game. That's right, when 1.0 released, it added the end, the dragon, and a full-on ending to the game, Minecraft at this point being considered complete, regardless of all the extra updates that would inevitably come after. And by jumping in the portal, we get to experience one of the most weirdly appropriate endings the game could have possibly had. It's out of character, but somehow still irks the entire feel of what Minecraft's about, a heavy task to undertake, considering due to the broad possibilities of what you can do in this game. Minecraft can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. There's no kind of cutscenes or actual visualization of what happens to our character upon hopping into the portal. We're simply brought to a credit screen where two different characters, being conveyed by the colours blue and green, start off by discussing the player. Initially, it talks about reaching a higher level than we were before. The trials and tribulations we've undergone to get up to this point has apparently brought us to a different status, which in most other games I might try and attribute to some kind of commentary on society and the hierarchy of those who are in control and those who are stepped on. But once again, in the context of Minecraft, there isn't any form of society. It's a barren wasteland for the most part, having tons of remnants of civilizations gone by, structures that were presumably built thousands of years ago, not knowing what their purposes are, or who actually made them. Whatever level we've reached, these two characters become aware of our presence, and how we're now listening in on their discussion. Some really interesting lines are thrown out here, which give a lot of things for people to think about and theorize over, like when they mention how the player thinks these two characters are part of the game, implying there's something much larger that's only communicating to us through the means of Minecraft. The thoughts they're having are communicated to us through words on a screen, perhaps because that's the most logical way we can actually perceive the conversation that's taking place here, with it now becoming clearer that these two appear to be some kind of ethereal and possibly primordial being. There's a large emphasis on dreams and dreaming in all of these pieces of text, where at points they appear to jump back to the evolution of man. This player dreamed of sunlight and trees, of fire and water. It dreamed it created, and it dreamed it destroyed. It dreamed it hunted and was hunted. It dreamed of shelter, quite literally describing all of mankind's blessings and plights, a kind of balance that is essential to life on Earth. And that's yet another thing it's referencing, how the experience of Minecraft links to real life. The original interface, 1,000,000 years old, and it still works. Despite all the technological advancements over the years, quite literally creating a separate reality which we're frequently delving into behind a computer screen. The core foundations of what purpose we're searching for hasn't changed. We search for love, we search for pleasure, we search for comfort, satisfaction. Everything that we want in real life may not be achievable, but with the new artificial reality that lies behind the screen, our possibilities have become endless. If we can't experience them outside, why not try on our own world? One where we're in control of the rules. Age starts to become a factor at this point, being unable to see certain portions of text, and being told we haven't reached the highest level to comprehend what's being said here. As they say, certain things can't and won't be revealed to us in this short dream of the game. Despite what lessons it can teach us and the enjoyment that can be garnered, we won't learn everything we need to learn if we stay here forever. Sheltering ourselves in the short dream comes with consequences, and in the long dream of life, despite not being as instantly gratifying as the short dream was, it's a long game plan that upon reaching the highest level will make it so that we've reached a truly enlightening place mentally, and can begin to understand things we previously were ignorant to. As it elaborates, we realise this long dream truly is the player's mind itself. There are times it's sad in the long dream. It creates worlds that have no summer, and it shivers under a black sun. Depression, cynicism, and bleak thought patterns are being described here. This long dream that we're being forced to experience doesn't seem as good as the short dream. In the short dream, we made progress, got exactly what we wanted when we wanted. But in the long dream, you can find yourself doing all this stuff and reaping no reward. A day in real life is a lot longer than a day in Minecraft, and most of the things we do in the game, from fishing to mining, all take substantially more time in the real world. The long dream is one where we need to face the reality that things take time, and we're not always going to get what we want. But it's still a dream, one that under the right guidance and perception can be infinitely more prosperous compared to the short dream. But as they say, the aforementioned worlds with no summer can't be interfered with by outside forces. It's for the individuals themselves to acknowledge the dream for what it is, and to not wallow in what was previously being garnered in the short dream. The entities occasionally want to speak to us when we struggle with the real world. Let us know the truth that we believe in relation to the real world is not fact, it's merely our perception, a bitter one which could be far more optimistic, and as the entities imply, realistic if we actually look to the reality of this dream. But they resist from speaking. They ignore the urge to tell us the reality, because it would be telling us how to live, which prevents us from living, in turn making the long dream a pointless venture, where no new knowledge is actually gained from the experience, merely becoming a puppet who's controlled and told what to do by those who consider themselves more enlightened than us. No, we have to live for ourselves. It's the only way that we'll reach the highest level which was previously mentioned. But the entities aren't satisfied without giving out some form of truth, so decide to tell us in the form of a story, and what follows is our awakening to the real world and the endless opportunities that await us. We're quite literally given instructions to feel the mechanics of our physical body compared to our in-game one. Things like our breathing, the ability to move our body, taking ourselves out of the wild adventure we've been on during Minecraft's runtime, and respawning in the long dream that is real life. The entities describe themselves as quite literally what I said earlier, primordial beings, going under several different pseudonyms depending on what civilizations were inhabiting the planet at particular times. Gods, angels, aliens, poltergeists, they both are and aren't these things at the same time. They're the universe, they don't change. It's only the further discoveries which are made by humans which get them closer to understanding what they truly are, which results in numerous different interpretations of these entities, which as they say, are merely things that humans don't perceive themselves possible to be. Things start getting extra meta after this point, talking about us in the real world once again, being on a spinning globe of molten rock, that being the Earth of course, and being circled by a ball of blazing gas, that being the sun. A contrast is then immediately presented between this and Minecraft, which is where we begin to see the first signs of an actual self-critique, both of the player's actions and how the addictive and fun nature of Minecraft has been enabling them. The Earth and sun is described in detail, labeling exact figures like how far away the sun is, how long light takes to cross that distance. But then we get yet another mention of the short dream, this time quite literally saying how the player dreamed it was a miner on a world that was flat and infinite. This is a world that is a pale imitation of the real world. It's attempting the best it can to replicate certain real life conditions, but because of technology it isn't effectively able to. The Earth is not flat and infinite, it's a globe, and upon heading in a direct straight line around the globe you'll end up right back where you started. Time and death is even mentioned here, talking about how days were short and death was only a minor inconvenience. Dreams at this point are now quite literally being defined as games, describing the different kinds of experiences a player can throw themselves into, how they vary and how rapidly they can switch from dream to dream. Some can be scary, some can be beautiful, but they're still only short. We then see a delve into the literal creation of a human being, going all the way back to the player's atoms and how they were developed, created and cared for by a woman, who, using her body, quite literally assembled the player. Upon waking up from the dark world of the mother's body, the long dream began, representing the player's birth. Our creation is described as being both the most individual thing to ever happen, a new unique story that has never and will never be experienced ever again. But at the same time, the genetic makeup of the player goes back billions of years, not just to the dawn of man, but looking at the DNA inside us, quite literally the creation of the Earth. Our story is unique, yet there's been so many stories before us that will substantially alter how our story will play out. The writing becomes incredibly clever here, with how it weaves our real world dream with the dream of Minecraft, taking us back to the Big Bang and how everything has been created via information from a star, and fast forwarding to us sat down at our computer screen playing Minecraft, we're actively partaking in a whole other universe. One person called Julian planting a forest of information information in a world created by a man called Marcus, a world that allows the player to inhabit it, create new things within it, and make it its home. The names that are mentioned here being direct references to both Marcus Notch person and Julian Gao, who was the person who wrote this ending passage. And upon all this philosophizing over life, death, and our creation, the player begins to realize the game they've been playing was merely an illusion, an imitation. The player begins to look to their real world, gaining inspiration and thought-provoking ideas in their mind from observing things around them. Sunlight shining through tree leaves, the crisp winter night sky. Ideas like an endless simulation are hinted at here. The idea that we're part of a system that's generated by ones and zeros, being able to function through the electricity of the world, through scrolling words on a screen at the end of a dream. The final part possibly being a reference to the player's death, coming to the end of the long dream, with the actions they've taken throughout it indicating if they'll be satisfied or not with how they've lived their life. The poem ends with a number of encouraging thoughts from the game, serving as a message to both our long and short dreams by talking directly to us, saying we're loved, we've played the game well, everything we need is within us. We are the daylight and we are the night. We are quite literally everything, which is absolutely true. Everything we witness is only perceptible within our view of the world. Upon death, life may go on, but not for us. Everything after that point is over. The final few lines of text refers to the acceptance of both the long and short dream. When playing and completing Minecraft, the player will dream and then wake up when the dream is complete. But then looking at how Minecraft works, we can dream again, dream better, in a new world, building new things, creating new memories. But the final message, we're told, also tells us not to ignore the long dream. We eventually need to wake up and apply the things we've learned, the positivity, the creativity from the short dream, and even if it's just a small part of our being, apply it and hopefully make our lives from that point on even more fulfilling. Minecraft's ending is perfect in my opinion, with the game being so focused on creativity and our own personal journey through the world. I couldn't think of any better ending than to have those kinds of actions directly observed and dissected. Not just the actions we took in the game, but the actions we've taken outside it and while playing it. So, we've done it. We've reached the end of Minecraft, and I feel no shame in saying it's a masterpiece, a near perfect in every way imaginable, even though Notch left after the Microsoft acquisition in 2014. Looking back on the history of this game, we realise just how essential Notch was. It was literally his project alone, and although certain figures like Jeb are almost just as well known as Notch nowadays because of his taking over of the lead designer role, Minecraft would quite literally not exist, and so many essential mechanics wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Notch. There's so many elements which make up the Minecraft experience, and it's really a game where you can play exactly how you want, and the game in turn will most likely cater to that. We'll save my overall thoughts on the game for a bit later on. Now, I want to go over a final few Minecraft related projects that have been released throughout the past few years, as well as the different types of Minecraft experiences that can be played both on PC, consoles, and even phones. I'm gonna opt to skip the Minecraft story mode, as realistically that game was being made primarily by Telltale, and just using Minecraft elements. And to be honest anyway, it's Telltale at its absolute worst in my opinion. The game isn't even available anymore either. The servers were shut down in 2019, and the only people who can still play this are people who've previously bought it. And also, at one point in time, like all the best gaming experiences, you were also able to play it on Netflix, really showing how much of a game this thing was. Ignoring that though, we've also got the various different editions of Minecraft that have been released, which we'll look briefly over now, the most substantial of which being the Bedrock edition of the game, still having the core foundations of Minecraft obviously, but also some pretty substantial changes at points, both in a visual and technical sense. The Bedrock edition itself refers to how the game's been coded with the C++ programming language, compared to the Java edition, a decision which came about when Minecraft was looking to branch out to the console market. That also means we can negate most talk about the console versions, as no matter what console you're playing on, it doesn't matter if you're yet to get an update that's come out on the PC first, you're playing Bedrock regardless. Well, that's unless you're playing on the Legacy console edition, which was genuinely different from Bedrock, but no longer receives any new updates, instead encouraging players to transfer over to the Bedrock version of the game to stay up to date. So in saying that, you might assume Minecraft's heading in the direction of having solely Bedrock, perhaps even replacing Java in the future, but I'd highly doubt that to be honest. Java edition has too many differences that merging them together, or just outright scrapping Java, would annoy a substantially large part of the fanbase. A few notable differences would be the inability to install mods on Bedrock, instead having a marketplace where you have to buy things like skins, texture packs and worlds with real money, some of these being free, but a lot of these also being paid. Just outright scummy business practices there, which Java has never partaken in. Technologically, Bedrock features more up-to-date inclusions like the ability to play Minecraft in VR, and also on the console editions in particular, having multiplayer be much smoother to get into with your friends, as well as being able to play cross-platform. People who are heavily involved in Redstone understand the way it functions can oftentimes be drastically different between the two versions. The textures overall appear more saturated in Bedrock. Bedrock still features the same spammy combat system which was substantially altered in Java. And then there's incredibly minor stuff, like how your character now blinks in Bedrock, or how you can now basically tie-dye your armor using cauldrons instead of how you do it in Java, which, I'll be honest, is a genuinely cool feature. They are still basically the same game with various differences, which will be noticeable and unnoticeable when you play. Another notable addition of the game is of course the Pocket Edition, always being one of the most bought apps on any app store, and being a really great way for people who want to play on the go, and also for those who perhaps don't have the required game console or PC that's required to play the normal game. There's also the Education Edition, which is primarily used for schools, being a far more restrictive experience, as the whole point is literally supposed to be doing things which your teacher wants you to do. But there's also some interesting things like the ability to use a camera. Due to this tool being used by young kids and teachers who may be unfamiliar with Minecraft, the multiplayer is apparently far easier to get working for all students, being able to have 30 players in the world simultaneously, and also chalkboards, which can be used to communicate a goal to the learners, or border blocks to restrict learners to a certain area. Overall, I'm sure this would have actually been a very effective tool for many classrooms, as we've mentioned before, mainly because of the primarily simplistic core foundation of Minecraft. There was also two brand new Minecraft games, the first of which being Minecraft Dungeons, which was released in 2020, and the second of which being Minecraft Legends, which released on the 18th of April 2023. We'll only be talking about these briefly, but even when looking at both of their designs, it's not only a bizarre kind of direction to take the Minecraft brand itself, but also for a game series that's been the hub of so much original and creative content. They appear to not have a single original idea for these. Dungeons is a fine game to be honest, but that's about the extent of it. The cutscenes which can be seen throughout the game all look great, although much like the rest of the game, despite having that distinct Minecraft look, there's tons of stuff here that also looks like it's been ripped right out of another game and just made to be pixelated and blocky. The visuals overall are pretty stunning. I really like all the lighting work here, and a lot of the game makes us realise they genuinely must have a lot of restraint when working with normal Minecraft to not change up the graphical style from what we're used to. They prove here they can easily create some fantastic environments, tons of immersive particle effects, and even the subtle, nice details we see in mods like Optifine, where the trees and grass are noticeably swaying around. Although I suppose they're working with the Unreal Engine here, not Java. Starting off, I thought the gameplay was stellar, beginning on mouse and keyboard, but then switching to controller, which I found gave a far more enjoyable control scheme for me personally. It's simplistic. The main thing you'll be doing throughout the game is swiping your melee weapon, whose speed and damage varies depending on what type of weapon you're using, and what enchantments you give your equipment upon leveling up. You've got the bow if you'd prefer to deal with certain targets from a distance, although ammo may be a concern if you're only ever using the bow against enemies. And then you've got the different artifacts, which are basically small boosters that run on a cooldown timer, as well as potions to increase things like your health, which we can see in the center of the screen. All that setup is fine, and I don't mind anything in relation to the layout of the HUD or even how the game's presented. I could do with being a little bit closer to the action or having the ability to switch the camera angle, but I can overlook that. What I can't overlook is how incredibly boring and repetitive this game can become after only a short amount of time. I was incredibly excited to look into this game. I wanted to play it all the way back when it first came out, but now that I have, I just really didn't like it that much, and I do genuinely feel it's got a lot to do with the Minecraft brand itself. The combat system here is more intricate than what you'd see in normal Minecraft, and that's the best part for me. All the mobs you'd expect to show up here genuinely do, and with how they act, you'll be taking multiple different approaches when dealing with the several different mobs. Just like standard Minecraft, skeletons use bows and tend to run away when you get close, making a ranged weapon a very viable option for these guys. Creepers need to be taken out before they explode, meaning you can still repeat that process of either killing them before that happens, or baiting them out to explode, in turn damaging the mobs around them. That stuff is all fine, and I love the idea of translating these Minecraft concepts to a different type of game. Cows and sheep work as health consumables basically. Enchantments are merely what's given upon leveling up. Emeralds are used as the main currency in the game, just like trading. But as I say, it's definitely the structure which made my experience feel very dull after only a short amount of time. Where the game really fell down for me was in relation to not only what we're doing in most of these levels, but also how we go about achieving our goal. A lot of levels are substantially big, gradually elevating the severity of threats in the level as you progress. Having a sense of scale gives more depth to the environment and emulates the openness of Minecraft. But no, I merely found it to make the levels drag on for an inordinate amount of time, to where by the end of every level I was merely relieved it was over. These just seem to go on and on, most of the time literally being combat based. paced as we make our way towards our actual objective, having some optional dungeons to explore along the way, which is a nice addition. But then when reaching our main objective, it's usually revealed to be some banal task like rescuing villagers from cells, which consists of literally just pressing the X button on them and going on to the next one. Or perhaps you'd like to do some of the more amazing quests like open the gate, survive the attack, extend the bridge. The gameplay might be satisfying, but when there's no kind of satisfying progression and payoff, I become almost immediately disinterested. It really is an all-style, no-substance situation with me. I find the gameplay to be lackluster and boring, despite the actual mechanics of it being good, and I find the world to be too long and boring to traverse, despite really liking how the land's been crafted and how great the visuals look. The best part for me in that sense is the variety. There's lots of different levels to explore here, many of which take place in all kinds of different biomes that we recognize from Minecraft, and that's great. It really keeps things a lot fresher for those looking to complete the game. The gameplay itself, though, I think is irrefutably repetitive, which many types of players will like, but I definitely don't. I think compared to just being a stock clone of games like Diablo, it would have benefited a lot more by taking elements from roguelike games. And to be honest, that's what I initially thought it was emulating from the gameplay footage I'd previously seen. Different runs where you acquire different kinds of equipment. The one thing it's got going for it in that regard is the playstyles. You will genuinely see people playing differently, depending on aspects like their speed and damage. But I would have much preferred a more randomized and new experience on every subsequent playthrough, much like the Binding of Isaac or Enter the Gungeon. Overall, I didn't find dungeons to be that satisfying of an experience, unfortunately. I understood immediately it wasn't trying to replicate Minecraft. It was going for something a bit different. But in going for that, we only see the game's shortcomings when making any comparisons to the base Minecraft. The world's restrictive in terms of how you explore it. It's unoriginal in every sense of the word. And every positive I see in the game starts to become dampened when remembering how tediously boring the gameplay cycle became, after only a very short time playing too. It's not the worst game in the world, obviously. It's constructed well enough, and if you're looking for a new dungeon crawler type game that you can mindlessly sink hours into, you might find a lot to enjoy about dungeons. But for me, it's a game that I don't imagine I'll be returning to that often in the future. And then of course, we've got Minecraft Legends, this time not copying Diablo, but now copying strategy games like Pikmin. And I'll be honest with you, but unlike Dungeons, I'm going to stay away from talking about Legends in any close detail, as I've never really been interested in these style of games anyway. My biases against the genre will likely shine through, because I have fundamental issues with this game, which are basically just standard practice for these real-time strategy games. I really didn't like all the switching you had to do between the tabs at the bottom of the screen, as well as interacting with the different structures within those tabs. The exploration of the world was pretty fun, but once again, all I was thinking of was how Minecraft is actually open world, and here we've only got a minuscule world to explore in comparison. The visuals are fine, although I don't actually like the art style that much compared to Dungeons. All the textures have this weird, jagged appearance that, while obviously being intentional, I really didn't like. The characters we interact with are so one-dimensional and boring that I will never remember these again after switching off the game. Sound-wise, just like Dungeons, the music is the least Minecrafty thing about the game, now having stock Clash of Clans type music for most situations. And on the whole, I just thought it was really dull. Another experience that I'm literally never going to come back to. The ideas presented in the game can occasionally be interesting. I like the idea of having a real-time strategy game be played out through an actual character in the world, compared to games like Age of Empires, where you're merely this invisible entity in the sky making decisions in the world via your mouse. The key word that describes these two games to me are restrictive, which is the last thing I thought would be associated with a Minecraft project. In Legends, for example, there's no mining. Instead, you collect resources by throwing a box of alleys on the ground, in which they slowly collect up the materials for you. Fun, although the biomes are more accurately laid out here compared to Dungeons because we've now got a semi-open world. The lack of any substantial fall damage or building mechanics makes it so that traversal in this game is basically walking in a straight line to your destination. Fun, frequently being pulled out of the game for fairly meaningless cutscenes. Fun, waiting around for your teammates to fight while you could just go in and kill the enemies easily with your sword. Tower defenses that last for ages and have you just waiting around with hardly anything going on. It sounds like I hate this game, and I definitely don't like it, but I mean, if you like these kinds of games and find the concept they've introduced here interesting, I don't think there's any harm in trying it out. Just try it on Steam, as you can get a refund after 2 hours if you don't like it. Minecraft is one of the most influential and important games of the modern day gaming industry. The creativity it presents is unprecedented, and throughout the years it's only become more and more decked out with things which further flesh out the game world. It's hands down the most successful indie project ever created. What started off as a small passion project being developed by one man has since become a multi-billion-dollar franchise. Although, there is one thing I frequently think of when thinking about Minecraft nowadays, which has since bathed this game in a deep amount of nostalgia, and further makes things like the ending of the game seem even more genius to me. As time's gone on, and the time I spend playing Minecraft has further dwindled from what it used to, I look back on things I used to do with my friends on the game, the worlds I used to curate, the structures I used to make, the days I spent mining, only for all of it to be lost in one fatal drop. These were the days which defined Minecraft for me, and defined it for a lot of people. I'm talking about the earlier stages of the game, everything from the beta stages to the earlier full release builds, and I think it's the version of the game I love the most. With the ending 1.0 presented, I appreciated Minecraft for both its simplicity in terms of its block building, exploration, and combat, but also the vast amount of complex things that can be discovered when further diving into them. As I said with the redstone, you might just be using redstone-based devices like pressure plates to open up doors automatically, whereas others will be using them to set off a chain effect which allows you to access a fully functioning iPhone. Minecraft, more than any other game, has had this sneaky effect on me as the years have gone on, which makes me look at my age and what I've spent my time doing while I've been alive. It's why the idea of the long and short dream is so profound. I've come back to Minecraft after having aged and changed as a person, and upon picking it back up, I noticed the game's changed as well. New mobs, blocks, biomes, and full-on mechanics that I've never ever seen before. Upon coming back to a game that I was once so familiar with, I feel like the days have passed me by. I've gotten older, and a new generation of players who've been playing this newer version of the game understand things I can no longer seem to comprehend. This is very common, especially with a game like Minecraft, which has gotten continually updated throughout the years. You're gonna have people constantly coming back and not understanding these mechanics that other people have had more time to get accustomed with. When you grow up, you get more priorities. You can't focus on your crop farm or getting netherite. You need to provide income for your family, do your taxes, cook meals instead of having your mum and dad make you things. But this reality of the long dream isn't all that bad. It would have been selfish for us to stay in the short dream forever. It's time for the new generation to experience it, and hopefully prosper even more in their long dream. This game wasn't meant for me anymore, and that's fine. Everything from the marketing and Minecraft's online presence to these brand new games which have the atmosphere of a Disney movie. Minecraft has stayed to what it always has been, an accessible and fun game that can be picked up by anyone, and as I say, with most adults having less time for things like games, kids will naturally attach to this type of entertainment. This isn't about this game. This is for the record. The years that have progressed since we played Minecraft as kids have changed us. Our minds have developed into something they once weren't. This is for the record. This misunderstanding and being unable to comprehend things which are common knowledge for those more tapped into the culture. Younger people who look on in embarrassment at those who are unaware. Good on them, and good on the others too. This is everything. This is the culmination of all our experience. A masterpiece of a game created by one man. A game that's been fundamental to people's childhoods, mine included. A foundation that's been changed, added upon, making the next generation's childhood slightly different, slightly more enhanced, refined, but also having certain missteps which we previously didn't experience. Mundanity, a cyclical mundanity, re-emerging in the short dream for comfort. It's time to wake up and let the new generation come in. This isn't about this game. This is for the record. This is for everything. This is